Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Happy Monday. I know what day it is. I know what fucking day. Jesus Christ, dudes. I need to sleep more. I literally don't even know what fucking day it is anymore. I played golf yesterday, so I know it's a Monday. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. How's everybody doing? Smedley. GG's on first. Krill. GG's on second. Welcome in, dudes. How's it going? Happy Monday. Hope everybody is well. So, what the fuck are we doing in this video game? I'm going to turn the preview off. Oof. 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 Come on, man. A bit early. A bit early to be hitting the jams. A little bit early in the stream to be hitting the jams. Banger. Yeah, man. Honestly, music for a jilted generation, it honestly, as a fucking, like, album, I just... from start to finish, the way most of the music blends together like an actual DJ set, but it's an album. And like when you go back and listen to like electronic music or dance music from the era when Music for a Jilted Generation was released, it is like just so fucking far ahead of its time. It's fucking insane. The amount of sampling techniques, the way that they establish rhythms out of found sounds, it's just, yeah. They were onto something. They were onto something a lot longer than a lot earlier than other people. But yeah, out of space so many times that yeah, I'm gonna send into outer space to find another race. Boing. they unironically used a boing noise. Like it's literally, that's how early, that's how much of an infancy electronic dance music was in. They used like a flat out, unedited, clear as fucking day cartoon boing. It does. It fits in. Hang on. Do you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what? Spotify, come hither. Come hither, you expensive AI funding weapons funding bastard. Where is Jilted Generation? I have so much stuff on here. This is the problem. This is why I could never cancel it, because there is fucking way too much music. So many albums and playlists I've put together. Oh, for goodness sake. Hang on, let me just find anything by The Prodigy and I'll fucking go from there. When I was in World War II, they called me Spitfire. Bah. Honestly, chat. Oh, this is... Can't fucking see albums. Like, you're only showing me 2 albums, and they clearly have more than 2 albums. Hang on, have I got to fucking resize the damn bitch? Right. This is the problem. I see it now. I'm like, oh my god. It was Experience, wasn't it? Sorry. But yeah, the amount of found sound in this, like just a flat out like chime noise out of a keyboard, completely unedited, not distorted. I even know where it is. It's just a flat out, unedited, undistorted, completely clear, pure as day. And then that key tone is obviously distorted, but yeah. I was 7 years old, chat. 7 years old, having my brain chemistry rearranged by dance music. What a time. Boing. It's just fearless. Absolutely fucking fearless on the mix. absolutely fucking unafraid to just fucking use whatever sounds they could find. But yeah, it's always heartwarming when like a musician finds a piece of equipment somewhere and they're like, a friend of mine that's like a musician will be like, oh my god, I've been looking for this fucking synthesizer, I've been looking for this keyboard for so long, I finally got one. And they'll take it apart, they'll put new capacitors in it, which is how I know, you know, how I know them and everything. And we'll put new capacitors in there and everything, we'll make sure all the signal attenuation and everything is good, and then they'll be like, do you know why I wanted this specific keyboard? I'm like, no. And they go, they punch in a code and then they play something like it's that fucking keyboard. This is the keyboard they made that song on, and it's like a fucking absolute banger of a song. And I'm like, this is it, this is the keyboard. They're like, yeah, this is the one, not the one they actually did, but this is the model they recorded it on. And I'm like, holy shit. You hear the tone like in the same room, you hear it coming out of the machine that made the tone. There's this like level of purity to it. Yeah, it's something else. It is something else. Weapons fund, yeah, Spotify. I think Spotify invested in, well, Spotify invested, the CEO of Spotify invested in a imaging company. Encoding overloaded. Oh, hang on. I know why. I know why. I just turn off the replay. Yeah, so let me see if that stops it. Because yeah, I was recording with AV1 and I don't think the clips came out much better quality than normal. Dumber than Moat, welcome in. Dumber than most, sorry, not dumber than mate, sorry. Hello mate. Dumber than most. Hello mate, how far are you in the 100%? Not massively far. We are currently 30 out of 45, so I would say just over halfway. Or a little bit more. So I'd say, yeah, we're probably about 2/3 of the way there. Yeah, no, we are literally 2/3 of the way there, because 45 divided by 3 is 15. So yeah, we are exactly 2/3 or 66% there. Yeah, so yeah, 2/3 there. This playthrough should net us a hardcore playthrough, don't investigate the body, recruit Kuno, and what other ones are there? Excuse me. And also we should get the achievement, get Kim to wear the jacket when we load up the next game. We need to speak to Renee and get his medal, and then go speak to the pigs. Icebreaker, I'm not too sure what that one does, but yeah, I should probably check. Getting close. Just spent 15 hours last day playing Sleeping Dog straight. Yeah, was it you that mentioned you got a release day PS3 that actually has the proper full-blown hardware backwards compatibility? Excuse me. For over 20 years Out of Space was the final track at Prodigy live shows. I bet. I wonder what they used to finish on. They had a hiatus for quite some time, right? And then sadly they came back, but then sadly Keith passed away. God rest his soul. But yes, the CEO of Spotify invested in I think it was an optics and imaging company, but the optics and image company supplied military, materials. So it wasn't like arms manufacturing, but it was optics and imaging technology used in arms manufacturing. So it was a bit of a sort of a, surely, dude, there are other things you could have invested in that are more publicly, less problematic, less publicly problematic, I should say, because this is it. Yeah, like a crazy fucking choice. But like I say, there's fucking well over 10 years worth of algorithmic tuning going on, and the annoying thing is, it's not as good as it used to be, but I know that if I move over to an alternative service, I'm also still going to be supporting some giant corporation, which probably isn't very good for the music industry. but also I'll have to restart my algorithm, like musically, and it would be like I'll have to basically re-add and recreate all of my playlists and then listen to them over and over again to tune the algorithm to suggest me music that I like. But even saying that, Spotify has the algorithm that they've trained on me. But yeah, the Discover Weekly hasn't been good for years. It used to be, I used to find like at least 3, maybe 4 tracks off the Discover Weekly, and then suddenly it just turned to shit in every single fucking like track. I was like, it's all right, but it's not really jumping out at me. And then it started suggesting tracks that I'd already heard. I was like, this is already on my playlist. I've already got this saved to a playlist. This cannot be my Discover Weekly. Like if it was on my Discover Weekly in the past, then I didn't save it, but it comes up again. I'm like, okay, because I didn't save it, maybe it didn't know that I didn't like it or whatever. But no, it started suggesting stuff that I'd already fucking added, and I was like, well, that's not right. That's not how the algorithm should be working. It should be suggesting me new music that I've never heard before that might align with my interests based on the algorithmic data tracking it's been doing for the last fucking 10 years or whatever. But no, it fell off a cliff in a big way, and I was like, But still, every now and again it does suggest some music that I like, and I'm like, I can't really sacrifice that. Music's too important to me. I'm a bit of a fucking locust when it comes to music. I move in and I just fucking consume it, and then I fucking leave. So bad. If I come across a really good album, I make sure to not over-listen. Does anyone else do that? So like when I come across a really good album, I don't over-listen to it. I don't listen to it too much, because I know I will kill it. You know, it's the same with Bloodborne. Like people are like, oh, you should do Blood Level 4, and you should do speed runs and no hit runs. You play Bloodborne all the time, and I'm like, I don't want to kill it. It's too special to me. I don't want to fucking kill it. So. Dan the founder, I'd love to watch the movie when Swedish House Mafia makes up the song One. It's insane how they just hear some beats, random sounds put together. Yeah, and there was a live stream where deadmau5 found the keyboard and the sequencer that does Darude Sandstorm. He goes diddle. And he was like, wait. He goes, I choose. And I was like, he's like, oh my god, I found it. And he found the setting that they used. And I was like, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, I did get that. Now I'm playing Splinter Cell Pandora tomorrow, since it was on sale on Steam for like €1. Ah, that's a pretty good deal. Weird dude, he invests in weapons and high-tech medical research too. But no, maybe he thinks that it's very high-tech, he invests in it. Really like Spotify Random Shuffle after you search for one song. So I like the ability to choose a song that's like the vibe and then just say create a radio station based on that song. And I find a lot of music that way as well, because it just finds that particular song, and sometimes it will pick out songs that are like that on an album that isn't like that. And that's one of the really handy things, is that there's a bunch of songs out there back in the day that I never came across because the first 5 or 6 songs on the album just weren't my cup of tea. But then, like, out of the last 4 or 5 songs, one of them was fucking brilliant, but I never got that far into the album, which is one of the weird things. Like, I really appreciate, and I think it's still important with certain albums that are designed to be listened start to finish. It's important to listen to them start to finish, right? And I think that, you know, it's very true. Like, a few people have told me that, yeah, you wouldn't, like, if you were watching a film and then you stopped watching that film because you had to do so, you wouldn't just jump in at the beginning again. You'd watch it, you know, you'd carry on from where you left off. And I'm the same with albums. And I was like, yeah, I get that. Or with a book, you wouldn't just sort of randomly jump to a chapter ahead. You'd read it in order, right? And I was like, yeah. And obviously some albums are designed that way. They make a lot more sense when the emotional complexity of what they're trying to convey with the album is best understood when you start at the beginning and go all the way through, which is why, even though it's really old-fashioned, even by my standards, sitting down and listening to an album start to finish uninterrupted, no phone, no nothing, yeah, there is something to it with certain albums for sure. But yeah, it's a shame because there are a few songs that I've come across a long time after I became aware of the album. I was like, oh, yeah, I didn't really like that album. I don't really like that musician. But this song is exactly what you like. And I was like, it is exactly what I like. They're like, yeah, it's track number 11 out of 13 on like the second album. I was like, I never made it past the first album. You know, just the first few songs came on and I was like, it's just not for me. But when you have a shuffle that finds specific music, or a radio shuffle, it's just a shuffle playlist, isn't it? Generated based on your interests. Yeah, you come across songs like, because I mean, yeah, when I tell people that like Nirvana have like an out and out punk song, they're obviously a grunge band, one of the, you know, establishing, you know, people, you know, one of the groups that created the genre, arguably. But yeah, Territorial Pissings is a out and out punk rock song. That is punk rock through and through. Structure, sound, the whole thing is punk rock. But it's by Nirvana, who are traditionally a grunge band. So yeah, every now and again you come across a song that doesn't really fit into the wheelhouse. And it's like Fucking in the Bushes by Oasis. I don't really, I mean, I don't really listen to Oasis that much. But yeah, Fucking in the Bushes has this real kind of like sampled found sound kind of construction to it, whereas like a lot of their other songs are just like, you know, not Britpop, but they're sort of like, you know, they're kind of like British rock, kind of modern British rock, I suppose, or it was modern at the time, but yeah. Old Kanye making beats and stuff is kind of insane too. That's one of the most annoying things about Kanye, is that they're actually a really good fucking music producer. They create some really, really catchy, hooky music, but they're such a fucking prick. Such a prick. Like, honestly, when they're being interviewed and they're so clearly trying to appear more intelligent and more edgy than they actually are. And there's something so inherently performant about how they present themselves, when they could just be like way more down to earth and just allow their talent to do the talking. But they refuse to let their music do the talking. They have to also do the talking as well. It's like, dude, like, you have a talent for this. Just don't be a dick about it, and you know, you'd make even more money. But yeah. I have 600 songs in my main playlist. It's hard for Spotify to recommend me new shit. Well, I mean, 600 songs compared to how many songs are out there, you know, it's, I think, you know, I mean, I don't think I've like listened to, and the other thing is that I'm super like, I'm really laid back. I listen to almost anything. I've got so much fucking random shit on my Spotify that there's so many different genres it could be picking from to find something that I might like. And when it doesn't, I'm like, this is fucking crazy. What am I paying for? But you know, I never listen to albums, only songs. Yeah, I mean, it depends on that, because I mean, some albums are just a collection of songs, whereas some albums are an album, and that's kind of the thing. Is every now and again you come across an album where there is definitely an emotional journey from start to finish that you're going to go on with that album, so it's an album. Whereas other times an album is just a group of songs that have been put together. 600, my main like playlist on Spotify is like 6,000, and I still like to add more to it. Akira, welcome in. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure. I'm going to air my dirty laundry. I'm not even sure. 1,286 songs, 77 hours. But yeah, everything from... everything. Like, I listen to basically everything. Like, and that's not even like, I'm not even jumping from playlist. That is just the playlist, right? Like, I listen to basically anything. Like, if it has a creative and unique quality to it, and it's well put together and it's catchy, I'll listen to it. I don't niche down to genres anymore. I refuse to. There's way too much music out there. So, but yeah, Kira, it's good to see you. How's it going? Kanye is such a musical genius. I love his music. He's just so egotistic. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. Correction, now it's 7,000 plus. I use Spotify too much. Chappelle was in the studio with Kanye during his peak, and he got a phone call. Totally forgot about it. Sorry, I need to take this answer. Hello, yeah. Well, I'm in the studio with Dave Chappelle and Method Man because my life is dope and I do dope shit. And I hung up the phone. Yeah. Because my life is dope. because I do dope shit and my life is dope. But yeah, when that guy like walked up to Kanye West at like an autograph signing and just tossed a CD across the table, was like, "That's my shit. Play that shit, man." It was so good. Yeah, it's fucking like when the caption was when somebody out Kanye's Kanye. I was like, oh man, that's my shit. Play that shit, man. The guy, somebody else is like, hey man, don't do this. Like, what's up? Fucking talking to you? Shut the fuck up. Listen, you and me can make a lot of money together, or I can make a bunch of money and you can be fucking left behind. I was like, this is it. Somebody found how to out Kanye. But yeah, there was somebody in the studio calling him out. I think somebody was calling him out because, like, when he went on that whole anti-Semitic, like, Nazi fucking rant, I think somebody called him out on that, and the recording got leaked. Somebody was like, dude, why do you do this? Like, there are so many people that would absolutely fucking kill to have the talent you have, but you're fucking just squandering it by being such a fucking idiot. Like, just make good music, right? You're clearly not one for the public eye, which is why you're a producer, not a fucking musician. Just make good music, my brother. Just make good music. That's all you need to do. Yeah, like, and then there was this whole spin where someone said that he wanted to break out of contract with Adidas, I think, for some reason. So apparently that's why he did it, was so that he would get dropped by brands and stuff so that he could then do some other kind of, and I was like, man, that to me sounds like a fucking cover up to me, brother. Like, you know,
emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Abigail. Oh, Abigail.
I think because they didn't want to pay, but when they didn't want to pay after he said that. Because they didn't want to pay, but they didn't. Like, I think because they didn't want to pay, but they didn't want to pay after. I'm not sure what you mean, sorry. So Nike owed him some money and they didn't want to pay him? Or he owed Nike money? Fuck, I can't speak. Excuse me. Didn't want to pay his royalty.
Abigail.
Because I thought he made his own shoes. I thought the Yeezys were like his own brand of shoe. It was after he said all the Nazi shit. Yeah, I think, I can't remember. Maybe he was going to sign a deal with Adidas, or maybe he was already under contract with Adidas. I can't remember, but yeah. Apparently that's what the cover-up was.
Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life, but this guy's a little too drunk.
Okay.
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible. He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
The drunk man starts coughing a really disgusting, hacking cough.
Don't you fucking call her! Hear me? Abigail?
I know weird he went totally insane after he got together with Kim Kardashian. Well, I mean, I think he was already kind of off the rails, and like, it's difficult because on one hand, I kind of see somebody like desperately trying to be as creative as possible, which I don't inherently have a problem with, but I also see somebody that is purely driven by ego, and therefore his, you know, creative escapades are more about bolstering his position in the creative world rather than being expressions of what he wants to, what he wants to say. So yeah, he's art for art's sake. He's not an artist. He's a musician, producer, and everything. But yeah, in terms of being an artist and everything, it's not difficult to make a shit ton of stuff happen when you've got loads of money to spend.
Tequila
Extra over his head. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, what's crazy is that Lewis Hamilton is performing so much better now that he's together with Kim Kardashian. But no, he was doing well before. He was doing well before Kim Kardashian was on the scene. But yeah.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I've got smoke.
Lewis
Then
is debatable. Ask you if it's well. Yeah, this is the thing.
Great deal.
This is the
You
thing.
won't get a better deal on
Is
that.
that, yeah, Lewis Hamilton has achieved an incredible amount, and because the English-speaking coverage of Lewis Hamilton is favourable, you know, they're pretty kind to him. Duel, welcome in. Thank you for the street, dude. Crumbs, you satchel of B vitamins. You absolute multivitamin. Nah.
In the civilized world, the legend returns. Aye, by amphetamine, I mean speed. Aye, that's what I said. Good, my man. Now, what can I offer you?
How you doing, pal? Not too bad, though. How are you?
Oh, the system's been good to old Rosemary.
Still trying to clear my
and I
throat a
live
little bit.
here like a bitch goat in the backyard.
But the replacement motor for my tower fan has arrived, so I can install that and see if the oscillator motor was short-circuiting the feedback signal to the logic board. And there's a logic board in there that obviously detects that the oscillating motor is spinning, and if it gets stuck in some way, it's only plastic linkage, so it's like a weird fork shape on like a thing, so that the motor just turns an arm, and that obviously makes the oscillator do this, and that turns the fan. But obviously if it gets stuck and the motor like isn't moving, but there's power going to it, that could obviously cause a fire. It could cause, you know, damage. So there's obviously some sort of feedback signal that goes to like the control board in the top of the tower fan that says if the oscillator motor isn't spinning properly, cut the power, which is quite annoying because in the middle of the night the fan would turn off and I'd have no fan and like 26-degree heat, and I'd wake up absolutely drenched in sweat and be like, yeah, that's not very nice, you know.
And I made mine real good.
Appetite has been shit for a few days, not sure why. I gotta get some real food in me today. Sorry to hear about that, dude.
And immediately invested the profit.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that. I mean, I don't know if I'm not too sure what could cause a loss of appetite. I mean, I've heard of the symptom before, but yeah, I'm not too sure what could it be. What could it be? But yeah. Why did the vitamin go to school? Because it wanted to be smart, to have you stay away from A-grade healthy.
Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit
Vitamin
of
C. Does that help your eyes?
I got everyone on my hook.
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Yes, hopefully you can get some food in you. Have you been using the toilet normally? Because that's the thing. Like, if you haven't been using the toilet, but I mean, if you've been using the toilet probably, but you're not hungry, that's very concerning. If you also haven't been using the toilet, because you've got nothing to get rid of, then that's, you know, it's like everything's in sync, if that makes sense. But diarrhea ain't normal. Oh, so you've got diarrhea, okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why your stomach is not too interested in food right now. If it's not really staying in your stomach long enough.
Good. So you want this shit or not? See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth
Drinking
every
plenty of fluids.
real.
Yeah, that's
You
important.
catch my drift? Got it
Have a
from
cork
bit of
to
a
stop it now.
business
I think they call that a butt plug, but yeah.
You know, it's funny, actually.
Ephemodium.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What? This guy. Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me £4 to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school
In
biology.
Dumb and Dumber.
I know.
Yeah, we don't want to make fun of them because, yeah, diarrhea is not Diarrhea is not a fucking pleasant. Obviously, I'm in my 40s now, so if I have
Like 3 cans.
diarrhea, I'm probably also going to get a hernia, which is then going to burst and a bunch of blood and everything. It's not nice.
What's left is this beautiful
nice.
blue stuff. 98.7%, almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 reals if you want it.
Don't say it.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Well done. You got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Just make sure.
If you drink this, then you'll die. That's a fact. And that's why we're going to save you from yourself and store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
We could do that. Yeah, it's not going to be in my tools. It won't be in my tools, will it? I think I've already got some cigarettes.
Here you go, friend.
Oh shit, that was fucking a big stuff. Whatever. +1 Motronics, -1 morale.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I was only going to give me 6. Okay.
Alright, let's see it. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't need bloodthirsty mercenaries knocking on my door looking for their missing toys. Besides, this gear costs a fortune. There's no one in Martinez with that kind of money.
It feels like he would have accepted the risk if he hoped to profit from it. It's not greed, though. Deep down, he's a gambler, provided the stakes are sufficiently interesting.
Another time, perhaps.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
More than happy. Like I said, I value the streetlight at 700 real. You decide how many of your shares that gets me.
As little as possible. We only sell shares if we're getting something of more value for them. Shares are premium goods. Think big business. A 20th of your shares is a sensible offer. Very divisible as far as numbers go.
That's a reasonable offer.
This is all for show. He's already made his mind up.
All right, you have a deal. The streetlight is all yours. Pleasure doing business with you. Oh, sure. Yeah, good. But I won't be holding on to these shares for long. Let's just say there's some long overdue business I've got to deal with. It is quite heavy. You're going to need a truck. That's all right. I can keep it here for you until you find one. But why? It's a perfectly wonderful light. Besides, there are no returns or exchanges for items purchased in this shop.
Quote of the day: to the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders. Yeah, I can get behind that.
Tell you what.
Don't panic. I'm sure he's just doing his shoelaces up. Something like that.
Here we go. It's a sign that declares you the owner of the streetlight. Stick it on and people will know that it's yours.
Great idea. One of your physical assets on display for the public. Maybe this was a good idea after all. We could sell tickets for people to come see it. Turn this into a little money churner.
To the mind that's ultra-active, the universe sends thoughts. Yeah, to the mind that's ultra-active,
But
the world
let's come back
sends
to that
anxiety
idea
and
later.
depression.
There's easier money to be made elsewhere. Just get that sign stuck on there for now.
Hello, sleepy boy.
There you go. Beautiful job.
It reads, sold to the Disco Cop for shares in MK Mercury Group. The words are written with an even kerning, in bold, precise letters. Looks surprisingly official for a small-time trader. Some of your big biz flair must be rubbing off on him. The pole has been carefully cut, the wiring redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Oh, right. That's good.
Your eyes slide back to the 700 Real modified streetlight you traded for shares. The golden light seems to flicker ever so slightly, like a butterfly. It casts shadows on the sign.
One quick question. How do I get hold of my shares? All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say our net worth. You guys can't see it, but above, like, some stats down here, the net worth thing didn't change. So, gee, I'm not sure if I want to. I don't know what the net worth. I think the net worth is just there to sort of to poke fun at the idiocy of how people think that somebody who owns shares in a very, very successful company and has like they own shares worth several £100 million makes them rich, when actually it's not. It's a very, very high net worth achievement. Yeah, I think there is an achievement. I think it's, become a high net worth individual, but I think we might have already got that one. Excuse me. Yeah, net worth individuals should be retained at the end of the ultra-liberal political vision quest, one of 4 that can only be initiated on night 3. Select enough ultra-liberal dialogue options to trigger the indirect modes of taxation, or have indirect direct modes of transaction opted in, not necessarily internalized. During the dream sequence, select the dialogue options I'm looking at for the economic self-interest. Pursue thought. Some players have reported the vision quest can get glitched if you open the harbour container too early. Speak to Cindy about her artwork. So buy her art, and then container in the harbour, pass the rhetoric check to open it. Speak with the mega rich light bending guy to get stonks. Insert stonks meme here. Speak to Idiot Doomspar about personal brand strategy. Interact with the horseback monument near the traffic jam. Speak to Idiot Doomspar again. Complete the tribunal and return to him after that. So I might get that in this. I might get that in this playthrough, because if I go look at the the monument and it's changed in some way, that'll count. But I don't think it's changed as of yet.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic eye. A matrix of metal. There are no... The old king. Look.
Yeah. Hasn't changed yet, but I think at some point it will. Next year, the movie Project X is 15 years old. 15 years old. 2003. No. 2002? No. Can't do maths. 2012, okay. Quite some time ago. Hello, Bubbington. Goodbye, Bubbington.
The file cabinets, the drawer, slides. The payphone hangs mutely on the wall. There isn't much more to do.
No. Have you got my generation, at least in Sweden, into EDM and house parties? Yeah, I mean, in the UK, obviously, it was, you know, just the music scene. You know, I mean, pirate radio was pretty responsible for a lot of, like, you know, genres. Tiger, welcome in. Access to Mortal Shell 2 beta on console. Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of people playing the beta on stream, but I've had a bit of a busy day, so I did watch a few streams. I watched a stream this morning and I watched a stream in the afternoon, but I was busy most of the day. Watching Maxi play the Resident Evil Requiem randomizer, which is, yeah, just fucking insanity. Also had a shit ton of famous artists that are EDM from here, but the movie really cranked it up. Everyone else, yeah. And I saw a post the other day that was saying, you know, the Swedish government making sure that children have access to computers, and then it showed like shitloads of stuff that's happened in the software and the sort of computer world that came from Sweden. Or maybe it was Switzerland, I'm not sure, I can't remember. FL Studios pre-installed. Yeah, well, yeah. This is it. Is, you know, you got to give kids access to this stuff. You know, this is the thing. Is Photoshop was prohibitively expensive, but there's an entire generation of people working in industries that use Photoshop that pirated Photoshop to begin with. And I think Adobe, being like one of the most money hungry and kind of abusive and exploitive, entities out there, is fucking crazy, because like there are entire industries that rely completely and utterly on young people who are good with video editing and digital photo editing software that got into it by downloading it. The fact that Adobe don't have like freeware by now that allows people to use Photoshop a certain amount of times per week or a certain amount of hours per month or whatever, just to get them into the sort of ecosystem, so they can then, because a lot of kids, they'll get Photoshop cheap if they go to college or university, but a lot of kids can't afford to go to college or university. They've just got to work these days. And yeah, it's like music software and all sorts of software. It's just become a very predatory and kind of closed off and expensive market. And the issue is, if you don't have these young kids getting into it at a young age, you don't have the Prodigy, you don't have Designers Republic, you don't have all sorts of various other things.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind
Simmer
is
down,
blowing
bastards.
southeast.
Simmer down, bastards. Simmer down. Share something, it's good news. Sure, yeah. So Swedish House Mafia and Avicii started doing music. Yeah, exactly. You've got to make sure people have got, access to it. Yeah, that's why Adobe is tanking, yeah. Could be, yeah. EDP445 interview made it on the news. He docked the interview. He's a nasty human that loves kids. It should be better, yeah. That's pretty fucking nasty to me. But yeah, I saw a TikTok just now, and this guy was like, you know, please, can I just, you know, a public service announcement, please, can you cover your children up? You know, I don't want to fucking see it. Nobody else wants to fucking see it. You know, have some respect for your children, right? Cover them up at the beach, you know? I'm sitting here just chilling, and there's kids running around with no fucking clothes on. It's fucking weird, you know? And they've got a point, you know? Like, fucking respect your kids. You know, they don't know how inappropriate or, you know, potentially dangerous that is. Up to you as the parent to fucking look after them. Oh shit, we can't do that because... Oh shit. Damn, okay. So, yeah, in that case... I think we're going back to that apartment. Without Kim. Target's Gen Z, but I don't post on social media. Saw a video of a guy jacking off, looking at kids on the beach. I was so surprised nobody went. Oh, fuck's sake. Ay. And yeah, like a couple of times, like I've been walking down the street and I see like an old man with holding up their phone, and I'm like, "What are you taking a picture of, buddy?" And they're like, "Ooh," and they fucking scurry off. Oh, fuck off, man. Cops there, and they didn't like nothing, just looked at him. Francis doomed.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Doroita.
So a shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges. That's because it was kicked in by the police. I love all the little descriptive details this game has.
Your heartbeat quickens, palms go sweaty. The siren of amphetamine is singing you her song.
So I need the chain cutters in my hand.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves.
Need a new revolution for the 200 timed.
On the other side of the door.
Idiot Trump was visiting the UK. That could be a like. Well, yeah, we've recently got a new prime minister, so I imagine. And yeah, I think like the last time they visited, when Keir Starmer became prime minister, like apparently the American motorcade refused to drive on the side of the road that we use. They had to drive on the side that America uses, and I was like, oh my fucking God, man, you are so fucking pathetic. And then, yeah, Trump was in an aeroplane at some point talking and saying, oh yeah, London's incredibly dangerous. Loads of people get stabbed there. I wouldn't want to go there. And it's like, bruv, shut the fuck up. London's safer than it's ever been, basically. It's so much better than it was. 2004, 2007, it was fucking bad, like really fucking bad. And they've massively sorted it out. Like it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. But yeah, everyone's like, but the thing is, right, hang on. The thing is, right, people are like, oh, this city's dangerous, and oh, this city's dangerous, and this city's dangerous. Let me explain something, right? Every city is dangerous if you're a fucking idiot. Doesn't matter which city you go to, Barcelona, London, fucking, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter which city you go to, if you're a fucking idiot, it's dangerous, right? So if you're not an idiot, you can go almost anywhere, and as long as you avoid the areas that are clearly quite sketchy, you'll be fine. But yeah, it's just so many people that are clearly just fucking kind of stupid. They go somewhere they're filming with their phone in one of the most like economically like difficult areas of the city, and they get robbed. And it's like, you fucking, of course, like, you know, it's got nothing to do with the city. It's a socioeconomic problem that exists in most, you know, developed countries, be it first world, second world, or whatever. You know, if you walk around with an expensive phone or jewelry, you're going to get fucking robbed. It shouldn't happen, but it will. But not everybody who lives there or goes there or visits there gets robbed, because they're not fucking idiots. You know, they don't go where it's dangerous. But yeah. Blackpool, so the seafront road, there's a road on the seafront, right? And then there's a road that's just behind the first. So seaside towns like the one where I live. I mean, Blackpool's up north, but yeah. If you've got the seafront, which is the beach, and you've got a road that runs along it, you'll have like Airbnb or just B&Bs, hotels and stuff and restaurants on the beach. Then there'll be a road behind them. Up in Blackpool, that road that's behind all of the fucking stuff on the beach, that road that's like an alleyway behind, apparently that's the most dangerous bit. Like, everyone that's been there has said that they were told specifically by locals not to go down there. So yeah. Anyway, I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle of some clips for you guys because we've got to play an ad. I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. I can't run. I can, okay. The view from up here is pretty cool. And to be honest, it's pretty mad that there's collision boxes for... Oh. I was literally just about to say, it's pretty mad that there's collision boxes for a bunch of this stuff, because you're never supposed to be up there, but... Yeah. Otherwise, so... Oh, come on, Dark Souls. Are you kidding me? This is, in the industry. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm trying to explain game changer as a phrase right now, right? You could calm the fuck down. Absolutely no reason for you to be this dramatic. He's just slowly strolled out of the room. Motherfucker. I love him, but he's a motherfucker. He's so cheeky. Yeah, I'm talking about you. He's like, I heard you talking shit. What are you gonna do about it, little man? Eh? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Eh? Get out of the way, please. Thank you. Fuck's sake. We should get the backstab for free this time. Means we get a free R2 as well, and then while he's recovering we get a free R1. Excuse me. Excuse me. How very dare you? Think. This is a trap. Oh. No. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Blackpool quite dangerous, counting crime rate per 1,000. Yeah, I mean Blackpool, like I said, Blackpool. There's a road that's quite dangerous. Manchester's got some areas that are quite dangerous. But the thing is, people sort of talk about like, oh, it's a dangerous city. Like I say, there's dangerous parts of any city. There are parts of cities that are very, very low income, and therefore,
you can just go in.
Unfortunately, criminality and various other sort of aspects of socioeconomic decline will prevail. They will present themselves, right? And yeah, I think that rather than blaming the people, I think you need to look at the conditions that they're in, and yeah, the situation that creates those conditions. I think that human beings respond to the environment in which they find themselves. It's just a natural thing.
Next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently.
Video out of him. I think it's AI saying he's dying, having heart surgery, has a shit ton of drugs. Not surprised. Have hot legs. Sweden got an election in 4 weeks. Will be interesting to see how it will turn. Not nasty about it's women and beautiful. Found and came out at 17. Some are just naturally arseholes too. Yeah, I think I've lost track of the conversation, unfortunately.
You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
Rod Stewart, sorry. I would also drive on the right side of the road. Yeah, it was so fucking embarrassing how like the motorcade was like stopping traffic to let them drive on the wrong side of the road. It's like, oh, just grow up, man. Grow up. Especially I recently got into Rod Stewart. My favourite songs so far are Hot Legs and Forever Young. The question is, he got really sick. Yeah, I mean, Rod Stewart's been around for a while. So, you know, he's probably not the healthiest human being, but he was performing the other day on stage, you know, earlier in the year, I think. So I think he might be unwell, but yeah, he's also very old. But yeah, Young Hearts Be Free Tonight, Young Turks, and Forever Young. Some are just naturally arseholes. Yeah, I think that...
Don't wait. Celebrate. Blast that shit right here. Take inventory of it once this boring table shit is done.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I think that like a lot of people, they were good people, but that life made them unhappy, and you know, I mean, some people more than others. Some people, I mean, what fucking like what really upsets me is when you find out that there's some fucking trust fund or nepo baby or whatever, some kid that's like in their 20s that's come from wealth, and they're like a bad person. They're like not very nice to people. I'm like, you are quite literally the fucking worst kind of human being. Like, you have so much more than most people, and yet you're still finding a way to be like unhappy. Like, you are mentally fucking unwell, you know, like you have a life of luxury, you know, that you didn't even earn. Yeah, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself, to be honest. Because yeah, when I meet somebody and I hear their story, you know, parents split up when they were young, one of them died in a car crash, the other one overdosed or is in rehab or something, can't look after them, so they were put into the care system. They had a bunch of bad parents in the care system, bad caregivers or, you know, guardians in the care system. They started working when they were 15. They, you know, been working most of their life. They've always had like very bad jobs because they didn't get a proper education, and yeah, they've, you know, really struggled their entire life. You know, when that person is a bit fucking unsavory and a bit rude, but you find out that they've had like a really fucking difficult life. I'm like, yeah, if the world treated me like that, I would probably be pretty nasty as well. You know, if the world was that hard for me, I'd probably be pretty fucking bitter. You know, I can kind of see why. Because it's all well and good saying, oh yeah, you've got to be the bigger person, you've got to learn how to control your emotions, but you've got to learn how to sort of, you know, maintain dignity and integrity and be a good person. But yeah, it's all well and good when you've got a roof over your head and clothes on your back and food in your fridge, you know. Some people didn't have that. So yeah, I think when some people are angry at the world, angry at society, I think, you know, if they have a good reason, I'm kind of like, I kind of see why. And I think that it doesn't matter who you put in that scenario. If anybody who had that life up until they were like in their 20s or something is going to be, you know, not the nicest person, because the world has not treated them very nicely. And I think that people that have grown up devoid of genuine care and love, they struggle with that emotion, obviously, because they've not really experienced it. So they don't really have that capacity. You know, they're capable of it, but they don't know how. And that makes them quite cold-hearted, you know, quite morally bankrupt in places. And, you know, like I say, if they've had a difficult life, they'll do whatever they need to do to survive, because that's how they've got this far. And that might mean, treading on other people, which is obviously, you know, not a nice thing to do. But yeah, like I say, like every now and again, you come across somebody who's clearly very wealthy, but is also like a really awful person because they can pay their way out of trouble. And it's like, oh, you're a fucking absolute piece of shit. But anyway. Full use right side drivers got our presidents and prime ministers to drive on the right side. They would have to get England, maybe can force to change to drive on the right. No, I think we were driving before most other places, but you know. As we be proud of Tiger, I've turned down the new season of Fort on Thursday. Well, I'm glad to hear that you've made a decision that you feel is beneficial for you. Saw the battle pass and it's pure junk, and Marilyn Manson is still singing. Don't listen to him. He did some research on him. He's disgusting. Yeah, I heard some stuff about. I've heard some stuff about every celebrity these days. It just seems to be the way it's going. Some psychopaths, of course, the environment did that too. But human someone's just total crazy. Charles Manson, for instance, and Charles Bronson. There's always an exception to the rule. There's always like one. But I think, by and large, I think that a lot of the time when you have people that have, you know, that are antisocial, you know, there's a reason behind it, and that reason isn't always the choices they made. You know, and I think that. For a long time, I think that governments and, you know, the powers that be in general, Shadow Blood King, welcome in, how's it going, Dick? Good to see you. I think for a long time now, the governments and the powers that be have been too embarrassed to admit that sort of industries and late stage capitalism has created this kind of like demographic of society who are just basically shackled into basic poverty, right? They're never going to be able to earn any more than they've got, and what they've got isn't enough. They're just going to be in poverty. And you've got, you know, generational poverty where you've got, you know, 5th generation, 6th generation still living in poverty, unable to work themselves out of poverty, because that doesn't work anymore. And rather than addressing the fact that, you know, generational poverty creates significant dependency on the state for support, but also is one of the key contributors to criminality, because if the way the world works isn't working for them, they just think, well, fuck it, I'm just going to steal. You know, I'm just going to fucking take what I want because I can't earn it. And again, I wouldn't condone criminality, but at the same time, I think it's important that we understand and take accountability for the fact that these people are being put in a situation where it is clearly not easy to just earn things the old-fashioned way, the honest way. There just isn't an honest way for them to earn and work their way out of poverty anymore. So they're stuck where they are. And the living conditions that they find themselves in, prison isn't that much of a downgrade. And I say that as respectfully as possible. I don't want to criticize these people, but yeah, when you look at some of like the small like bedsit one-room apartments these people live in with a kitchen, toilet, shower and bed all in the same box, you know, a prison cell, you know, when they don't have to worry about the heating or the air conditioning or the food or the lights or whatever, you know, it really isn't that far apart. It's pretty scary. Your freedom obviously is different, but yeah. So the threat of being put in prison has less of an effect, because when you threaten somebody who lives in a nice house with loads of creature comforts and everything, loads of money, you threaten them with prison. It's a huge downgrade in living conditions, right? And it's a restriction, right? But somebody that can't afford to go and do anything anyway, who spends all their time in this little room that they can just barely afford, eating very, very, very cheap food. They can't afford to buy themselves nice new clothes. They can't afford to have TV or the internet or anything. They're just, you know, they're just above being homeless. Those people, prison isn't even that bad, you know? And they've said this to me in confidence. They've said to me, like, you know, it's, you know how fucked up this is, because right now, if I went to prison, it wouldn't be that much different from how I live now. And I was like, oh, this is not how the world should be working. This is not how this country should be working. We shouldn't have people who are, like, basically, like I say, shackled to poverty. They just cannot find a job that will allow them to work hard and succeed. And same with streaming, you know, like if you don't foster an environment where people can work hard be consistent, and then turn that into success. If you don't foster an environment where people can convert hard work and consistency into success, you will always get people that are trying to cheat and steal and exploit. And it doesn't matter what it is. If it's live streaming, the music industry, the housing market, the job market, the industries and manufacturing market, anytime you create an environment where people can't do the work and get the benefit, they're just going to start doing all sorts of other stuff that's incredibly problematic. And I think that if you just got everybody a job that paid them a reasonable amount where they could have a basic flat and have somewhere to live and they could buy half decent food, they wouldn't be a problem. But because the world just won't allow that to happen because there's no profit in it, quite the opposite apparently, they just create a person that just doesn't fucking buy into society or just doesn't want to fucking take part in any of the rules or regulations. And like I say, I don't necessarily condone it, but I also fucking I can understand why people just get to a point where they're like, well, why the fuck would I play along with these rules of society if it isn't fucking serving me? It ceases to be a logical approach to getting through life. You know, that's what I've always said. You know, you can either create a framework where people can work their way up, or people will start to fucking eat each other. And as gross as that sounds, I mean it.
It looks like a nest.
The only reason one will never hear anything bad about. Yeah, Reeves seems to be like a pretty stand-up guy, you know, compared to the rest of Hollywood, that is, of course. Also a lack of how finance works. Yeah, I mean, financial literacy is another one as well. Like the other day, you know, somebody was talking about how like it's so difficult for kids to do something. And enjoy the smoothie check. It's Iron Brew at the moment, but yeah, it's Blue Bolt. I've got it in the fridge. Remind me once I've got it. But yeah, some people was talking about how like they can't afford to do anything. They just work and sleep and work and sleep and work and sleep, and it's like, you know. And I remember saying, people in the comments were like, just save up so you can buy a house, or save up so you can do things. And, you know, I said to somebody, like, it's difficult to save up. Some people don't have a bank account. And somebody was like, you don't need a bank account to save. And I was like, you don't understand. Like when you shoebox money, it's just this basic financial literacy, right? If you just shoebox or mattress, if you just put money somewhere safe, right? Inflation devalues it over time, which is why you need to put your money into a savings account, because the interest you earn on the savings will cancel out the inflation devaluing that currency. And people just couldn't fucking understand. I was like, listen, if you put £100, right, under your mattress, and then in 25, 30 years time, you go to spend that £100, it's worth significantly less because everything else has got more expensive because of inflation, because of how everything is tied to fossil fuels. Everything depends on fossil fuels. Everything that's manufactured and or delivered requires energy. Energy primarily comes from fossil fuels. Hence, the cost of everything starts to go up because of, along with a handful of other things that cause inflation. But still, if you don't put your money into a savings account that gets you an interest on your savings, the inflation is devaluing the currency, because what £100 buys you 20 years ago and what £100 buys you today are two very different things. And so many people in the comments were arguing that I was wrong. And I was like, it's basic financial literacy. Inflation devalues money. That is what inflation does, right? Everything gets more expensive, so your spending power goes down, which is why savings accounts provide interest, so that when you save the money, it is worth what you put in at the other end, hopefully, if you've got a good interest rate on it. But yeah, just basic financial literacy like that. I was like, just save money in a shoebox, dude. And I was like, if you shoebox money, it devalues. That's the thing. The greatest trick of capitalism is that if you spend money, you get taxed. If you save money, inflation devalues it. This is how the money is always in its perpetual state of getting worthless, becoming more and more worthless, because that's just the system we've got. But yeah, they just didn't understand it. And I was like, yeah, after a while, I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll just delete the comment. I don't care. Some take more and more debt because they don't know how it works. You can take away any of those who cheat stuff, make it less chance happens. Well, yeah, I think that, like, you know, take for example my situation, right, as a content creator, right? You know, I've been working at this now for 5 years, and I'm probably worse off. I'm probably just as I'm probably at the same spot I was when I first started, right? Now, I know that a lot of people in my position that are much more sort of upset and sort of figures or metric driven would be saying to themselves, well, I've given this platform 5 years hard work. I should be doing better than this. And that's how it starts. That's how this kind of like, should I start viewbotting thing starts, is that people think that after a certain amount of time, they should be doing better than they are. And that starts to sell the seed or sow the seed that, okay, if they're not going to give it to me, I'm just going to fucking take it from someone. I'm just going to make it happen some other way. Because yeah, like I feel like a lot of people in my position are like, well, you know, streaming looks like it's about to fizzle out and die. So at this point, if I'm on the verge of losing everything anyway, I may as well just take a punt and try and viewbot. And it's like, I don't agree with it. I don't want to start using that term on Twitch while I'm live, because I know they fucking do closed captions and everything. They're transcoding everything I say, but that's what makes people think about it. You know, not everybody gets to a certain point and think, okay, well, I've been averaging 30 people, then I was averaging 40, then I was averaging 50. I'm bored. I want to be partnered. I'm just going to average 100. It doesn't happen that way, in my opinion. What happens is people work really fucking hard for a really long time and it doesn't work out. And the sunk cost fallacy drives them to say, well, you know, no, I've worked long and hard now. I deserve to be more successful than this. So they find a way to cheat. And that's what happens, you know. And it's the same with so many different creative industries, is that, like I say, if you don't foster an environment where people can convert hard work into success, they're just going to start cheating. And it's just how human beings behave. And yeah, the economic markets, there's so many people that don't want to work for a living. They just want to fuck around with money that isn't theirs and earn commission and get rich. They don't want to work. And in the process, they fuck everything up for everyone else. It's just like they shouldn't be allowed to do that. They should only be able to fuck up their own section of the market. But when all these markets are so inter-invested, where so many different, you know, things are invested in other things because there's some tangible reason to connect them, when one goes down, it creates such a vacuum that everybody goes fucking nuts and tries to get out with as much money as they can, and it collapses the markets in the process, along with many other things that can collapse markets. But yeah. Know a lot of kids that drink every weekend at the pub, have multiple subscriptions and other stuff, and then wonder why they have less money per month. It's a weird thing that happens in this country. Well, I also feel as if, you know, if you don't give people, you know, long-term financial investments that have a return on investment, they're going to end up squandering their money somehow. And this is the thing, like so many people, so many young people can afford a monthly payment for a smartphone, right? Because it's something that adds value for them. It's very important to their life, and they get to sell the phone at the end. It's not worth as much, so they're still losing money, but they can afford it because of the price range that it falls into. Generations before could afford to buy a house, right? And it was important to their life, and it provided something of value. And obviously the opposite, the change, the difference is that turned out to be a fucking incredibly, you know, financially lucrative investment. So much so that now the people that should be buying houses can't. So when people can't get onto the housing ladder, what are they doing with their disposable income? Becoming drug addicts because they've got nothing else to spend their money on, so they're just fucking partying all the time. Or they spend it on their hobby or whatever, but then they're not buying anything that has a return on investment, because the sad fact is, in a market like the UK, there is nothing left to buy. Everything is already owned by somebody else that's earning them money, so they're not going to sell it. So young people don't really have anywhere to put their money. You know, so yeah, it's, you know, it's not the fact that they're careless, it's the fact that they've been priced out of the things that would actually give them long-term financial stability. Isn't due to fossil fuel though. We could say put in an index funds higher return. They say, oh, stocks go down. Yeah, so there's putting it in a shoebox. Have a job, do this more than a hobby. For me, I can't see how streaming is hard work or other influencer work, but that's my personal opinion. It's easier to save now in index funds that over time, as long time they can create real wealth. Well, I mean, in 40, 50 years time, if it still works that way, but this is the thing, you know, financial like ISAs and all sorts of various different savings vehicles have existed over time that made money, but as soon as the thing that they're, you know, using to make money stops working, suddenly that isn't viable anymore. So if it's indexes or stocks or ISAs or, you know, various kinds of investment, there's all sorts of financial vehicles that exist and instruments that exist.
Something underneath there is breathing.
But yeah, over time, the regulation and the framework and the investment in a particular kind of financial market changes. It suddenly becomes less lucrative. So ultimately, it's still a risk
No one's going to
in
blame
some
you for
ways. But
backing
yeah,
out. You don't have to do this. Just get out. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl.
life is always
There is
a
something
risk.
alive
Yeah, but
underneath it.
some people took on the risk of a 45 grand mortgage, you know, back in 1950, 1960, 1970, whatever. You know, they took on the risk of a mortgage, and now that's worth, you know, £600,000 or something. Whereas kids today, like, because so many of the sort of investment opportunities have been completely saturated by old money, there isn't, you know, the buy-in is so much higher. So, you know, the risks they have to take are much greater. The return on investment is less. And they haven't really got the money to start investing in things anyway. They're just spending all their money just surviving. And it's been proven time and time again. My generation is the first generation in history. My generation is the first generation in history to be worse off than their parents.
You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol, and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth.
The UK also destroyed itself. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the choices of previous generations have left the country my generation inherited and the country we're going to hand over to the next generation. It has made a series of significant missteps, and arguably Brexit was the public's choice, so that one can't be blamed on governments or regulatory frameworks or financial markets. That was the UK public being, I mean, they were lied to, but politicians have always lied to the public. But yeah, that one makes it very difficult to point the finger at the government, because, yeah, you know, the government could always say, well, yeah, the markets are fucked because you guys voted to leave the European Union. If you hadn't have done that, we could have done this, we could have done that. But yeah, they'll just say that to try and pass the blame for not being able to fix the problem that we've got. But anyway.
A lump of flesh is sticking out from under the blanket. It seems to be twitching from time to time, like the paw of an animal who's having a bad dream. And look, the other foot is camouflaged by a striped sock bearing the name Maxtor on the sole. 3 toes are poking out of a hole. Maxtor is a gas company. He's wearing free socks from a gas company. They probably came with the bills. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle. He's trying to say something in his sleep. The light from the window is weak, but it seems like he is.
But yeah,
his wild, unwashed
my generation and young
bears
people
a
today
familiar ginger tone.
have so
Even
little
the hair on his
opportunity.
chest is coppery.
Basically, every single option that could have been viable has become completely untenable over the last 40, 50 years. Slowly but surely, almost everything that could be used in some way, shape or form to earn money beyond just working a job every day, it's all gone. You know, it's just not there.
The bloated and reddened cheeks, the bulbous nose.
I feel like
this would be Kuno after 30 years of alcohol and substance abuse.
I feel like out of all the mathematics, trigonometry and algebra and all that algebra, I get like congestion in my throat and I mispronounce words. Algebra, trigonometry, you know, all sorts of other sort of stuff that we learned in mathematics class. In mathematics class, it like applying that to like the real world. Like, yeah, if I was going to put a ladder up against a wall, I would know how to calculate the output. I don't need to do that. I just put the ladder up, you know, for every 2 up, you go 1 back. It's not complicated, you know, so there's a ratio to it. Like there is a ratio to a lot of things. So I think that when it comes to like teaching kids maths at school, we should be teaching them financial literacy. It should be, you know, because it would give mathematics something really applicable and tangible to teach people. It would give them all of the sort of mathematical examples they would need. Teach them about compounding interest, teach them about risk categories and factors. Teach them about risk appetite. Teach them about savings and investments and all sorts of. Teach them the financial literacy and financial skills that would allow them to be better equipped when they start earning it. But no, we learn all sorts of mathematics that we then basically never use. Like it seems so silly to me, because you don't need to create a whole new class for financial literacy. You just make maths teach financial literacy, and then you've got an educated group of people. But the trouble is, all the financial literacy in the world won't get us out of the problem we're in. There is nothing to invest in. All of the money has been spent, and then therefore all the money has been earned, and there's nothing left over. There's just nothing out there. Everything is already bought and paid for on land that's owned by somebody already. There's just nothing. So no matter how financially literate you are, all you're going to do is be able to define how fucked everything is. You're not going to be able to do any better than anyone else. So yeah, it's not going to be easy. Those British down to living there should move from the UK. Well, the trouble is, you had people that live abroad who are still, they're called expats, I think. But immigrants are called immigrants apparently. But when British people live somewhere else, they're called expats, right? Expatriates or whatever. But yeah, they live in Spain or wherever, and they've got properties or businesses that earn money for them, and they just live abroad. They don't have to fucking do anything. They're just basically retired at 40, retired at 50, right? And they were allowed to vote in the referendum. They don't even fucking live in the UK, and they voted to leave the European Union. That massively detrimented the UK's, markets and all sorts of other things. They don't even live in the UK anymore. They're still a citizen. They're still registered, and they could live in the UK if they wanted to, but they haven't for years. It's fucked. For their personal mental health and probably physical health. It's crazy. We don't even teach compound interest in. Yeah, exactly. This is it. When they're teaching kids at school maths, they should be teaching them all the various different financial, all the stuff that would give them financial literacy. I just don't see why the maths we get taught was fundamentally not needed. It's so rare that you're going to require any of the mathematics that you learn, and it was just a test if you were good at maths, so you could go on to do a maths focused, occupation of some sort. But yeah, I think that at the bare minimum, we need to be teaching kids who are like 15, 16, 17 years old, or 14, 15, 16. Sorry, they're going to leave at 16, aren't they? 14, 15, 16. You need to be teaching them some of the basic fundamentals of financial literacy. So when they leave school, get their first job, they understand how much they're going to be taxed. They understand what national insurance is. They understand that they've got their disposable income after their outgoings. You just got to teach them budgeting and compound interest and all sorts of. You have to teach these kids how this stuff works, because they leave school and they go to work for minimum wage and they get completely fucking abused and exploited. And arguably, like I've said before, that just might be the fucking point. Like I've said before, they churn these kids out of school with very little understanding of how a lot of the things that are going to have a massive effect on their life work. And they churn them out with so little confidence to go and do something. They just take whatever job is going, and they'll work for minimum wage for extra long hours and no bonus. And they don't realize how badly they're getting screwed. And all these massive corporations that create a lot of these minimum wage positions, they're fucking making bank. They've got a bunch of 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds earning fucking, I don't know, like a few quid an hour, considering how much it costs them to get down to work and back with the fucking travel infrastructure in the UK. They're fucking earning so little, and yet the products have never been more expensive. And I just, what I don't understand, right, is how so many products in the UK over the last 10 years, 20 or 15 years, have gone up in price so much. Like, everything has got so much more expensive. Like, things always over time, because of reliance on fossil fuels for the energy to manufacture and deliver them, along with a handful of other things. But ultimately, any time you've got a finite resource involved in the manufacturing and sale or delivery and sale of goods, it's always going to end up going up in price, because things cost more. One thing starts to cost more, so everything starts to cost more. It's just unfortunate. But yeah, it's fucking crazy how fucking expensive everything is, and yet how little money anybody has. And that's the biggest red flag for me. If I had 5 minutes to sit down with a financial chancellor and say, listen, there is no way that everything could have tripled in price over the last 10, 15, 20 years, however long it's taken, doubled in price, maybe tripled in price, and yet nobody is being paid more. There's just no way on paper that can be the case. If the supermarket is charging this much for food, Why is everybody on minimum wage? If the fucking pubs are charging this much for beer, why are all the bar staff working till fucking 1 a.m. on minimum wage? If everything in the fucking shop has gone up in price, why are all the kids that work there on minimum wage? Why is everybody on minimum wage, but everything is going up in price? Where is that money going? Because if everybody's on minimum wage, the cost of everything should stay reasonably stable because it's only a few factors going into putting the price up. But no, because of economic instability caused by the pandemic and a bunch of other things and a bunch of other excuses, there's always a supply chain issue because vertical integration means they can create artificial scarcity. If you own the logistics and the fucking manufacturing and the fucking production of all the materials involved in the construction of whatever you sell, you can pretend you've run out of something and then you can put the price up because of artificial scarcity. It's just how the trick has been played for hundreds of years. But vertical integration has made it way more common. But yeah, everything is expensive, yet nobody has any money. It doesn't make any sense to me because an economy within a bubble, within a vacuum, an economy where people have got a bunch of money, they can afford to spend a bunch of money, which means there's a bunch of money going into the economy, which means you can make more stuff. It should be creating this kind of flow of money from person to person, but it isn't. It's all being bled off into various different other financial instruments because of at the behest of billionaires. So we've got nothing left. Can vote in Sweden. I'm not living there. Yeah, Swedish bartenders earn £17 an hour, and when I was and that was like 3 years of experience. The longer you work, the higher it gets. Increase year. Yeah, and this is the thing. Is that the trouble is? I'd like to say that we should mandate that once somebody's been doing a job for 3 years, they have to get a pay rise of a certain amount, and then after 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, there should be some progression structure in terms of how much they earn. But the problem is, if we made that the law, companies would just start sacking people after 2 years, and they'd hire somebody else to do the job. Then they'd hire somebody else, and there'd be like this crazy churn of people constantly moving jobs because nobody wants to keep a member of staff for longer than 2 years. And if nobody's been working the job for longer than 2 years, then nobody's going to know what they're doing, which means as a customer, when you go anywhere, everything's going to be complete shit. And I know that's how they'd fucking get around it. So yeah, it's just, yeah. They don't in Sweden. Well, I'm not too sure how it works in Sweden, but yeah, in the UK, things are so unbelievably fucked. And the thing is, I think what we need to do is we need a prime minister or a financial chancellor or shadow cabinet, whatever the fucking title's called, that says to them, right, the percentage of people in your organization that work for minimum wage, so everybody from the fucking cleaners, the staff, the factory, the lorry drivers, the office staff, the admin staff, the customer service team, the amount of people, the ratio of people, the percentage of people within your organization that are on minimum wage is how much tax your company pays. And you just tax them for all the money you're going to have to use to help out all the people on minimum wage because they can't afford anything because everything's so expensive. Suddenly, it would be in the business's interest to pay their staff a decent amount, but they'd only pay a little bit more than minimum wage to get around it, right? Or they would splinter all of the companies into various different facets, and then they would make sure that all the people on minimum wage work for a delineation, work for a sister company or a daughter company or a shell corporation or whatever, a small separate corporation that makes no profit whatsoever. It always earns exactly what it needs to keep going, and therefore it never makes any profit, and therefore it never needs to pay any tax. Then they'd make all the money somewhere else where everybody in the business is on it. So yeah, it'd be so difficult to regulate, but I think that's the only way you're going to tie these cunts down. Your wage increase by experience increases every year because of union forces. Basically, every workplace to a higher the wage, and if they can do that in the UK, should be able to put that a law like that. Yeah, I'm not too sure how it fucking works.
No response. A pair of half-open.
Yeah, it's just for the longest time in the UK, there's just been this enormous
and frozen
demographic of minimum wage work that's done by the majority of people, and the cost of living and how much minimum wage pays it's been getting further. There's been a greater and greater disparity forming for decades, and now it's getting to a point now where it's getting to a point now where a lot of the markets that rely on people spending money are just starting to implode. Like they're just, because at one point, fucking Ticketmaster or some other fucking tout or organization was saying, well, people aren't going to shows anymore. People aren't going out. It's terrible. We're losing so much money. We're having to cancel shows. I mean, yeah, because you've been charging a fucking disgusting premium for fucking gig tickets for the last 10 years. Maybe 20 years. Ticketmaster used to pay like face value plus a small admin fee, but a while ago it just changed and they could just fucking charge what they want. And then there's dynamic pricing where tickets change price underneath all kinds of conditions. And it's like you're price gouging the fuck out of people. So people just stopped going to shows. And artists are saying it's fucking crazy. I've not sold out an arena for years. Like it's half full at best. And I'm like, where the fuck are all my fans? Maybe I'm falling off, but it's not. It's just because the tickets are so fucking expensive. Because even when the events organizer says, right, this act, this venue, it's got this many seats, we could probably sell 45, 50 pounds a ticket and it will sell out. They do that. Ticketmaster then is basically the only place you can buy tickets. They start fucking finagling and mucking around with everything. It quickly turns into £80 a ticket, and then the longer you leave it, the more it goes up. Before you know it, it's nearly £100 a ticket to go see somebody. So you don't go and see them live. And then the live music scene starts to fall apart. But if musicians can't perform in the live music industry, all they've got is the record label industry, which is incredibly fucking bad. So it's like you're basically killing off the validity or the possibility of people becoming musicians, because the two main aspects of being a musician are just financially fucked right now. And the fans, the people that would come and pay to watch, can't afford to do that anymore. So it's all falling apart.
The pile of blankets grunts. It's hard to say if there's
it's
anything
fucked,
left
you know.
could do.
And of course, at first, before we all knew this, the newspapers were like, "Oh, young people are killing the restaurant industry. Young people are killing the live music industry. Young people are killing the fucking public spaces industry. Young people are killing the fucking pub industry." And it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, they're just not going out. They're not going out and spending money in restaurants and pubs and venues. I'm like, what money? What money? Have you seen the economy? Oh, no, you haven't. You're too busy in your fucking £2.5 million flat in London being a journalist for some fucking shitty newspaper whose agenda is to fucking keep making their friends rich. Do you not understand that the reason people aren't, it's not like a choice. People aren't choosing to not do these things. They just can't afford to. You've priced them out, or you've allowed someone else to price them out. So they can't do it.
Silence. Only heat emanates
But
from
yeah,
the sleeping body.
You know, you've given a generation very little to work with, and you know the fucking gall to complain that generation is why these industries are failing. It's like, I'm sorry, no. And
He wouldn't be too thrilled to learn you
the worst
stole
thing
his
is,
stash. It was the last thing keeping
we've been
him
talking about fucking global warming for decades, and this year it's been so unbelievably hot. We've had such an awful drought. And everyone in the newspaper was like, oh, it's just kids complaining. It's just kids being snowflakes and blah, blah, blah. And then the farmers started showing up on fucking social media saying this grain shed is less than a third full. This grain shed that should have this many tons of grain to sell is less than a third full because of this drought. This grain shed or this enclosure where we keep a produce of some sort, we are basically churning out 15 to 20% of what we should be doing. So when it comes to winter, when we're not able to grow anything, there's not going to be enough food. And the supermarkets are going to start jacking the prices up even more. And I'm like, we were fucking talking about this in 2003. We were talking about this in 2006. You know, and here we are 20 years later with a drought so fucking bad, the farmers can't grow enough food. Which means if we want the supermarkets to have food for us to buy, we're going to have to import food from abroad. And guess what happens when you leave the fucking European Union and you try to import things? What happens? Time and cost both go through the fucking roof. So the produce is going to be more expensive and it's not going to be anywhere near as fresh. And I'm like, I swear to God, like, we have literally systematically fucked it into the wall in almost every fucking perceivable way. This country is a fucking joke, dudes.
The man groans
Oh, fuck
once
off,
again,
Kane.
but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the
You have to be a member of the union to get that
trying
increase
to
either.
just
But you basically had the USA model, that model didn't work. America flew to Stockholm and booked a hotel, saw Taylor Swift and went back. It was even 50% of the American. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. People travel to other parts of the world to see a gig because it's too expensive in some places. This year's drought more insane than those back in the 1900s. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not too sure about, but yeah, there's always some newspapers say, oh yeah, but we had a drought when we were, and we just got on with it. And then you found out, yeah, you had like 2 days where it was like 30 degrees. And we've had like multiple days where it hasn't gone below 27 degrees. Like it's the high has been 25. So the low has been like 24, 25, and the high has been basically 30. And it's been that way for like over a month. There's parts of London that haven't seen rain for over a month. And it's like, yeah, we joke about England being raining all the time. It rains all the time. But there's been no rain for a month in some parts of London. It's like, it's not normal. It's not normal. It's not fucking normal, chat.
A bundle of in the dark. Something, and it's not too late. Your hand you see. You don't have to take a lump of and look. Next to a groan, rise. The light. Don't.
I should have fucking done a save. Sorry, chat. It was high, and I thought we're bound to get it.
The pile of blankets. Silence. He wouldn't be too thrilled to learn you stole his stash.
Perception.
It was the last thing.
Yeah. Perception. Hearing. Thank you for the bonk, Tiger. I appreciate that. I've heard heat waves are quite normal every 50, 100, 500 years in different types. Same with cold, but of course they are longer now. Well, I mean, I'm not going to get into a climate change debate. The science has been done time and time again, and the polar ice caps are melting, and you know, fucking temperatures are getting worse for longer. There's more wildfires. There's so many like tangible statistical bits of evidence that prove we are making the planet, you know, not good to live on. Some people are getting rich out of it, and they're lobbying very heavily to stop that being publicized. But the truth is, we have made this planet significantly less, you know, comfortable to live on, and it's going to get worse. And as temperatures continue to worsen, it's just going to get to a point where we've gone too far, and there'll be a significant change in how many human beings can be supported by the planet, and that will then knock us back, you know, technology wise, you know, quite a distance in terms of, you know, what we can and can't do. We'll have to downsize the human race, and we'll have to stop technology that can't be justified, and we'll have to start coming up with better ways to do it. But that's all because we can't just come up with the technology now. They're going to wait until the shit hits the fan, and they're going to try and make money up until that point. But yeah, 2066, the Arctic will be on 1980 levels, for instance. 2040, the Arctic ozone layer will fully recover to baseline levels. Yeah, it hasn't even fully recovered yet. And the really annoying thing is the UK was actually on track to be much more carbon neutral in terms of how we generate energy. But then AI came. Well, lots of places, America, the world, lots of places around the world were working towards becoming more carbon neutral. But then, yeah, fucking AI boom came along, and now everybody threw that out of the window, and now everyone's just fucking, yeah, fuck the environment, just build as many data centers as we can. We got nothing that does perception, the boots. The little Bootingtons, they do perception.
The aging alcoholic is still there. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to just
heating that circuit anyway, even if it's popping to be. Well, yeah, this is it. Like I at this point, I can't get into any discussions or engage with negativity. I just can't. I'm at the fucking rock bottom. I've never been this depressed, and I just cannot engage with anything that isn't in some way, shape, or form trying to be positive or creative. If it's not positive or intriguing or, you know, creative or positive just in general, I'm just not fucking engaging with it because I just can't.
He's trying to call you a pig. His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth.
But yeah, I just can't anymore. I recorded a TikTok about it earlier, and I may or may not post it. But yeah, I can't. I just fucking can't engage with anything that isn't, you know, I can't keep allowing myself to engage with negative, divisive, argumentative shit. I need to move away from it. I need to be focusing on trying to fill my life with things that bring me happiness and joy and spur me on to be creative and everything, which is why I'm going to continue streaming. But a lot of other stuff that's just, it's too fucking negative, it's too fucking divisive, it's too fucking unpredictable, it's too expensive, it's too time consuming, it doesn't add enough value.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Word has traveled, yes, but nothing of real substance has surfaced yet, I gather.
Yeah, at the same time,
Wild Pines has eyes on the intersection, but not ears.
Like, at least once a day, somebody, like, outright refuses to accept my experience as fact. And I'm getting kind of tired of being called a liar. Because, like, even simple stuff, like, the other day on stream, things weren't working, right? So I put a VPN on, right? Just to see if a VPN would stop us getting disconnected. And it dropped a shit ton of frames, right? It connected, but it dropped, like, fucking 100 frames out of every 2,000. So it was going to make the stream really choppy. It was going to build up a shit ton of latency. So streaming over a VPN, even on fiber optic internet, didn't work, right? So somebody else was having problems buffering and disconnecting last night. And I said... somebody said, have you tried a VPN? And I was like, a VPN, you'll just drop loads of frames. And someone's like, that isn't true. And I was like, I'm like, I can fucking get you the fucking link to the VOD. I can show you the fucking VOD. It was a couple of weeks ago. I can show you the fucking VOD where I talk about being on a VPN and you can see how many frames it drops. I haven't got it in me anymore. People will argue about anything. And I'm sorry. I'm done. People can just be wrong about things. I don't fucking care. I just don't care anymore. Swear to God, if one more person point blank just says I'm fucking wrong without any evidence to prove it, without any fucking, like, evidence to show me that I've made a mistake, I'm just not doing it. I'm not.
It would give them a read on the entire quarter.
I've literally got the fucking VOD where I did the exact thing I'm talking about. Which is why I'm telling one of my friends who's a content creator that going onto a VPN won't work. And someone's like, no, that's not true. Shut the fuck up, brother. I wouldn't say if it wasn't true, I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't try and help my friend by lying to them. Fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. But anyway. Ozone layer to fully heal sometime between 2040 and 2070. Well, the thing is, if that prediction was done before the AI boom, it won't be true anymore. This is the thing. It won't be true anymore. Feeding Crumbs is going to be on a Netflix with Gordon Ramsay making food. Gordon and Gino. Was it last week when I was being disconnected like crazy and I fucking said I'll try and fucking use a VPN to see if it stops disconnect, and I connected the stream and it started dropping frames. Oh, the UN report. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it was last week, then maybe they'd taken into account. But yeah, I was going to say the ozone layer is probably going to end up pretty fucked. The ozone layer is probably going to be pretty fucked. All this AI, you know, it's like it's energy consumption on a level that's not been seen by, you know, not been, you know, observed before. So,
what's it to you? Big mess caused by Union greed, but I only fight for the rights of people.
Some cash to look into everything. Well, yeah, hopefully.
The man has turned his attention elsewhere.
I mean, maybe the ozone layer will fix itself, but we're still kicking out so much fucking pollution. And it's just the fucking generative AI art that comes out of it is so bad. It's so lifeless. Like, it just doesn't. It's clear that it doesn't understand what human beings are.
When a bunch of ungrateful beats me.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting.
UK milk jugs in plastic instead of using Tetra Pak made of paper. Makes the milk last longer. 2 milk jugs. Yeah, well, we used to get our milk in bottles, and it used to be delivered by somebody in an electric milk trolley. It was like an electric car, long before electric cars like we have now. But yeah, the milkman would drive around in like an electric car that didn't make any noise, delivering bottles of milk, and you could have like 1, 2, 3, depending how many pints you needed. And you just paid weekly, and then when you finished the milk, you rinsed the glass out and you put it back in the little caddy outside the front of your house. And then the milkman would collect that and put a new one down. And yeah, you had milk delivered to your door, and it had a foil cap that they would just stick another one on there. So that was it. The foil cap was the only thing you threw away. And yeah, but obviously that wasn't making anybody any money. There was no profit in that, so they stopped that, and then we have to go to the supermarket to buy milk in plastic jugs that we then have to fucking recycle at cost, while the supermarket pockets the difference. It's, yeah.
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up by a belt.
Should be paper instead of plastic. Yeah. Well, the economics is cheaper to make plastic, isn't it? So, you know. The trouble is, plastic is one of the things you get out of the petrochemical industry, and because plastic is a petrochemical off-run, you know, it's a byproduct of the petrochemical industry. Because we continue to use fossil fuels and petrol to use for energy, we're just going to keep using plastic because it's otherwise they wouldn't have a use for it. But yeah. But one thing I will say, plastic for certain items, yeah, makes perfect sense. Single-use plastic, that's the problem. Plastic itself isn't a problem. Plastic is actually a material that has a number of characteristics and qualities that make it fairly versatile for certain things. But single-use plastic is problematic because we can't fucking recycle the stuff, and we never should have started using it for packaging for single-use. We never should have done that. But somebody figured they could make it cheaper to package and sell it for the same price, and that will give them their 5% that the shareholders want. Now here we are.
Your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air.
This is it. Is basically
not his.
Basically, everything has had the absolute maximum amount of profit extracted from it. And because of that, the quality of everything is terrible, but the cost of everything is incredibly high. And we've been born into that.
Silence is the
and there's just no real way we're ever going to fucking break out of it until we start, you know, regulating and mandating that, yeah, you have to choose the least troublesome product, you know, packaging, product, whatever. You can't just make a product that creates loads of problems for other people and other parts of the world. Plastic as a container for food is a problem because as soon as the food is then, you know, cooked and eaten, that plastic is difficult to get rid of. So yeah, I think that any company that, you know, uses plastic to package their products should be massively taxed to go towards the cost of recycling it. Because yeah, at the moment there's way too many companies that create something and they keep all the profit for themselves, but all of the problems then end up going somewhere else.
Again? I can't believe this shit. Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. We're not wasting time. There is no time. I get it, okay, but what is the motive? That would be my first guess, yes. I don't know. Why are you? Oh my god, there's more. You...
Yes? What is it?
The horse-faced woman, for fuck's sake. Such a horrible name to give to a woman, for fuck's sake.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. acknowledging your presence.
Paper instead of plastic, at least. I find it so weird because the inventor of the Tetra Pak also lived in England, so they should be. Yeah. Sweden, it was the other way around. Cardboard, like Tetra Pak, was cheaper than plastic or glass. Only way to get out is the first move out of the. Yeah. And the thing is, I suspect that Tetra Pak or whatever it is probably cheaper than plastic, but because we have like a plastic industry, there's probably places packaging stuff out of plastic that would have to be redesigned and changed, and that would cost them money. And they don't want to spend money. They've already got a money-making enterprise, so they're just going to milk it as much as they can. But the government needs to have the backbone to say, right, if your food is packaged in plastic, you now pay more tax. Now, unfortunately, that means they will charge the supermarkets more, that they will then charge the public more, because it's always going to get passed on to the public. So you've got to find a way to stop them passing it on to the public, but also mandate that they do things in a way that doesn't destroy or detriment the world. But like I say, they have entire crews of people, teams of people, figuring out how to get around these fucking legal frameworks. That's what they do. In Europe you'll see more stuff cardboard based. It's plastic in it, but it's different kind of plastic and fine lining. Can't even see it. Like, you know, you can get like a film that's obviously a tight. Like once you peel the film off, it's literally like this little ball. It's nothing. The structural rigidity is cardboard, which is easily recycled. But anyway, we have got an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. There'll be a raffle tips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in just a moment. But yeah, there are better ways to do a lot of the things that we do in the UK, but they don't make money, so we won't do them, and that's just the UK all over. But yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Shit. Ball coming back. Can we sneak past the ball? Oh no, we cannot. The basement. Oh dear. Excuse me.
Angry like some Blackwater would-be business tycoon with a bad case of hemorrhoids.
I'll give you a bad case of someone just shot me in the head if you don't hurry
up. I can be a floating head. I should have got a long sleeve one. But I can be a floating head. Fucking hell. That's a lot of beans. That is a considerable amount of beans. Where the fuck are my souls? Oh, really, game? Really? Thing is, that battery will disappear because it's purple, so the battery needs to go in there. Ah, do we take the teleporter to the battery? Hang on. Because if we put that there. Dudes, this game is so fucking cool. This game is so fucking cool, dudes. It's so clever. I'm Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently unable to use a Gatling gun properly, but welcome on in. Peach Blossom. Is that the original Dino? Did they change Dino Dance back? Did they change it back? They changed Dino Dance back. Can we get some Dino Dances in chat? They put it back. Dick. Stamina. Fucking hell. That was scuffed as shit at the end there. He got all fucking wily on me. I couldn't keep an eye on him, man. He kept moving. Fuck. That was lucky. If we leave and, you know, because we left that cabin and we were being chased from that cabin, but then we ended up in another cabin. Does that count as the same cabin? I know that doesn't make any fucking sense and I apologize. But it's the boss fight. Definitely taught me and they'll also just follow a path. Oh. Get fucked, dickhead. Fuck, okay. Okay. Medea, done. Dragon Slayer Crumbs. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's a good new top. 150,000 souls. Let's go. Let's go level. Thank you for the GGs. I appreciate that. Thank you. What, yeah, it's Dark Souls 2 and this game have both done that, right? When I am running full speed, you can't hit me with an arrow. I'm sorry. Bit of a puzzle to figure out which ones to reverse and which ones to leave. Is this... No. That's why there's a shortcut. That's why there's a shortcut, breadcrumbs. Come on, you know how these games work. You know how these games work. Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, might as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! You unbalanced trash! Get fucked! Do you see me, chat? Get fucked! Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. But I was tired and got overtiredness when only sleeping 3 hours. Been up since 23:30 today. Worked, so I'm going to sleep. Yes, please make sure you get enough sleep, dude. Because yeah, like I said, Matt was asking for you, and I was like, I'm not sure what hours Krill's doing at the moment. And also, if they need to catch up on sleep, they need to catch up on sleep because, yeah, kid on their own and working crazy hours, traveling to work because you can't just go down the road to where you work. You have to go to where the road needs to be built, and that could be fucking anywhere, right? You do a lot of traveling for work, you stay away from home a lot, and you don't always get the most amount of sleep, so if they're not here, they're probably just sleeping. So yeah, make sure you get enough sleep, dude.
Then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Just dragged her away, huh? Stone cold. Didn't think you had it in you.
Only had like 52 hours in there in 3 days last week, and I called in sick on Thursday and Friday. It was too much. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your calling in sick, dude, because I know that obviously you've got, you know, responsibilities with Lisa and everything. So please make sure you're getting enough sleep, dude.
Yeah.
It's very important.
The son of a bitch. I certainly didn't have it in me. I always let the pretty ones go. I'm soft like that.
To not work over 52 hours in 3 days, it's too much. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and the thing is, I think I'm obviously I'm not as short on sleep as you are, but I think I need to take a few days off because I'm struggling to get out of bed in the morning so badly, and I'm just not with it. And I think I need a couple of days to just fuck around and do some bits and pieces around the flat and try and, you know, just have some time to improve my living space a bit, tidy up a little bit, and just have a few days where I stay in bed till 11 and get to bed at like 10 o'clock and just really try and brute force some sleep.
Yeah. Like when we let old Clancy's widow walk.
Just chill so you can feel calm. Yeah, this is it. There's a lot of work to do.
The dining grill. The milk rack on that one.
But yeah, I realized that it was probably middle of last year before I had any time off my job. And it's past the middle of this year. So I've been at it for a year without really taking much of a break. So
Can't say I wasn't sad to see her go. Our Claudia there. Her face when your friend walked her out. Goddamn. Like she was walking to the gallows.
He avoided looking her straight in the eye. You would have too.
Yes. Normal. Nothing to do about it now, I guess. I just hope she can game her way through the system and come out the other way. Don't think I forgot how I specifically let you know how I felt about her arrest either. Now, what do you want? Why? You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it, or fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off!
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
Right, so logic 5. Should be able to ask him. So logic. Logic, logic, logic. Yeah, what I would love to see is all these clothes as like a list, because I know there's only a small window that we could view them in, but yeah, being able to see what they do, having all these sort of like buffs on the right hand side of the icon, so I could just scroll down until I see, because I have to mouse over every single one to see if it does what we need. And yeah, Or it would be nice to be able to say, just equip everything that helps this stat and it just automatically does it. That would be a very nice thing to add. But don't think.
It's you again.
Much is going to be added to this game. In fact, I think they've broken stuff by adding. They added the collage mode and a few other things. I think they broke the fucking lighting a little bit.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Because she was here all night with us.
Because Clausia told us that she was upstairs.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
No.
The window Clausia gave for the time of death was from 11:30 to 12:15.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out, too. She has a complex operation to run from her lorry. She's a busy girl. Always has been.
Of course. Ruby is the lady driver in this great big jam mystery. Probably. You'll have to keep investigating. They'll never open up about it.
Just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the
Yes, Tiger, I owe you a smoothie check. Thank you for the deep breath as well. But yes, once again, Blue Bolt, which is guava, lime, apple, coconut water, and blue spirulina. Kim's gone, yes. So, welcome in, Stabs, first of all. We arrested Clausia because we didn't do that before, and then later on she ran. But this time round, I was like, okay, so I felt bad, but we'll arrest her. But obviously that means that Kim is now escorting her down to the station, so he's gone for the day. So that means there's a few things we can do without Kim, but it's helpful when Kim isn't around. So yeah.
That means he suspected her too.
So is the leopard thing? Yes, yes.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby.
I've put some clothes on for this skill check, but yeah.
This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
Unless it was an exceptional, almost godly sniper.
Garbage. It wasn't a Sambo artist call. I've been doing this.
Good about that, yeah. No, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Let me give you a lesson.
How are you doing, Stabs? It's good to see. Hope you've had a good Wednesday, a good Monday so far. I don't even know what fucking day it is anymore, chat.
And it's never a bullet bending sniper.
Your Fitz, welcome in, dude. How's it going? What's up, home dogs? Grand Tar, how about you? Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, I did get some sleep last night, and yeah, I've had a reasonably productive Monday. It's cooled down a little bit. I've managed to get the fan that broke to turn on again. It doesn't oscillate anymore, but I've ordered a replacement motor that arrived today. So yeah, I can fit that motor hopefully, and then that should hopefully be the end of that. It should be fixed. Then I can keep using that fan for the rest of summer because it is fucking roasting hot. But yeah, I think I'm gonna try and get a fan to blow air in from the kitchen and a fan to blow air out of the window over there, and see if the circulation helps, because I think it will. But yeah, doing all right. Been out of stuff to do lately. Kind of frustrating. So you haven't got anything to do, really? There's loads of video games to play.
Not to say that.
You've got the challenge dungeons in Bloodborne. You know.
Oh. People say there was a pinball arcade here.
Good.
Sometime
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
What was it called, Theo?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I've kind of got to a limit with a lot of stuff. Like I don't have the patience to fucking disagree or argue or fucking explain things at the moment. Like if if people aren't willing to listen to me, I'm just like, cool, whatever, you know, I'm good. Because yeah, over the last 6 or 7 months, I've had multiple people just point blank refuse to believe what I'm saying, and I'm like, this is fucking pointless. Like, if a human being who's had that experience is just going to be ignored, we are fucked. Like, the human race is fucked. Like, if we can't pass on knowledge of experiences from one person to the next, we all become much more stupid as a species. That's one of the most advanced things we do, is we have learned from previous experiences, and previous experiences that other people have had that can teach us about how things work. It's how you learn about the world without making the mistake, because ultimately in life you have to learn from your mistakes, but once you become clever enough and aware enough, you learn from other people's mistakes. You watch other people make mistakes and you learn from them. But yeah, like recently, like, people have categorically disagreed with me about something that is factually correct, and I'm like, fuck off, stop being a fucking idiot. Like, if you give me 10 minutes, I can give you irrevocable proof of what I am talking about. Irrevocable proof. I can get you the fucking paper that studied it for 6 years and fucking proved that this is the case.
He's dealt the pinball.
Just because some fucking influencer on TikTok said something different, the science has been done. It's there. You can read the paper. It's publicly facing knowledge. It is freely available. Here is the link. It's about 30 to 40 pages long, but it systematically breaks down the testing methodology and the sample size, and how they fucking basically removed anything, absolutely anything that could have skewed or biased the outcome, and then presented the factual outcome of the study. The science has been done. It's right there, but they're like, but that's not true. Oh my God, brother, fucking fine. It's not true. Have fun being an idiot for the rest of your life because you refuse to do the reading. Have fun, you know, have fun, you know. Find a Swede and fight them, make your ancestors proud. Don't want to do the Chalice Dungeons because it's just a game. It's just the game I want to play. I don't know, man. I think if you want to get the best blood gems, and you know, but I don't know if you've got PS Plus yet, because I presume when Grand Theft Auto 6 finally does come out, you'll probably need PS Plus because it'll be an online only title, right? But I don't know if you have it now. But Signalis is free on PSN right now, and Big Walk is free, and Dying Light as well. Dying Light 2, I think, is free as well. Yeah. Don't care about blood gems. But they make the fucking weapons so good. Counter argument, Braundo's got what plants crave. It's got electrolytes. Defeated the game only using the ones you get throughout the game. Yeah, but you put blood gems onto the weapons to make them even more powerful. This is the thing. Once you get the right combination, the right cocktail of blood gems on a weapon, ooh, the transforms go brrr.
And how does she come into it? That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
That's what I did. I used the ones I got throughout the game. Don't need anything else. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, yeah, I don't imagine you'll be doing much PvP, because ultimately, having a build that is high level with all the best blood gems for PvP it's more of a PvP thing, I suppose. If you're not interested in doing PvP, then it doesn't matter. But yeah.
Me and Angus are going.
Yeah, so if you're not doing it, I suppose PvP would be where it would make the most difference. Because yeah, when you go up against people that do PvP, they're going to have the best blood gems on the best weapon. They're going to be doing a disgusting amount of damage. So yeah.
How about I go instead of?
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it? I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying it's part of the elevator she used to get up there? That's one mystery down then. An architectural mystery. Doesn't much concern Ruby, does it? Footprints. Recent. That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that call. Good news is, I'm still listening. Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Wow, man, can we? I mean...
That'd be awesome.
I beat that royalist machine 20 times now.
All right, all right. We can get the barman to bring them down. What else? I don't like guessing, Cole. No one does.
But yeah, like, after getting the damp tempering, because do you know what the silly thing is, right? Like, I have the sprite maps and the blood gem ones. Yeah, you can see how they evolve to be like, you know, the top form of each one. That's just items, but yeah, like I have the sprite maps. And did you know, right? Do you know what's fucking insane to me, right? The fucking sprite map or texture mesh map, whatever you want to call it, for Japan Studios Presents and From Software, the E of From Software is not. It's actually realigned. So they put From Software and then they cut another piece of E to put it at the end to make it say From Software. It's so wild to me. But there's a bunch of dead space at the bottom here, right? But they could have just made it a little bit wider and put the E at the end and made the whole thing like much more narrow. So it probably would have been the same file size, same texture size to put into a buffer, but they wouldn't have to do any of the calculations to take a piece of the sprite map and put it somewhere else. So I have no idea why it's like that. But yeah, obviously, if you wanted the original artwork to put into Steam for the PC version that we now launch, yeah, the original artwork's part of it as well. But yeah, and there's also, I mean, obviously, what I wanted to do is I wanted to take some of this stuff, and I wanted to use it on the stream, just to have some more Bloodborne themed stuff on stream. Because yeah, I mean, this 1080p brickwork texture is really nice. That'd be really nice to use for something. But you guys may have noticed the first words is Bloodborne themed. I've actually got the smoke that actually, this is the one that from the actual game, along with a few other scratchy textures that we do or don't see. This one here, that's the actual smoke from the loading, from the location name when you go to a new area.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old, faded. It'd have been there for 20 years at least.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt, in the shape of a gun.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it? Also inoperable?
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
Look, fucko. Ruby and I are pretty tight. She would have showed me the gun if she had one. She knows I love guns.
Yeah, everyone knows Glenn loves guns.
I don't know, Glenny. Ruby's a little secretive, isn't she? Wasn't
Thank
like
you
she
giving it
told
away
you
again.
every little thing.
Look who's finally speaking. Ratty's been uncharacteristically quiet since you started theorizing. Maybe he has something to gain from implicating her.
Nah, this kind of heat is not easy to come by. It took us some time to get gunned up to where we are now.
Still, he's thinking about it now. And he knows gunning up has nothing to do with this.
You lost your gun?
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder? Sure. Take your sorry ass out of here. Ruby didn't use your lost gun to kill him.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
I don't knock up. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
I shouldn't have mentioned it. I shouldn't have mentioned
Easy
it.
now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Like fuck she was.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs. The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Yeah, like what? A thing, you mean?
Yeah, but they're both girls.
No, it's bewildering for me too.
She's not a ghost. She's gay. You'd have to be an idiot not to... Guys, I'm not the only one who knew. Right?
Knew what? First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a who? It's a lie.
Dude.
Come on, Glenn.
Please.
She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass. Figures. But that Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. So there is some truth to it. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a Hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit...
And then, boss, use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
If it's true. But it's not. Right?
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to. Yeah.
He knows he's avoiding the more serious implication, and so does Titus.
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this seriously, cop, you put your head in your ass.
No, I shouldn't have asked that.
Now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod, and a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about, ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why? She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would. Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation. I told you. No, you, as in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Sure, the human experiment.
I'm just a normal cop with normal thoughts in my head.
You know, when I first saw you limp in here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure. She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
And then when they're all empty, just move onto the next can. Don't look back unless there was something you missed.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
Silence. He nods.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This called Titus, this called Pete. But she was too scared. She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn. A little. On the coast. More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Lizzie needed some air. You're a smart cop, but you're a stupid person. No one goes to tell Everard anything. If he has to know, he has to know fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Sure, there are some shithouses there. A cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up. Boyish, hair's red, dyed. She looks like a Lowry man. It'll have to. Asshole till the end, huh? Well, fuck you, too, then.
I'm not shaking his hand. He's been fucking difficult the whole fucking game. And I don't need to be the Hardy's hero, whatever, so it doesn't matter.
Does Kuno care? Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way, street way. Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker, distracted him. That's some sick shit. Tell your little slanty-eyed friend.
So everyone on Nvidia has a promotion for 3 months of Discord Nitro for free in the Nvidia redeems on the app. And also whatever the fuck that is. Oh, excuse me, sir. I'll try and remember to do that after stream. I mean, I think I pay for it anyway, but I'll give it to my brother.
To hear all about it, but first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit. Kuno knows what Kuno means. Wow, that's heavy. There you go. More than half in there. Kuno's fucking honorable like that. Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig? The fuck do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we got plans.
Yeah, you do some Sambo shit, sneak in. Was the Beano-clad hooker thing real? What?
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops for a second.
I see the tasks and
Then
skills. That's, yes, no, I've got the
reorienting himself.
Oh yeah, I haven't fucking. Hang on.
Right. Kuno's dad
I have to do it every fucking time. Hang on.
Kuno told you. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
Hang on a
Fucking
sec.
breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to
Hang on a
Kuno's
sec.
dad.
Hang on a sec. If I go to here and copy this, you guys can't see it. On here. Stabby, thank you so much for the resub, my dude. I appreciate that. How many months is that? That is 29 months. Holy fuck, that's almost 30 months. That is insane. Thank you so much for the support, Stabs. I appreciate that, dude. That is very kind of you. Thank you. So, if I go here, here, and here, and paste this in here, and then connect. So now, what I can do for you guys is I can push this button here.
You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend.
That's rigged. He did pay to win on the raffle, not fair. I did stab you.
Narrow window. Kuno window.
Right, so what I can do now is I can click this button here, and it will create a vote in the chat on Twitch, and you guys can then vote on which dialogue choice we do. You guys can choose, but I don't know if anybody's voted yet. But yeah, you guys can vote on what dialogue choice I use. And also, this button here allows you guys to change my stats. So for 2 minutes, it pops up on the screen. You guys can move the stats around and then confirm. I think you can vote to change stats. And then once the vote goes through, for 2 minutes, my stats have changed. So you could do a run where... you could do a run where people like constantly fuck with your stats and also constantly choose the worst dialogue options. But
Kuno's not fucking trying to be tough. This shit is real.
Prime is in my name for when I had a student discount, so I'm decided to pay for Prime and we both just use that one account to save money that way. Fair enough.
Stomach fucked up and
As long as it's, yeah, if you can still both get a use case out of it. Got some 70% chocolate with mint. Yeah, 70%.
Kuno's gonna go out like that too. Gonna be just like Kuno's violent dad. Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. Go out West Revachol style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
86. Yeah, we get 70, 80, and 90%. But it's lint, so it's not like special stuff. It's just, yeah, a bit better than supermarket chocolate. But yeah, it's good. It's anti-inflammatory. So I've been trying to consume dark chocolate because it's anti-inflammatory. And inflammation is a big problem for me at the moment.
Kuno's got hard shit, death shit.
This is Marabou. I think we've spoken about this before, I think.
Get your fucking nun ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think because you brought Kuno 1 gram of speed, your friends now? Turn into... Kuno ain't turning into
Disgustingly
shit.
made in sweet.
Kuno is that shit.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
He did not win. There is a crack in there now, and it's spreading across the face of his certainty.
Yeah, so fucking what? Fuck are you talking to Kuno about that kiddie shit?
He's trying to fuck you again.
Fuck out of here. Kuno knows it's fucking lame. That's why Kuno changed it. Kuno can change his name into anything. Gonna change my name into...
Don't change your name into that, Kuno.
Fuck right there, where? Fucking 3 years or some shit. Fuck that shit. Kuno's gonna move underground. Lead I am shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
Yeah, pig. This shit is done. Now get the fuck out of Kuno's face. The fuck about it. You're testing Kuno.
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Right. Couple of skill points in the bag in case we need them. Mint and chocolate together are just so damn good. Yeah, I used to like mint chocolate, but I've kind of gone off of it over the years. I think the novelty wears off. Average UK discussion right there. Not quite that bad. But yeah, Kuno, he's got a bit of a Geordie twang. Kuno, maybe he's from fucking Birmingham or Newcastle. Scouser, I'd say. Yeah, no, I think it's more Geordie than Scouser. I think there might be a bit of Scottish, bit of Scouse in there, but I think it's more Geordie to me. Because yeah, like, I mean, Kuno doesn't fucking care. He would be like, eh. He would like let that, like, he would like sort of like let that rattle on the, but he's like, Kuno doesn't fucking care. So it just feels a bit more Geordie to me. But I don't know. Maybe I could compare them at some point.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Got Scousel's from Liverpool. Yeah. Well, it's northern. It's northern sort of Scottish kind of Glasgow, kind of Liverpool. It's that sort of mixture. Although I never really looked up the actual origin, but
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Irish, Scottish, and English. Yeah. Liverpudlian. A lot of Irish migrants went to.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
This is a sharp one.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
Aye, that you are, Dark Omen. Help yourselves and your organization. Help the storm clouds gather on the horizon.
Of Irish migrants. How many livers do they have pulled up there? And why are there livers in a pool? Bank office. Oh, well, I tell you what. Do you know what? Like I say, I've never really looked up much of the history of it, but quickly, I just want to double check. Liverpool is a port city. The name comes from the Old English lifer, meaning thick or muddy water, and pol, meaning pool or creek. It was first recorded in 1190 as Leopold. According to the Cambridge Dictionary of English Place Names, the original reference was to a pool or tidal creek now filled up, into which two streams drained. Other origins of the name have been suggested, including Elverpool, in reference to a large number of eels in the Mersey. In Merseyside, the adjective Liverpudlian was first recorded in 1833. Yeah, Mersey. On the River Mersey. On the Merseyside. Stockport and Warrington. Yeah, that's where the name comes from. The more you know. So it's named after dirty as fuck water. Well, thought it was going to say, yeah, what valid?
There's not much to tell. People come and go.
Excuse me.
Now, was there something else?
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too. As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others.
One of my favourite YouTube series is the bloke Ed Pratt. He travels the entire length of the Thames and only leaving it to sleep and eat. Such a good... The entire length of the Thames? Yeah, I suppose it's pretty long.
The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp.
Excuse me.
You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
Oh, not travelling on the riverbank. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say. Like, yeah, you could travel on the riverbank, I suppose. But yeah, then we have like, there's loads and loads of like, loads of rivers that people live on longboats, right? They have like a boat that's really long, hence the name. But it's long enough for it to be a functioning boat, but also have living space. Yeah, like a little living room and kitchen and diner, kitchen diner thing. And then a bed to sleep in. But yeah, people live on them. Yeah, and they just float about, literally. Which was really interesting. When we got to Amsterdam, we saw people on like floating like boats, and there's like bollards where you can tie up, and then there's a post box with a number, and you can tell people where to forward your post, so you can get post even on your boat. And we saw a few people that had like a sort of a boxy looking boat with like a deck on the top with like a lawn chair that was screwed down, so they could sit on top of it and it wouldn't fall off or anything. I was like, that's pretty cool.
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though.
I had to walk some of it because the Thames beginning, like the spring is dry as fuck. Yeah, lots and lots of rivers and estuaries have like just shriveled, and like they've exposed loads and loads of fucking like ground.
Something bad.
Which obviously smells terrible.
Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. bad idea. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with.
But I think you may have suggested that guy when my controller was broken. You might have suggested that guy. We put a YouTube video on some guy trying to travel in a straight line through like all the fucking rough terrain and everything. It was pretty.
Extra ammunition. She's
that was
longer
years
than
ago, I think.
Ready to fight some cops.
The whole series of going around the world on a unicycle. I think recently a woman circumnavigated the globe and set a new record. Because, oh, come on, memory. Because I think somebody set a new record, and then the article went into the previous record that was held by a woman who decided to circumnavigate the globe, who was told that it couldn't be done. Excuse me. Hang on. Okay, it is working. Just checking.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
GeoWizard does straight line missions across countries. Yeah, and I think somebody did one. I think it might have been in like the Pyrenees or something. But yeah, they figured out that there were no unhikeable obstructions on a particular line, and they were trying to set a record for the longest distance you could travel on foot. Like hiking doesn't count as a restriction, but unrestricted, can you walk? Like, over like hills and stuff, but like there's no like giant valleys or rivers or whatever. You can just you can travel by foot, and I think it was somewhere in the Pyrenees.
Yes,
but maybe because the Pyrenees is a mountain range as far as I remember, but maybe I'm getting it confused. Maybe it was somewhere else.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear we welcome all kinds of people here. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
Yeah, there was also a guy that said they were going to walk as in a straight line for as long as they could in America. And it was like days they were walking. And they made it quite far, but yeah. America is famously like not very walkable. And like their entire infrastructure is built around cars, like car parks and roads. So like the pavement just ends, or the sidewalk as they call it, but the pavement that you walk on just fucking ends, like you just can't walk any further, and then there's like, just a fucking grassy lay-by next to the road that you've got to walk along. And luckily the roads are quite wide and they have like a pretty wide space on like the hard shoulder. They've got like a pretty big space you could walk in, but yeah, it's not very safe. But yeah, it's fucking crazy how like my friends that have been to America to like various cities that I've never visited, they're like, it's fucking crazy, dude. Like you'll be walking to get somewhere and then you just can't get there. You have to get on a train or you have to get a car, you have to get a taxi. And I was like, it's not designed for you to walk anywhere. And then like young American people go abroad, they study abroad in Europe and they're like, do you know what's fucking crazy, dude? Like I don't use my car. I got here and bought a car immediately, but I don't need it. Metro, the bus, you walk, it's just you can get anywhere nice and easily.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
A lot of weird shit, like a series called Tenner in My Pocket, and he tries to go somewhere in a country with only a tenner or 10 euros, relying on people being nice and giving him shelter and food. Yeah, and there have been a few times where, like, people, because in the UK, travel is incredibly expensive. People who live near Heathrow or Gatwick, if they want to get to another part of the country, like it's cheaper to get on an aeroplane and fly to Spain and then land. Like there's a few airports north here because you've got Heathrow in London and Gatwick in London. But if you go a bit further north, I don't know if there's Stansted as well, but you've got like airports up north, and because the trains are so fucking expensive, it's cheaper to fly to Spain and then to fly from Spain to Gatwick to get into London than it is to get the fucking train. It's cheaper, and not by a small amount. It's significantly cheaper. That's what some people do. They commute to London, you know, once or twice a week by plane because it's cheaper. It's fucking so stupid. Excuse me.
I cleaned it, like I always do. No. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I do tell. Exit from what? No, she's a fighter.
Good season update for Battlefield 6 tomorrow. Adding 2-seater jets, Wake Island as a map, and also a new sniper rifle. I can't wait for it to be even more broken, dude. That game is so fucking busted. It's so unbalanced. And yeah, like so many times, like the top squad, everybody's under level 50. I'm like, there's clearly some sort of bias towards new players. It can't just be the occasional good COD player moving over. There's obviously something going on with the hit reg, the hitboxes, and the damage variations and everything. Some players just won't fucking die. You just like, I've got a clip where I throw 3 C4s at an enemy and it only does like 20 or 40 damage. It just isn't doing the full damage amount. The VSSM is a fucking joke of a weapon. The spotting is still really fucked. The fucking gadgets are still massively overpowered or massively underpowered. The vehicles are still such a fucking problem on some maps. And yeah, the spawning is still broken. There's so many fucking problems with that game. It literally is the worst Battlefield game I think they've released. Includes a shit ton of fixes too. Yeah, I mean, they fixed a bunch of other stuff and they've just made it worse. So yeah. Having to do with ping and having high ping players in a match, high ping players affecting the entire match. Yeah, but it's just the thing is, like, whenever ever since the last 50% sale, whenever I get really truly mugged off, like something it was just completely out of the ordinary, like really unfair, it's always a low level player. When I get into a gunfight and I'm fighting somebody and they shoot me and they gun me down because they're a better shot, always 200 plus. And it's just like, I haven't been killed by a new player in a way that would make me feel that they're like a good player. It's always the most random fucking shit. Like they'll throw a grenade, I'll see the grenade fly over there. I look and it's miles away and I'm shooting, returning fire, and then bang, and the grenade does 100% damage from like the other side of the room. I'm like, that grenade was nowhere fucking near me. And I'll be firing at them and bullets are going, and the gun's jumping about, but I can see the red dot is on their head, but the bullets are just not hitting them. And then literally they fired like they just full auto around a corner, 3 headshots, really, like one after the other, 60 damage each. I'm like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You know, I think there's something going on. I think that there's a process of onboarding new players to keep them in the game because they've lost so many players because of the game being just unbalanced. And I think that they're doing something to try and make it a good experience for new players because they've lost so many old players. And yeah, it's being touted as the most successful Battlefield game release, but it's literally the worst one I've played. You know, 3, 4, Hardline 2, 1942, 2042, they were all okay in ways. They had problems, but they were okay. 4 and 1 were like perfect almost, but yeah, this has been like literally the worst one. Those new players could just be console players with aim assist. Yeah, this is the thing. They're mouse and keyboard players sometimes. They're mouse and keyboard players sometimes. Only had it happen when it's controller players abusing aim assist. Yeah, I don't know. There's just been a few times where it's not even about aim assist. It's just damage values. I mean, it's literally just damage values. Like, I think the outbreak's going to finish in a second, unfortunately, but can't find the fucking clip now. Is it this clip? So, here I am, shotgun and a revolver. So, at this point, I think we can agree the shotgun is working, right? So, I shoot the guy out of the Jeep, but the Jeep kamikazes into my teammate, right? So, I revive my teammate, right? Because that's the right thing to do when you're playing Battlefield, right? A bot jumps out of here, takes us by surprise. I go to knife him because I was reloading. Right? That shot there, it was a bit disgusting, but as you can see, ping, hit reg, it's working, right? I see an enemy about to duck and hide underneath that wall. I know what I'll do. Chuck a grenade in there. See if it damages him. Doesn't. But I've got C4. Right, one C4, as you can see, I'm throwing a C4 directly at the red dot. You can see that, right? It's going directly towards him. 20 damage, apparently. Okay? He's still there on the mini-map, right? 40 damage, so I did another 20 on top of the 20 I just did. Again. Another 20 damage. I look at it and think, what the fuck is going on? I'm just going to shotgun him. I fire the shotgun. Pretty much point blank, it's a shotgun. That was a hit. Nothing. He kills me. I'm sorry. It's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. Stuff like that has happened so... I've started clipping it now. Stuff like that has happened so often where I do something that is almost a surefire kill. And it just does it. They just will not fucking die. And then they go and just kill me, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm just fucking done. I'm done. But yeah, I have a feeling
good company.
that unless they do a full revamp, like no new content, just a whole season of bug fixes, they won't be able to save it, dude.
So I really appreciate that about her.
I watched numerous content creators who have all moved on. Like, I watched probably about 20 or 30 different content creators playing Battlefield 6. They're all on Hell Let Loose Vietnam, on Strike Point or whatever it is. They've gone back to Siege. They've gone back to COD. They've gone back to something else. So many people have just said, you know what? It's not even that the game is, like, unfun to play. I just can't get any content out of it. The matches are really one-sided. Stupid bullshit keeps happening. I can't work with this game, so I'm just going to play something else. And I'm like, I get it, you know? Like... I just, yeah.
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
Actually missed that first shot of the hangar door, but the ping gave it to you. Well, I hit them, but obviously the animation of them running made them a bit further ahead. But I did hit them with the shotgun shell. Maybe they had low health and I only clipped them with the edge of it, but I did hit them. The guy in the Jeep, I definitely hit, you know.
She tried
but the 3 C4s, it did damage every time. The 3 C4s, it did damage every time, and he was exactly where I thought he was going to be, where the C4 should have killed him. I was just like, oh, man, I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. Because the amount of times I've hosed somebody and backed off to reload, and I see the C4 fly in through the door, and it doesn't matter if I'm like 2-3 meters back, it just gets me. I'm like, yeah, so... No. C4 is brutal. C4 has a brutal range. Like, you can chuck it over the wall and get you. Trust me, C4 is brutal. I've had multiple kills with it in both Battlefield 4 and also 2042. Like, the C4 is fucking brutal.
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her
I've
to
deleted
have
the
a
clip
beer
as well.
on the beach while watching the sunset.
I've deleted the clip, but I've got a clip of it happening. What did I call it? I've deleted the clip, but on Hagenthal base on A, there's like a little there's the big blast door, and then there's like the side door. and that side door is like a corridor that joins onto like a 45-degree corner. I'm firing at somebody, and I move back, and a C4 goes off, and I didn't know where it was, so I frame by framed it, and yeah, you could see the C4 flying in through the door, and it blew me up. So yeah, never had C4 do consistent damage to infantry unless it's basically a direct hit. I had multiple times happen today. I promise you, dude, I've seen people throw the C4 around a corner and just detonate it and get like 4 or 5 kills. Like it can be, but like I say, if you throw it around a corner, it does 20 damage, or just doesn't do any damage at all because they don't want to kill a new player. I don't know, but yeah, I've seen like it's one of those things. It was in Battlefield 1, it was in Battlefield 5, it was in Battlefield 4. You know, on Battlefield 1, you had the weird twisty dynamite thing, but yeah, throwing a satchel charge around a corner and detonating it to finish off on it, I've seen it been done so many times. Well, this is the thing, is that, you know, like I'm getting mugged. The thing is, when I'm getting mugged off against players that are like really high level, I'm like, damn, I need to fucking practice. You know, I need to get better. When I'm getting fucking destroyed 8 times to 2 for a new player, I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I'm sorry, I don't believe it.
I heard her rushing in.
There's absolutely no way. There's no way that when I was level 30, I was running around destroying people that were level 200. I'm sorry, it just wasn't happening.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
They can be, but the frequency of coming up against a player who is like level 30, which is like maybe 10 hours of gameplay, that's fucking destroying the entire server, like 60-0. I'm like, I just don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. It's just, it feels unbalanced. It feels out of place, you know? And I just, Smurfs probably have multiple accounts. The thing is, like this, it's always been the case, right? Whenever Battlefield 4 or Battlefield 1 had like a free weekend or a sale, you'd always get a few people that were good at FPS games that would flood into the game. And yeah, occasionally you would get destroyed by somebody that was low level and be like, fuck, that's level 21. And they're fucking destroying me, and I'm level like 150. You know, like I've got way more game knowledge than them, and you look at their profile, they've got hardly any game time. But then, yeah, they're a Call of Duty player that's jumped over to a different game because it was cheap and they're bored of playing COD. It makes sense. But it didn't happen this often. In any other Battlefield game, it hasn't happened this often.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like
the Tism tank. The Tism tank.
The Feld electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
What more do you want to know about that poor? Yes, one thing, she's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up
You have tempted. Yeah, I mean, when you've got a squad of people, it is a lot of fun. And like I say, like there are moments where like it plays like Battlefield should and it's great fun, but there's other times where it's so fucking ridiculous. Like, like the sniping now is just, it's ridiculous. Like I'll hit somebody, they'll hide and they'll play it up and everything. I'll take a chance to reload because they're going to play, and then they're over there. I can't hit them because of some weird geometry bug. Now I can hit them. Then I can hit them again. You know, and you just do this. You crack their plates like fucking 6 or 7 times, and you just can't down them. And it's so infuriating. But yeah, like I've got clips of me like proving that I can play the game well, but at the moment it just seems like a new player will come out of nowhere and just fucking destroy you, and I'm like, holy shit. But then it happens again and again and again and again and again and again and again. It's always somebody under level 50, you know, and I look at all the people I'm killing and they're level 200 plus, they're above my level. I'm like, what is going on? And yeah, all I can think of is that because of the way the FPS game space is, it's very much very much about keeping people in your game. So they're very averse to things making people like disconnect and quit. And I've tested this. if you say things in chat, if you mention another game in chat, you'll lobby up and be in a server immediately. If you're queuing and you mention like Ark Raiders or Rainbow Six Siege or just the word Siege or just whatever the fucking Call of Duty, but a Warzone. If you say Warzone, if you say Call of Duty or let's play this, if you say that in the chat in the game, the lobby starts to fill up and you get pushed in straight away because they don't want you to leave for another game. And I guarantee if you're having a bad match and you disconnect and close the game and then don't play it for that day, when you log back in the next day, the first server, you'll fucking absolutely clean house. It'll be so patronizingly easy. Every time you fire at an enemy, they'll just fall over. And I'm like, the game is giving me the kill. I'm not earning this shit. It's giving me the kill because it wants me to have a good time. And I don't like it. It feels biased, you know, and you have to sort of trick the game into thinking you're going to delete the game and move over to Call of Duty for it to actually perform. Because yeah, all this hit reg stuff, you know, somebody will be streaming the game, the hit reg will be fucking perfect, right? Every single shot they fire lands, right? Every single time they're on target, right? But then the next server with basically the same people, because there aren't enough players to fill up a whole new lobby every single time, it's probably the same people on a similar server. The hit reg is completely bullshit some of the time. They can't hit certain players. I'm like, because they've got a fucking, they're 100 kills to 5, and they've had enough kills, and they're making it unfair on other people because the matchmaking's garbage. There's no persistent server, so you roll the dice every time. So yeah, it's what you get for playing BRB. Yeah, nothing about it's ever going to be fair. I think we're getting confirmation bias. I think you're just getting confirmation bias. Honestly, I don't know. It's just at least every 6 months I hear about an online multiplayer game, like a competitive online multiplayer game, utilizing or leveraging some kind of social engineering to keep people in their game because it's a hyper competitive space. It's not like the old days where there are only sort of like 4 or 5 games to choose from. There's now like 10 to 15 games to choose from. And when you've got Marvel Rivals, Ark Raiders, Siege, Hell Let Loose, Call of Duty, a couple of others, Strike Point, a few others that are trying to muscle into the space. When you've got so many different games that people could be playing, getting people addicted and into the sort of like the feedback loop of playing the game, I just cannot think that they haven't started to do this stuff where they socially engineer people to sort of get them addicted to the game. Because one other thing, I mean, if you haven't played BR, if you haven't played the Battle Royale, this won't be applicable to you, but anybody who plays the Battle Royale in Battlefield 6, if you place in the top 5, like 1 or 2 times in a row, the third match, you are going to get shit guns, really bad upgrades, you're going to be fucking surrounded by people, you're going to get gunned down really quickly. Thank you for the hydrate, dude. I've literally just had a sip. But yeah, the RNG is absolutely dog shit after you've had a good round. If you have a good round and you're 2nd or 3rd or 4th or whatever, that happens, and then the next round, or sometimes the round after the next round, you get absolutely brutal RNG. The crates have got nothing in them. There's no crates and there's nothing in them. You get barely anything because you had your chance to win. Now it's somebody else's turn, and it's happened multiple times where I've just had dog shit crates with terrible weapons. The thing is, the game knows what guns I'm good with. You can favorite guns, and also it has all the stats to tell the game which guns I'm good at. So if there was any fairness, the game would drop me a gun that I'm good with some of the time. Not all the time, but some of the time. It is a battle royale. But sometimes I go to 6 different crates and I get a weapon that I have basically no time with at all. And I'm like, I'm sorry, this is clearly a fix. It's not giving me what I need at all. So I'm screwed. This is me completely screwed. This drop is completely fucked. And the problem is, people disconnect. You have like 4 people, you'll drop in, and because like half of them got like crap shit in the crates, they just disconnect and join another server. So it's just you and one other person versus squads of 4, and there's 100 people, and there's only 2 of you when everyone else is acting as a squad of 4. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. But this is it. People have just started disconnecting, and I sometimes when the match is going down the fucking toilet, I just disconnect because it's not worth it. It just isn't worth pushing through to finish the match. It's not going to turn around. It just never turns around. Once the match becomes a bit one-sided, that's it. It's game over. It's a shame. It's a shame because there are some things about it that are really good, but it's just it ain't balanced. And yeah, there's wonky stuff going on. I don't know what the the theory I have at the moment is that they lost a bunch of people, which is arguably I think it's fair enough to assume because they're putting the game on 50% off sales. They're doing free weeks. They're obviously trying to get more people in because people on streams were struggling to get a lobby together. It was taking ages to fill up a lobby of people. There weren't enough people playing the game. They're taking game modes out of the game to try and force players together because there aren't enough players in the game. It's pretty obvious they're losing players. So I have a feeling that they're going to be on a very strong kind of like player acquisition and player-based maintenance focus at the moment because otherwise their online multiplayer game isn't going to have enough players. And they do. Online multiplayer games, they lose all their players and they just disappear. They stop being viable, so they stop funding to pay for them. So,
you still can't see a Phasmid anywhere.
It's just a battle royale. The point is meant to make you try and win using whatever gun, not your favorite guns. But this is the thing, dude. Like, if I have a couple of bad rounds and I don't disconnect, the next drop, I get my favorite gun, I get a fucking upgrade. I get 2 upgrade pouches straight away. I get a fucking cool-in airstrike. I get all of the best gadgets. I get everything is just there. The RNG is patronizingly good. Then it's also patronizingly unfair sometimes. And it's usually always after I've had a good match. So I've experienced a significant amount of bias with that game. And I don't think anybody else that's played the game a lot would argue that the game is massively unbalanced. And I think the bias I'm experiencing, that unbalanced feeling I'm experiencing, is by design. And I think it's by design of trying to maintain player base because they're losing a lot of players to bugs and I mean, the battle royale was kind of doing okay, but then a bunch of glitches where you couldn't see, like the whole screen was just like lights. It was like white light with like particles, and that was it. Your match was over.
The rest are
after like 45 minutes of playing. And yeah, everyone was like, well, why would you sink a bunch of time into a battle royale if you're just going to get a bug where you can't see? So that basically just fucking killed the entire thing off. And then suddenly they had to take solos away and put duos in, then take duos away and put solos in, because they didn't have enough players because they lost them all. And I was like, yeah, they've made seriously bad decisions, and now they're doing damage limitation, and they're making sure that anybody that plays the game now, that bought the game recently, is going to have a good time because they need to make sure those people stay in the game. Otherwise, the game's dead. They're down to 50,000 players max compared to like 600,000 on other big multiplayer games. Like, they're really, really in a bad spot. It's on the verge of dying. So I think they're going to do everything in their power to try and maintain the player base they've just got with this 50% off sale. So yeah, but you know, I'll keep making clips of stuff and looking for explanations, because yeah, don't get me wrong, every now and again I get fucking absolutely destroyed, and I watch it frame by frame, and I'm like, okay, he was right there. I didn't see him because of that weird shaped tree or whatever, or the tank carcass of the blown up tank. I didn't quite see him there because the fire was obstructing the view. So he was there, so he saw me before I saw him. He knew he was aiming at me. He was ADS before I got around the corner because he knew I was going to be there, and he started. It was, yeah, it is what it is, right? You know, like, it was a battlefield moment. Yeah, I didn't see him. He saw me before I saw him. He got the drop on me. Cool. But yeah, other times I'm like, there's no way that player knew I was there. Like, they walk around the corner and start shooting. It feels like wall hacks, right? But I know it's not wall hacks, because as far as I'm aware, there isn't a wall hack for the game. I've not seen any footage of it. I've seen aimbot, but wall hacking where people know where you are behind walls, I don't really see that in Battlefield. But yeah, people walk around the corner and start shooting the corner of the wall before they walk around because they know I'm there, because I'm spotted, right? And I also think the whole spotting thing, people complained that the spotting was too over the top, and it was. And now the spotting seems to have been turned down, but people still fucking see me from, like, angles they shouldn't be able to see me. And they know where I am when they have no way of knowing, you know? Like, I'm crouched, walking down a hallway, and I look around a corner and just immediately get shot by somebody. I'm like, why are you watching this random doorway? There's no reason for you to be watching this random doorway at all. But yeah, like I say, stuff keeps happening that makes me think, I don't know, that doesn't really make sense, you know? Because yeah, it's a classic. It's in the first person space, it's a classic, right? You put the game on sale, a bunch of people buy the game, they play it for like, you know, maybe 10, 15 hours. They get absolutely destroyed by all the people that actually play the game. They've had the game for months and months and months, and those players just leave, right? Now, if the company wanted money and they were just trying to get the game to sell a bit more, to push units, so they could say to shareholders, we've sold 50 million units this quarter, and that sounds good, the sale was worth it because you've got your headline figure to give to the shareholders. But if you're thinking about a player acquisition and maintenance of a player base, suddenly you need to make sure the onboarding process of those new players is good. And I can't shake the feeling that there's some fuckery going on that's making it easier for new players. Because, yeah, I mean, I've got a clip of one of them fucking shooting a DMR from behind the fucking deployable cover, shooting a DMR with no silencer, no suppressor, no flash hider, and shooting me out of fucking nowhere because they didn't get spotted even though they were on my screen. And they shot me, and even after they shot me, they weren't spotted, and they ran away on the death camera. They didn't have the spot icon. I was like, that wasn't right. You know, the second they were on my screen, the 3D spotting should have picked them up, like it does for everyone else. But yeah, no, the game is a mess. The game is a mess. It's the worst. It's the worst Battlefield game I've played, unfortunately. You know, I didn't play. We played one a lot. We played one a lot, and I loved it. And then 5 came out, and everybody was like, let's play 5. 5 was good, but not as good, and we slowly stopped playing. And I said to the guys, like, listen, we need to go back to Battlefield 1. I think 5 is good, but 1 was actually a bit better, I think. 1 is pretty fucking special. We just never went back to 1, and then we played 2042 a bit. I played the beta of Battlefield 6 with them as well. And then yeah, the game came out, and I was like, I'm not going to pay 70 quid for it. I'm going to wait. It'll come up on sale at some point. And then it did. It was like 30 quid. I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll get it for 30 quid. But yeah, it's been a fucking bumpy ride. Like, it's severely unbalanced in lots of different ways. And every time they do an update and they add a bunch of stuff, it's always just a complete shit show. Like, it's just even more unbalanced, even more annoying than the VSSM. I'm sorry, that gun is a fucking meme. Thank you for the bonk tiger, I appreciate that. They're not losing players, dude. If they're taking game modes away to squeeze everyone together into the few, they're losing players. That would push players away. When it forces them together, gain 10,000 players. Yeah, because they've put the game on sale, so they would have gained a bunch of new. These are the new players I'm talking about. After that, it was steady 35 to 37,000 players average, and that's just on Steam. It was 50,000 players on Steam when I checked a few weeks ago. So, Epic lied to the players. They put Kingdom Hearts in the trailer, and PSS got revealed no Kingdom Hearts. That's the last 2 months. I mean, I checked it. It said there was 50,000 players, but I mean, it peaked and it dropped off way heavy. It didn't peak and then drop off at like 120, 150, 100. It dropped right down to 50,000, and then there was a bit of an uptick season, and it drops, and then a bit of an uptick for the season, and it drops off. And it's just been doing that the whole time. But it was like 50-ish thousand. But yeah, if it's saying 37,000 now, then they've lost, 12, 13,000 players. Yeah, I saw that it was averaging around 57,000 players with an increase. So what you're saying is there's 37,000, and they've had 10. So it was on 27,000 before that. They're doing good. I don't think they are, dude. If they're taking game modes away to try and condense the player base together so that servers can fit, because servers aren't filling up. Streamers all day long, streamers are just queuing for fucking ages to get a server going, and then the server fills up with bots because people disconnect because the games are one-sided. So yeah, like they're definitely doing things that would imply they're losing players. What the stats say, I'm not sure, but the way that they take one game mode away to replace it, like duos and solos, they take solos away and they put duos in, and they take duos away and put solos in on a rota, because there aren't enough people to fill it up otherwise. And that's the free-to-play as well. RedSec is free-to-play. So when they're having to take game modes out of the free-to-play section of the game to fill up servers, I'm like, whoa. But yeah, Rush is gone, and a couple of other modes as well. But yeah, somebody, because their game time shows that they basically played Rush most of the time, with 470 hours on Steam, because Russia's been taken away, they got a refund. Steam were like, yeah, your favorite game mode, what you play has been taken away. Steam gave them a refund. But yeah, feel bad for GTA 6 players. The Game Shark's going to be, oh yeah, their game is going to be scary expensive, I think. Average 6 months ago till 2 months ago, and the past 2 months when they've gained 6,000 last month and 4,000 this month, to an average of 47,000. Yeah, the credit card things. But yeah, no, I was pretty sure when I checked the stats. Pretty sure. So 52,000 players right now. But what's going on there? Oh, I think that's just a glitch with this fucking graph, I think. Yeah, season 4 released and they were at 80,000 players, and then we're now down to what, 46. So yeah, they've since season 4 released, it peaked, and then obviously everybody went to bed, and then obviously everybody started playing again, and then everybody. But yeah, it dropped down to 67,000, and now it's gone back down to 40,000. But yeah, the drop off is real, and it's dropped down to 50,000 players, which, when you take into account that's going to be split up over people all around the world that aren't playing at certain hours of the day, it means that, yeah, certain regions just can't fill up a server. So I think that although every single game has its peak and then drops off, I think Battlefield 6 has dropped off a little bit too aggressively, hence the sales. It released in November 2025. It was on sale middle of this year. So, you know, they've put it on sale to get more players into the game multiple times. You know, these free weeks and these game sales and it's half off and everything, that's a clear indication to me that they're losing players and they're trying to get new players in to replace the old players that are leaving, because that's what companies do with games, you know, multiplayer games. When there aren't enough players, they lower the price, because if you don't have enough players and people can't get a lobby together and server up and play, then you haven't got a game anymore. But yeah. Well, I mean, lots of other games, they have a peak and they drop off, but not as aggressively. Like, you know, there's 150, 200,000 players, you know, and then they stabilize at that point. But yeah, dropping down to 50,000 average players or 47,000 average players. When you divide that up into the various time zones, it's, yeah, you're looking at what, like 10, 11,000 per major region, per quadrant. I'm not sure if it's enough. Because, yeah, I've experienced it where I'm sat there waiting for a lobby to fill up and it just, you know, it just doesn't fill up. And I've watched a bunch of streamers that play Battlefield games just wait for ages for lobbies to fill up. And sometimes the lobby doesn't fill up, it just fills it up with bots instead. But it has to do the countdown before it does that, right? I'm just seeing if there's any thought bubbles that I've missed while Kim's not around. Only for Steam. Well, I mean, if you've got crossplay turned on, you know, you're going to see what the game is like. And this is the thing, you know, like people are waiting and it's taking a long time to lobby up with crossplay turned on. I know streamers that play with crossplay turned on, and it's still taking a long time to fill the server up. So people that have got crossplay off, just PSN, you know, or just, you know, Xbox and PlayStation, yeah, that's going to be an even smaller chunk of the player base. So player numbers are only Steam, yeah, but I imagine it's well, I mean, I would argue that maybe there's more people on console than there are on PC. I think Battlefield's more of a console game than a PC game, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm not too sure what the market share is, but yeah, I definitely feel as if, regardless of where you look at the numbers, the people that run the game are taking game modes out because there aren't enough players. That's what you do when there aren't enough players and servers aren't filling up, is you limit the amount of game modes people could be lobbying up for. Because, yeah, I think someone said that, you know, on release, they showed the server browser, not on release because there wasn't a server browser, but they showed the filtering options of the game, and then they showed what it is now, and it's like, yeah, there's hardly any options there anymore. It's like, yeah, they've taken a lot of stuff out of the game. EA has a store for their games on PC. There's also going to be more console players because it's more console players in general, but Battlefield has historically been a PC-focused game. Yeah, I mean, I can smell garlic. I hope that fan isn't cooking itself, but it wouldn't smell like garlic, would it? I can smell garlic, but yeah. But yeah, arguably, regardless of what Steam or what store pages say, I still feel that when I'm looking at the game and I'm seeing that game modes are being removed for maintenance, that's the studio saying, shit, there aren't enough people to have this many different servers. You need to lessen the amount of options and get all of the people that we've got left into servers with only a few options. That way, at least the servers will fill up and people can play the game. When there's too many different game modes and there's too many people spread out over too many game modes that can't get into a server, everyone just gives up and plays something else. So, having fun grinding Save the World 10 more achievements for Forza 100 complete. Best of luck with the achievements. Best things in their game. They have no idea what they're doing with the removed game modes. Game devs do this constantly. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm at 41 years. I'm sorry. Please don't take this the wrong way. But in the 30 or 40 different online games that I've been involved in or been aware of, every single time the amount of game options and modes you can do gets like taken away and it's distilled down, it's because there aren't enough players. It's just always because there aren't enough players. And coupled with the fact that I'm watching people play the game while I work on stream, I'm watching people stream the game and just not being able to get into a server because there's just aren't enough people until they took the game. Now that they've taken the game modes away, now it's not too bad. They can get into a match, but they can only play one of 5 or 6 modes rather than 7 or 8 different modes. It's almost always been that's the reasoning behind it. So yeah, I do feel that the bugs, the lack of balance has made a bunch of people quit the game, which is why the sales have come out, because that's going to get new people in. And the fact they're taking game modes away also makes me feel as if there aren't enough players. Now, obviously, we're not going to get the total figure for everything because they're not going to share that, but I do have a sneaking suspicion that, you know, based on what I've seen, I firmly believe that they're losing too many players and they're trying to do everything in their power to try and keep people in the game, but also get new people in. And that would involve making sure that people can get into a match, they can lobby up and get into a match, and that's, you know, usually why game modes get taken out of multiplayer games. It's just something I've seen happen in many other online games, so I'm sorry, I have to disagree there. I've seen it happen numerous times where a game has like 7 different modes that people love, and then it starts to get difficult to get a match together, and suddenly a few of the less popular modes disappear, so everybody's forced to play the modes that are left, and that gets more people into the same servers, that actually gets people into the game more quickly. So at least gameplay can happen, but yeah. Many reasons behind game mode being removed. Clearly enough players, currently 50,000 players on average just on Steam. The thing is that 50,000 players that are playing right this second, or is that just in the last? Because I imagine that's per day, right? Like I say, you've got regional sort of people waking up and going to sleep, and that's why that's why when you get stats on player bases that are a bit more sort of detailed, with a bit more fidelity, you see the time of day it's most active, because the game is more popular in certain regions, and therefore there's more of the player base on at a certain time. But yeah. February 2025 with 16,000 again. Max player Battlefield 1 ever had on Steam was 16,000 players in November 2022. Yeah, but I mean, I feel as if Battlefield 1 is like a fan favorite. Like loads of people tell me that's their favorite. And I would agree. It's a fucking phenomenal game. The
light vanishes inside the concrete slit.
The audio design and like the level design, the atmosphere in Battlefield 1 is unmatched. It's probably 1 and 4 are probably the best Battlefield games for me. 4 I played so much. It wasn't perfect, but 4 for me was everything was roughly where it needed to be. It was just, you know, and I played with a squad of people that I've always played with for fucking hours and hours and hours, so many days of the week. Fucking loved that game. It was stressful, and people were fucking. It always felt like the people that had the battle pass and everything were getting the benefit of the doubt more often. It felt a little bit unfair sometimes how they just seem to not have to pay attention to, to certain laws, certain rules and regulations, and certain mechanics and stuff. They could just do what the fuck they wanted and always stay accurate. It always felt a little bit sort of biased sometimes. But, you know, if you've got a player base that buys the expensive version of your game and you make it a bit nicer for them in some way, shape, or form, I suppose. But I haven't got as much proof of that. I couldn't show you clip after clip after clip of, like, you know, somebody with a skin that's only Battlefield Plus or Battle Pass or whatever the fuck it is, killing me over and over and over again, even though I was fucking hosing the guy down. But yeah, I've got clips of Battlefield 6 where, like, the hit reg is just absolute garbage and they fucking turn and shoot me once and kill me. I'm like, well, how come their hit reg works and mine doesn't? Surely we're not connected very well. So hit reg should be bad both ways, but they're laser accurate and I'm just fucking not able to hit them even when I'm aiming at the target. But yeah. Maxed out 27,000 players on Steam. Battlefield 6 is by far the most popular and most played Battlefield so far, even with the low numbers, higher than the highest average of their previous games. I'm going to be honest with you, dude. Compared to like 4 and 1, I've never... Battlefield 6 feels dead. It feels dead. It literally, I've got, you know, probably 300-400 hours in it now. It feels dead. Servers are taking a long time to get started. There's loads of bots filling out the empty slots. It just feels like dead. And I feel like the servers aren't as good. There aren't as many servers. And the fact that there isn't a server browser, there's no persistent servers, they keep taking game modes away. There's just lots of things about it that don't feel like as successful as previous Battle. It just doesn't feel like it's doing well. There's lots of things that feel like the game is struggling.
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Croissant.
Croissant, Veldar, welcome in. Because the matchmaking is not good, it's not dead. So, this is the other thing, right? One other thing I've noticed when it comes to like a multiplayer game is the more people you have in your game, the better skill distribution you have from the best players to the new players that just started, right? Now, one thing about a lower, like a decreasing player base is you get less people, but each person is at their skill level, right? So when you have less people that populate those various different skill gaps, that's why some multiplayer online shooters suddenly start to feel really fucking cagey, where everybody is disgustingly like better than you, or just so easy it isn't fun anymore. There's no challenge. And the skill distribution and the player base, I'd love to actually do this graph. I need to have a quick sip in a second. I'd love to do this graph because you can, that's one of the things you can feel about a multiplayer game is when you either come across somebody that's much better than you or nowhere near your level, the game feels really like unfair or kind of like really dull. And that's why it starts to feel dead, because you don't come up against people that are your own skill level, because there aren't enough people in the mix to find someone at your level to fill the server with. So when the matchmaking is not good, it's because there aren't enough people in the pool of players to gather together into one server. You've got to grab people from further afield, higher level players and lower level, and you've got to squeeze them together into one server by taking away game modes. So suddenly the players are either way too good for you because they play the game every single day, all day, or they literally just started playing and I almost feel bad hosing them down because they don't even know what's going on. So if there's bad matchmaking, that is, in my opinion, another indicator that the player base is struggling, in my opinion. Could be many reasons. The point me and Q are trying to make. Yeah, and I'm trying to make my point as well, to be honest. But I think we're just going to have to disagree on this. Based on the metrics, you're clearly an issue with a low amount of players. Also, be that you have they have set it up poorly. That can happen. I don't know. It's the way the game's being treated, the way the game's being maintained by the studio, taking game modes away. Like I say, the matches being like, you know, not bad matchmaking. Game modes being taken away, you know, like they won't have solos and duos as well as quads. They only have either solos or duos. They swap them around because there aren't enough players. So these stats that say there's 50,000 players and that other games have never had this many players, it doesn't add up for me. It doesn't line up. Because yeah, Battlefield 4, Battlefield 5, Battlefield 1, you know, Hardline, you know, all of the online ones that had a player base, it never felt like it took that long to get into a server. You just started queuing and boom. Me and a squad of people, all 4 of us, and plus with the skill-based matchmaking and the team balancing that goes on, us being a squad of people made us more difficult to match because there were 4 skill sets in a group that couldn't be separated. So you couldn't put us all in different servers to balance it. You had to find a server that my skill or my squad mate's skills could all be balanced in a team. So it was actually more difficult for the servers to match us with a server of other people that were roughly our skill level. But yeah, Battlefield 4, Battlefield 1, it never seemed to struggle. But Battlefield 6 does struggle to fill up, and it's just counting. It doesn't want you to think the game's bad because that would make people quit the game. It just says the people counting up. It literally says, you know, not out of 99 players, there's 74, and then 75, and it gets to like 82, and then 81, and then 80, and then 81, then 80, then 75, and then eventually you just quit and start matching up with another server because it's just not going to get started. So yeah, I firmly believe, based on what I know about online multiplayer shooter games and online multiplayer games in general, and what it feels like and what I'm seeing, it feels as if they're struggling to get enough players into games, as far as I can see. Because yeah, churn, attrition, player retention, it's all part of the game these days. Based on the metrics declaring a low issue of low players, make that 9 achievements. GG's on 9 achievements is a pretty good haul. Clearly isn't struggling after all. There's more players than previous games. But this is the thing. Do you know what? I don't think I'm going to be able to make you guys see this. All I'm saying is, you know, with 300-400 hours, it feels to me like the player base is struggling. And I don't, you know, maybe I could find some statistics to prove to you what I'm feeling is happening. But at the end of the day, like, if you guys aren't willing to take my word for it, then whatever. We'll have to agree to disagree. But I'm telling you, based on my 40 years of life on this platform, 41 years of life, and all the years I've played Counter-Strike, Quake 3, Rocket Arena, CPMA, Unreal Tournament, Day of Defeat, all the Battlefield games, a bunch of other online multiplayer shooters, when they start limiting the amount of game modes, it's because of a lack of players. It's just something I've noticed numerous times, and it's usually what happens before the game slowly declines into obscurity. And I think the Battlefield Studios knows that. They've seen it happen with other games, and they're trying to prevent it. So they put the game on sale, and they try and make sure the new players have a good time so they don't immediately quit and ask for a refund. Because let's be honest, right? If you've got an online multiplayer game, right? There are lots of times where you can't even compete against the rest of the player base, right? Because you're going to get fucking just smoked, right? And if you've got a 14 hours? How many hours is it? How many hours is it on Steam before you can refund? Or you can't refund? Is it 14 hours, or is it 3 hours, or 2 hours, or 4 hours? But yeah, basically, if somebody gets a game for 50% off, they join into a server and they get absolutely fucking deleted over and over again, they're just going to ask for a refund. And Battlefield Studios knows that. They know that's what's going to happen. But they will be actively trying to make sure that doesn't happen. What they do to stop that from happening, I can't say. Joyce is over here now. I forget. Joyce moves, doesn't she? Solid proof of stats provided by Steam. They're not struggling for players. We're going by feel it's happening. Yeah, what I'm saying is that the game feels like it's dying, and I've heard other people saying it's dying, and I feel like I agree with them. And yeah, there are characteristics of the game that make it seem like there's just not enough players. Now, maybe they're dividing the player base up in a different way. Maybe it's more region. Maybe there's less cross-region on this one. I'm not too sure, but yeah, like all the stats that it's sold the most copies. It's the most popular Battlefield game ever. It doesn't feel like it at all. Like Battlefield 1 and 4 felt way more popular, And the fact that Battlefield 1 still has players now. There's still people playing Battlefield 1, even though Battlefield 5, Battlefield 2042, and Battlefield 6 have released, so people are still playing 1. I think it goes to show you what kind of game that one is. It's a fucking good one. But yeah, like I say, the fact that they're doing stuff that's usually a huge red flag for a dying player base makes me consider whether those numbers are really telling us the real truth. I'm not too sure. Yeah, I don't think a number alone is enough to go on. Because, yeah, if there's 50,000 players in the game, but at any given time of day in your region there's only 7 to 10,000 players, that 50,000 isn't representative. So, I'm not sure. 6,000 people playing one on Steam, 5,700 actually right now. Yeah, I mean, considering the age of the game, considering how old that game is and that Steam is only a portion of the player base, it's pretty fucking good if you ask me. Someone who's played games as well, like people leave the lobby, it takes X amount of time, and the lobby just fluctuates because more people leave thinking, oh, that lobby won't start, and then the lobby doesn't start because everyone is leaving because the lobby rather than what. But yeah, the thing is, if the game has 50,000 fucking players in it, it shouldn't be struggling to fit a lobby. It shouldn't. Now you're defending Steam only being a portion. Well, no, I'm agreeing that based on the already established fact that Steam is only a portion, and we agreed on that earlier. That yeah, with this new information, that's, you know, under the same lens. That yeah, that's only a portion as well. So arguably, I can't say whether it's a straight cut. I can't say whether you know, Steam is a third, Xbox is a third, and PlayStation is a third. So there's another 12,000 people playing on console, but there's no crossplay. There's no crossplay on Battlefield 1, so that changes it, right? Because there's no crossplay in Battlefield 1, the player base is Steam. So actually, in this instance, with that in mind, actually no, it doesn't make that. Actually, yeah, Steam is just Steam, you know, because there's no crossplay on Battlefield 1, whereas 6 is crossplay. So yeah, that's actually kind of different. Sorry. But yeah, Steam, Epic, and EA Launcher. But I mean, I would hazard a guess that the majority of people are launching through Steam. Steam has a significant amount of the market. PC, if somebody's got a PC and they play games on it, the majority of people are probably playing out of Steam. Surely, because Steam is such a fucking presence. Surely. Some of them might be doing other things, literally just saying, the reason you give an idea could be due to many factors. Yeah, but I mean, with online multiplayer games, competitive online multiplayer games, the majority of the time, it's player base. It's, you know, a game is popular and then it loses its player base and it's gone, you know? And it happens. These games come and go. All I'm saying is that, yeah, player base is usually a significant factor in how the game performs. Majority of Battlefield 1 would be on EA Launcher because it came out on Steam years after release. Same with Battlefield 5. I see. So yeah, there's more factors to consider. Yeah, I would have thought people launch from Steam more often than not.
I'll just keep the Corda Leche in the channel,
And
if that's okay. It's too shallow.
if you
near
buy the
pier.
game on the EA store and then you install it on the EA store, can you not create a shortcut to launch it from Steam? Would that count? Yeah, it's available on Steam now. Well, I mean, I was under the assumption that most people created shortcuts for their game because Steam is where they launch all the other games, right? I thought that's why you could create. That's why Steam offers the ability to create a game and launch it through Steam, right? Because people do that. Create a shortcut through launch through Steam, but there's no point unless you want to do it on controller as a launcher on the platform and was bought. Still has to launch. Okay, so if you try to launch it through Steam, it would just open up the launcher elsewhere. Okay.
Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to appear any day. Jetty. Hello, detective. It's good to see you here.
Yeah.
I only just arrived myself.
I can't understand. I can't understand why they would be taking game modes away if there's enough players to fill them up. I can't understand it. I have one of the Borderlands games on Epic, but to boot it through Steam so you can utilize the controller, it still boots the Epic and boots through Epic simply with the Steam overlay and controller function. I see.
Nothing, really.
Because, yeah.
I've had my
like,
eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
I thought, you know, as kind of like, almost kind of like a meme, I was going to get the Bloodborne launcher I have. I was going to make a Bloodborne shortcut on my Steam and put it in my favorites, so it's always at the top of the list, and then have the Bloodborne background, everything. And everyone's like, "Oh, you've got Bloodborne on Steam, have you?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then if they sort of made fun of me on stream when I was playing a different game, I was like, "Oh, I can play Bloodborne on Steam if you want." They were like, "No, you can't do that." And I boot it up. They're like, "How are you playing Bloodborne on PC?" I'm like, well, "Wait till you figure out that it's 1440p and 60 FPS." They're like, "How are you doing that?" And I was like, "Industry secrets, my friend. You have to drop some subs, and I'll tell you." But no, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, no, I know you can do it. I know you can do it. I thought I would do it as a joke, but I haven't got round to it yet because I don't need to. But yeah.
Spying has such a negative.
But like I say, I've got all that stuff.
I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better
I've got.
able to
Oh yeah,
assist
I
you
got all
from
of the
here.
runes. Oh yeah, and yeah, this is all the blood gems as well. And actually, oh yeah, it's all the Chalice Dungeon stuff also. But yeah, I was like, some of this stuff could be used on Twitch, surely. But yeah, the Alu emote. But yeah, I've got all of that, and obviously I thought if I was to create a Bloodborne shortcut, I could put that as the image. You can customize the background, the splash image on Steam, right? I could put this as the background image, you know. And I was like, shit, I could make Bloodborne boot from Steam, and then do a little video of that. And then people, because I mean, even though Shad PS4 has been around for fucking years now, like a year, at least 2 years, people still comment like, you can't play Bloodborne on PC. I'm like, you can. Like, it's been possible for like over a year now,
Like
you know?
blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is.
The problem is, you need to buy a copy of the game. You have to actually own the game, and people don't want to do that because they're fucking cheap. But yeah.
How do I like it?
Could literally just change the name of the game I own to Bloodborne and change the art to Bloodborne. Yeah. Well, yeah, you could change any game to be it, but yeah, if I clicked on it and then Bloodborne started, they would be like, in a window. I could set it to windowed mode and then make it start.
The jetty below her feet creaks to.
But I remember, like, when I first did my first playthrough of Bloodborne on PC using the emulator. When I went to put my name in, I could use the keyboard to type as the keyboard on the console emulation, as it would emulate a keyboard like the PlayStation emulates a keyboard. And I was like, I can just type a name in. I was like, typing in breadcrumbs into Bloodborne with a keyboard. And I was like, this is different.
The smell of salt.
This is different.
In the background.
It's pornographically poor.
Excuse me.
The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Might be the carcass of a motor carriage, yes. Excuse me, I'm just checking. A handful of friends have been having server issues recently, and I'm just checking my bitrate and everything on the tracker thing.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet.
If I didn't hate setting up emulators, I would do it, but I just can't be bothered. It's so much easier than it used to be, dude. Like, you just need to buy a copy of the Game of the Year edition, dump that as a ROM, and then, the version 1.09 patch, which you can download because it's just a patch. There's no real licensing for it. And yeah, you get a certain version of the Shad PS4 emulator, and then Nexus Mods has a launcher that you install. And then from there, anything you want to change, graphics, options, randomizer, all sorts of other stuff. Well, the randomizer, you have to use a different tool, but yeah. All the other stuff is just there. I know, I just can't be bothered. It's so fucking useful, dude, though. It's so fucking useful. It's such a useful little tool for turning on and off different mods and everything, and then just launching the game under certain conditions. It's such a fucking good little tool. It's been such a godsend for doing various different bits of content creation.
Survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
Mood cue. But yeah, like I say, regardless of what's going on with Battlefield 6, they need to do a season with no new content. They need to stop adding new stuff to a broken game. They need to fix the balancing, the hit rate. There's so many things they need to address. And just have a stable base of a game, because yeah, like I say, the game going on sale is clearly because they're not seeing the player retention that they want. Because, not to get back into it, but the only thing I would add at the end, just on the end there, just as a food for thought, is that the amount of people playing the game and the amount of time they play for, I'd like to see what the average player time is, because I think it's probably shortening. I think people are getting fed up quicker and leaving. But they are logging in and playing for a bit, so...
No, they're in Celindian.
700 or whatever hours in Skyrim, probably 1,000 modding it. I just can't be bothered with that shit anymore. Yeah, I remember when I was going to play Skyrim, and you were like, yeah, I'll get you a list of mods. And there was like fucking 300 mods. And I was like, yo, bitch, please. I was clicking on all of them. I was like, for fuck's sake, this is going to take weeks. It's going to take fucking weeks. And I was like, I need a shortlist, dude. And some of these are a bit like, some of these have like NSFW stuff. They have like, you know, armors and various other things. I was like, I don't know if this sort of stuff should be on stream, you know. I'm sure it's mostly okay, but yeah.
I'm guessing you don't know then.
Only 300, yeah. Max amount of mods I've ever running on Skyrim was like 508 or something mods. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Well,
like when I've seen footage of Skyrim, and I'm like, it looks like a modern game. People have modified it so much.
Is around 45%
But
west of
yeah, I mean, like the player base is doing the work of the studio, right? That's why they don't release a new game, because people keep updating the old one. You know, Oblivion. Speaking of which, does anybody install itself automatically to make it easy? Yeah. I think there was a mod pack you sent me where it installs like at least like 150 of them in one go, which makes it a bit easier. Anyway, we do have an ad break coming up. I fucking waffled all the way through the last ad break, and my throat is. I need to fucking have a drink because yes, I just did a 2-hour stretch without a break. So you guys know the drill. I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But please feel free to get up, move around, grab a drink or snack, move your legs a little bit. You won't miss anything because I'm gonna take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you're lurking, you want to follow in secret, please feel free. Once we're over on the BRB screen, you won't be called out or anything. I understand. But yeah, so we're back in a moment, and then we'll carry on.
Come on. Think about the hiccups. Fuck off. Think about them. Think about it. It's subconscious. If you think about it and bring it into your conscious, it'll stop. Okay, I think I'm all right. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mad that this game is set underwater and there's so much bureaucracy. Because it's bureaucracy. The roof's coming off. Spicy chicken soup sounds perfect for a cold day. You've been outdoors. I haven't had chicken. Oh, dudes. Oh, dudes. I just fucking saw. I just saw the barn and I was like. Yep. Invisible Kid is not locked up, which I think. Oh, Elden Ring installed. So I think you guys prefer it if Kid is not locked up, right? Someone redeemed a visit. Did they? Oh, Nebico, sorry. Oh, wow, sorry. And you want to lock someone up? Okay, so Nebico, you want to go in the visitor section. I'll do that straight away. Just one sec. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Lock her the fuck up. Right. Gladly. We'll pop her on the bottom of the list. There we go. That's what I should have done. That's what I should have done. Look at the head. Just rolling down the fucking ramp. Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, might as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. You unbalanced trash. Get fucked. Do you see me, chat? Get fucked. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. The chest, I know. I'm going to go with the chest. What do we get in the chest? Is it a Lionel-themed reward? What do we get? It's Majora's! Oh, shit! Let's go! Wearing makes it harder for certain enemies to spot you. It's rather rare to find. Oh, dudes, this is where Majora's is hidden. Look at this! Look at this! It's Majora's. Let's go! Here's a pupper. Look at a little woofer. Look at this.
See if the key opens it. Still.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. A big old fucking bottle of sparkling flavoured water. Excuse me. Welcome back. Welcome. But speaking of this gaming monitor that I'm only using for certain games, I did play Quake 3 on it at 330 FPS and 330 hertz, and I was like, holy shit. This shit is smooth. Zero motion blur. Like crispy. Absolutely crispy.
I knew you would sympathise. Most
Merry
revolutionaries
Returnal.
will never know what this place means.
Yeah, Housemarque working on something else now.
Island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day.
Shush, Baba.
For now,
You're not allowed
how
to
can
make
I
a fuss
assist you in this new
because
location?
somebody threw up their food this morning, which means their stomach isn't very good, and we can't just give you more food because you'll probably just throw it back up again, which is not very nice for you, and it's also not very nice for me. But that usually means we don't have any more food for the rest of the day. You complain so much that I fucking put down just a little bit of dry food. You had something to nibble on. So you've had your dry food even though you threw up your breakfast, which is not normally what I like to do, just in case you throw up again.
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
No tail on the keyboard, please.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end of her stay.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit? Of course. Of course.
Don't tell her you've met Everard, right?
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer? Oh? Who? Okay. When did this person stay here? Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning. Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm.
Isn't it meant to be 12 hours as fasting period, then give it a small bit of plain food, like some plain cooked chicken breast to see if they keep it down?
To get out there again.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he's an indoor cat. he's an indoor cat, and in the summer, he won't be using any calories or energy. I don't know if it's calories for cats, but he won't be using any energy to maintain his body heat because it's really warm. So he doesn't need to eat as much. So, I mean, I probably don't need to feed him twice a day in summer, but I do. Because I know as a cat, he won't eat more than he needs. But I know that if he's thrown up, he won't have any food in his stomach, which means he'll be hungry, but he might just throw up again, which won't be very pleasant for him. So yeah, don't do fasting for cat unless told by vet. Cats need food very regularly. It can be dangerous not to give them food. Yeah, like if I put food down for him in the morning, he sometimes doesn't finish it until 5, 6 in the afternoon, in the evening. You know, he'll just nibble away at it over the course of multiple hours. So he doesn't eat his food and finish, and then he's done. He decides to just have a little nibble and then go away, then have a little nibble, then go away. And he eventually finishes it, but usually not until like 4 in the afternoon, 5 in the afternoon most days. So he doesn't eat a lot. He's quite a slender cat, and he also isn't very active because he's an indoor cat. So he doesn't need that much food. I could probably give him half a pouch of wet in the morning and then half a pouch of wet in the evening. But I just give him a whole pouch because he regulates himself. he eats as much as he needs to eat, and he just leaves it. Have you recently changed his food to something else? No, I've been using the Shiba, but the trouble is the Shiba stuff, it does change. The actual food inside the sachet, I can't tell until I open it. But the food, it changes. Sometimes it's like squares, and sometimes it's like strips. And there are different kinds of it, but I always buy the same kind because it's the one that doesn't make him throw up. The other stuff, there was what the fuck is it? The Whiskers. He was okay on the Whiskers for a while, but then he just stopped eating. He just wouldn't eat it. He was there all day until like 9 at night, and I would give him some dry food overnight because I was worried that he hadn't eaten all day. Then I got the stuff I've got now, which I think is Shiba, and he eats that. Like he eats it, like, you know, he will finish it, but he takes all day. But yeah, like if he eats it and then immediately throws it up, his stomach's probably a little bit funny. So I tend to just sort of, you know, leave him for that day, and then the next morning he eats and he's fine. But yeah. Whiskers is shit, so I wouldn't use that anyway. Well, I mean, multiple people have cats that won't eat anything else. They only eat Whiskers. They won't eat anything else. I suppose it's just preference, you know. I mean, I'm sure they're all cutting corners in certain ways. It's cat food. The cat can't tell you.
Either she's gonna calm down soon.
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
Used to love it, yeah. Haven't got any experience with Shiba, but I've heard it's high quality, but I've settled on Horizon. Lizzie would have found a way to trust me. yeah. But like I say, even Killfish, but yeah, other people I've met, like they're like, oh yeah, I just give them Whiskers. You know, they fucking lap it up. They love it. We've tried other stuff, but there's almost always like, you know, probably a few, like 4 or 5 mouthfuls left over. They only eat half, maybe 2/3 of the pouch if we give them something else, so we just give them Whiskers. I suppose it depends on the cat, you know?
Now, there's a whole shipment of big words. May mankind be plentiful, I guess. Can I get back to my nest now?
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off for her.
Either she's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it.
Oh yes, she does.
But yeah, ultimately, it's about what the cat wants to, or it's about what the cat will eat, and also, like, the portion can change from cat to cat. Like, I know, like, some larger breeds, because he's a pretty small little cat. I wouldn't consider him a full-grown cat, but he's obviously full-grown. So I don't know if he was like the runt of a litter or something. But for a male cat, he's not that big. And like I say, he spends a lot of his day asleep, so he doesn't need an awful lot of food. So I put down a full pouch, but he could probably survive. I put down a full pouch, and if he finishes it, I put some dry food down for him later on in the day. and he really likes his dry food. So I think he'll eat the dry food just because it tastes nice. He likes to chew and crunch on it. But yeah, like I say, he's not an outdoor cat. He's just indoors all day. It's very warm, so he's not having to maintain body heat, which is why cats eat a bit more in winter. So yeah, like I put down a full pouch. I could probably get away with just giving him half a pouch of wet food and then like, you know, a small scoop of dry food a day. But you know, he eats the whole lot, so you know, he eats the whole lot. So you know, and the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure he would probably eat, if I only gave him half a pouch, he'd probably be more hungry more of the time. So he'd eat the whole thing in one go because he'd be hungry because he only had half a pouch yesterday. But then if he ate too quickly, that would make him throw up. So I don't want to do that. So I want to give him a full pouch of food, even though he probably doesn't need a full pouch, because he will eat a full pouch, you know, eventually. But he sort of nibbles away for like maybe a minute or two, and then he just leaves like 80% of the food there. And then throughout the day, he'll go over and just have a little bit because he knows it's not going anywhere, so he can leave it. But yeah, he obviously doesn't need more food than he's getting. You know, he hasn't gained, he hasn't noticeably gained any weight. He's using his litter box and taking a dump at least once a day. And yeah, he obviously gets a little bit noisy when he wants his dry food because it's his favorite. But when it's this hot, I don't want to give him too much dry food because it dehydrates him. So I give him a bit of dry food. But yeah, obviously I make sure to give him some fresh water every day. And it does look like it's being drunk. But yeah, I don't want to dehydrate him too much when it's this hot. So was it Whiskers? I don't remember. Maybe, yeah. Hill should be good too, but yeah, Whiskers is pretty bad quality. Lots of feta and to bulk it out. They make it taste nice for the cat, yes, but there's also a bunch of uses. Yeah, and I read that they were putting a lot of sugar in the jelly that the meat is in. And if you notice your cat just licking the jelly and leaving the meat behind, because he definitely like consumes the jelly and then there's like bits of meat, but he eats the meat as well. But they said, yeah, if he's just eating, if cats just eat the Jello and leave the meat behind, they're getting all the energy they want from the sugar in the Jello, which is because there's too much sugar in it. And I was like, And obviously that's not good because cats can have, you know, issues with their liver if they're processing too much sugar. But apparently most of the time,
you sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm against the frigid wind blowing from the coast. After a while, you've had enough.
Used to eat the Jello and then come back for the meat. Yeah, I say sometimes because she would finish all the meat. Wouldn't finish all the meat sometimes. Yeah, and like I say, it turns out that like most cats, the problems they develop in old age as they get older, it's usually to do with liver, and it's because they've not drunk enough water. And apparently, somebody found out that the psychology is that cats would not normally consume water if it's near like the food they've just eaten. So if they were eating birds and insects and stuff, they wouldn't drink water nearby because it could be contaminated. So the trick is to put the water a significant distance away from the food. And when I did that, suddenly I would catch him drinking out of the water bowl way more often. So that worked for me. So he is drinking a decent amount of water. So I'm not too worried about him being dehydrated. But yeah. Sif doesn't give a shit about wet food anyway, so she just gets the crunchy stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he could survive on just dry food, but I know that the wet food is good for their coat and it's good for a few other things as well, so I want to make sure he does have some wet food and some dry food, because that's how he is, you know. So I want to make sure that he gets both, just out of, you know, habit. I think that it's good that they have both, because yeah, the dry food's really good for their teeth, because the biting and chewing, it scrubs their teeth a little bit, keeps their jaw muscles in good stead. And yeah, sometimes they just fucking prefer it. They just prefer it that way. But yeah, I know that for an Oriental Shorthair, his fur is very fine and very soft. So wet food is good for his fur. Yeah, this is if they're only eating dry food, they'll be drinking a lot of water. As long as they continue to, because yeah, that's what I've heard. But what I've read is that most cats, they develop an issue with because their liver doesn't filter things very well. And obviously, like, you know, water is a super important part of liver function. From what I read, I'm not an expert, of course, but yeah, what I've read. It is kind of lonely without Kim, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I think, yeah, we can't do anything else on this day. I think we've just got to wait until... Granted, we used to joke she was autistic because if you cleaned the food bowl and then put water in it and cleaned the water bowl and put food in it, she wouldn't drink or eat. She'd just look at you like you were an idiot. Oh, bless. They could tell the difference. Tizzy was heart failure, if I remember right. Yeah, that's a real shame. That's a real shame. But yeah, I can't remember who or what, who did the study. Yeah, they said that, yeah, based on records, a lot of cats develop liver issues because they don't drink enough water. And people are like, but I put water down in a bowl next to their food. And so I was like, behavioral sciences tells us that, yeah, in the wild, cats would never consume water near a corpse or a body or something, like an insect or a bird, because it could be contaminated. So you've got to put the water somewhere else. And yeah, the only reason I remember this information is because I tried that and it made a difference. Artie suddenly started drinking a lot more, which is good. Lived a good long life, so I'm happy with that. She knew she was loved and knew she was safe with us. Yeah, that's the best you can do. This is it. You know, animals, unfortunately, they don't live forever. And yeah, all you can do is make the time they've got with us as special as possible. I could read this book.
In your hands, you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekatina Dahl. The cover image.
Old Norwegian forest cat. My parents' house was 16 years of age. He got put down because of arthritis and cancer. Our other old cat, Piev's, turned 19. That was arthritis, dementia, and various other people. Yeah, this is the thing: is that, you know, they live long enough now with medical, you know, science, and the cats live long enough to develop arthritis, which is a shame. But obviously, it means they've had a long life, and you know. And obviously, he's only 4 at the minute. And I imagine he'll make it to 10 or 11. So, you know, it's not something I need to worry about now. But there will come a time where, you know, like any other pet owner, you have to make a decision. If they're not healthy and happy and they're not comfortable, you know, if they're uncomfortable every day, you kind of have to do the right thing and give them a nice, easy way out. It's fucking difficult. It's such a difficult decision to make. But you have to, you know, after they've lived a life, they deserve to peacefully go to sleep, you know, and not suffer by waking up every day and having diarrhea and fucking, you know, their back legs stop working and they've got arthritis and it's just, yeah. Says he lived to 18, if I remember correctly, live on average for 16 years. Yeah, maybe 16 or 17 years. You know, he seems pretty healthy and lively now. I don't see him, doesn't seem to have any sort of inherent problems. He seems to be perfectly fine. So I'm sure he'll be here. When will that be? If he's 4 years now. So it was 2022 when he was born. So 16 would be 32 plus 6. So yeah, 2038, 2040. You're probably going to live to be 100.
It would do that in Grad.
Never put a pet through a big surgery, no matter that age, because they don't understand it. They get this whole bunch of anxiety and pain during recovery, in my opinion. Putting a pet through a huge surgeries to keep them alive is animal cruelty. I think it depends on the age. I think that if you have a cat that's happy and healthy and they're sort of, you know, 9, 10 years old, they've got another 4 or 5 years of life. I think, you know, surgery that's not too invasive to help them, you know, could be okay. But I think once a cat gets, you hear about people, you know, taking their cat in for surgery at like 15 and 14. It's like, I think you just have to accept that, you know, this cat is coming to the end of its life, and you know, but let's say big surgeries. Yeah. I mean, you know, yeah. I suppose. I mean, would amplification, would amputation? I mean, that's a fairly, because I remember like somebody was commenting under a post about a cat that had a problem with its leg. And it was going to constantly be in pain with this leg. So they decided to amputate the leg. And somebody was like, you shouldn't have amputated the leg. That's a major surgery. And obviously the cat's going to have to change the way it lives. you should have just put the cat down. And everyone was like, whoa. And it started this, it was obviously a discussion, right? Because people are like, well, you want to keep the cat alive. But yeah, it is a big change at like 8 or 9 years old. It is a big change for a cat, right? But obviously if they've still got like a good few years of life in them where they're going to be okay and they can recover from the surgery, it's kind of, you know, but there is one Instagram where there's a vet that refuses to, you know, they're the vet everyone goes to when nobody else will do it. And he's like, I can fix that. I can fix that. And yeah, you know, he'll like, you know, he'll do the surgery and then like, he removed a tumor from a cat's brain the other day. And then the cat was, you know, brought back for an inspection, a checkup. And yeah, the cat was running around playing, engaging, you know, just a normal cat. And he was like, yeah, we fixed it.
You flip through
it's really heartwarming content.
Pages are thinner than you realize.
It stinks, man.
And the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long.
Depends on what's being amputated. Tail tip, not too bad. Whole, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, you know, eyes. I know cats can get infections in their eyes, so having their eyes taken out can sometimes be,
real
you know,
art is dense and difficult. If it didn't feel like you had to wrestle a suicidal bear to get through it, you weren't really reading.
Because yeah, I think somebody rescued a stray, and obviously its eyes were filthy, and they kept cleaning them, but they just weren't. They kept weeping and pussing up and everything. They were like, yeah, this infection is like in the flesh of the eyes. We're going to have to remove the eyes. And it was like a kitten. It wasn't like a brand new baby born kitten, but it wasn't a full grown cat. And people were like, yes, you've kept that cat alive, but you've taken its ability to see away. So it's now going to live the majority of its life significantly compromised because it can't see. And it asked that it was basically one of those posts that was designed to create that moral question. Like, should the cat, because it was so unwell, be put down? Or is it worth rescuing them so they can live a full life, another 10, 15 years, 10 to 12 years, but with no eyes? And it was like, oh, yeah, I mean, I think the cat deserves to live. It's been born, so it deserves to live. But if it's going to be blind and it can't really do what cats do, which is, you know, move around and jump on things, if it's going to be stuck in like a small space, unable to really do anything its whole life, it's difficult, right? Let them live a full life. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. So that wouldn't be bad either. It's just one eye. Yeah. I mean, yeah, one eye. Yeah. One eye, they could still have the other eye. But yeah, this was both, unfortunately. But yeah. If it's a kitten, remove the cats, live long, happy lives, blind. Yeah, I mean, okay. Animals more senses than just eyes. Cats are that are deaf or blind live fine. Possibly, yeah. Yeah.
The back cover is dominated by a black and white photograph of the author.
There's a whole like avenue of statistical analysis around people are living longer, and that is, you know, there's lots of other socioeconomic issues in the UK, but people are living a lot longer and they're not going into care homes, they're staying in their homes, and that's obviously having a bit of an effect. And it's super difficult because in and of every single person in a vacuum, once somebody gets to a certain age, how much it costs the NHS to keep them alive in hospital, permanent palliative care or whatever it's called. They're constantly, you know, needing medical attention to keep them alive. And it's like, at what point can you draw the line and say, listen, this person's lived their life. They are, without all of this equipment and chemicals and drugs and nurses and everything else, they wouldn't be alive. But you can't say that to people. You know, you can't say that about a person. But it is costing the NHS like so much money keeping people alive.
She can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph.
Another
from this cover, the eyes of a sad old woman stare back at you.
Like the other section of that is there are people that cost lots of money to keep them alive, but they're in a coma and they've been in a coma for like multiple years. And obviously it's difficult because until the family says it's time to pull the plug, you can't say that to them. But obviously every day that they're kept alive, but medical science has proven that once somebody's been in a coma for a certain amount of time, even if they do become conscious, and they may not be lucid, and even if they're lucid, their memories won't exist anymore. So they are a vegetable. They can become conscious, but they won't remember anything. So it's sort of like, at what point where do you draw the line on the fact that you've lost somebody? Like, at what point is it they're never coming back? So just keeping their pulse going with a machine all the time, they're never coming back. And at what point is it, at what point would we say to them, listen, we can keep their heart going with a machine, we can keep pumping air into their lungs, we can keep their sort of, digestive system going on a paste that we pump in. And, so we are keeping their organs going, but like the brain that is who they are as a person is completely gone. They are in a brain dead or vegetative state. They're never going to come back to life again. But, if the family doesn't want to pull the plug, they don't want to pull the plug. But then that person is in permanent care in the NHS. And yeah, it's a really difficult question because medical science has allowed us to keep people like alive, to keep their pulse going, but there's nothing left of the person that once was. They're completely gone because of the amount of time they've spent unconscious. Their brain won't have been used for 7, 8, 9, 10, 15, 20 years. Their brain hasn't been used, so therefore it will have degraded. We know that to be true. So yeah, it's a super difficult line to draw. And my mum has said to me, she said to me, listen, if I ever get to a state where I'm unresponsive, I'm a vegetable, please just unplug me. I don't want to live like that. She's told me to my face to do it. I'm like, okay. Hopefully not for a long time, but yeah. You'll be like a blind person. If you don't move the furniture around, they'll navigate just fine around the house. Yeah, and it's also the wobbly cats as well. People do lots and lots of work to make the wobbly cats. They build like a thing where the cat can stand in so they can eat. Like it holds them steady so they can't move. And then their face, they put food underneath so it can eat without like throwing the food around. It still gets a bit messy, but yeah, it's much better than them trying to eat normally. Otherwise, you have to fucking get a syringe full of food and push it down the thing. It's not very nice. So, but yeah. There's no one that's blind and deaf, if I remember rightly. He loves, and it's happy as fuck and loves its life, from what I can see. Maybe it'll have to be fair. The truth can be funny, harsh, or neutral. Cats use their whiskers more than anything, navigating close quarters. Yeah, if their whiskers won't fit, then their body won't fit, right? How many older people would know families check on them, suddenly pass away and aren't found until much... But this is the other thing. So did I say... I think I said hello earlier, Velda. Welcome in, dude. It's good to see you. How was your weekend? I hope you're all good. They don't actually know. People have come out of a 16-year coma and been fine memory-wise. That is fair enough. Wobbly cat syndrome is something a cat can easily live with. It's literally just a slight neurological disorder and completely normal otherwise. If I'm old and dying and in pain, I ask for the drugs like weed or something and they take the edge off. Otherwise, I wouldn't touch drugs. Yeah, and this is it. This is the thing. Like, I think that I would probably sign a waiver that says, if I am, over the age of 75 or 80 and I'm, in a coma, I'm good. I've lived a life. I'm good. I don't want to become a burden on the NHS or anyone else, to be honest.
In cold, detached prose, the author describes a scene from one of the
difficult thing is that
in the 20s, youths overturned motor carriages and set trash cans ablaze, while heavily armored guardsmen dash in and disperse them in a flurry of baton blows.
This is the thing, is that, like, retirement is now 61 or 60 or whatever. But by the time I'm 60, it'll probably be 70-ish, 75. But the average lifespan of a human being is about 75 to 80. So chances are I won't even get a chance to fucking claim my pension that I've been working for my whole life. But
took place from 27 to 29, fueled by ethnic unrest and the state's repressive tactics. These events are often seen as marking the end of a brief period of liberalization known as the Yugoslavia Spring. Like all such periods, it is frequently memorialized in art and literature. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of young lovers meet each other on the street. Somehow, in the middle of all the chaos, they manage to lock arms and look into each other's eyes.
Is this referencing that picture of a riot and then their couple was laying on the floor kissing? Because that was a good photo. Just because my logic is that if I'm dying, then that bad effects of the drug are going to do, like, make my health bad. What health I'm dying? Yeah, like if I got to, like, 80 something and I was like, on the way out, I might start drinking again. I might have a weed or I might have a joint or two, because fuck it, whatever. And like I say, there used to be a guy that lived at the other end of the hall. He was 98 or something. His mother lived to 108. He was 98, and I got the feeling that he was just, he was done. He wasn't like a miserable guy, but he people would like try and look after him, and he was like, whatever, you know, he just didn't care. You know, he would just fall asleep in his chair, and that could have been it. Any day he could have fallen asleep in his chair and not woken up, but he just, you know, and there were people constantly coming around banging on the door, shouting like, John, John, John. And I was like, oh my God, shut the fuck up, man. Like, get a key, get a set of keys, you know? And I don't know why, but his family obviously didn't want to go and see him, so they would send the fucking police round or send the fucking ambulance round. And obviously the police or the ambulance don't have keys, so they couldn't let themselves in, so they were banging on the door until he woke up. And I was like, fuck's sake, you can't carry on. And then one day, they barged the door in. They don't kick the door in anymore, but they've got like a thing. They fucking kicked the door in, not literally, but yeah. They busted the door in, and he was just asleep. And then they sent a chippy out to put his door back, but it wasn't right. It didn't shut properly, so he had to he was out there with a plane, 98-year-old guy trying to plane the door to get it to shut properly. I was like, for fuck's sake.
They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair, and in the end, they betray each other and succumb to the absurdity of Gradian life. The man becomes a lens grinder, completely abandoning.
Dying or whatever, I want them to pump me full of experimental drugs they have just to test everything on me. Let's figure out if it's good. Actually, a great idea. Kind of some drugs that have a word. Yeah. Battering ram. Yeah, battering ram, I suppose. Signed a donor card for every single thing they can use from me, and then the rest is signed up for science experiments. That will be useful. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think I've got a donor card somewhere. I need to keep it in my wallet, but yeah.
He toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness and fulfillment have eluded him his whole life. And in the end, he has nothing to do but dedicate himself to the craft.
The craft and the woman. But yeah, what's really heartwarming, ironically, or yeah, poignantly heartwarming, is when somebody who got a heart as a donation from somebody who died visits the parents of the person who died, and they're like, your child's heart is in my chest beating away, keeping me alive. And it's like, it's so like literally heartwarming, right? They're sort of like, I wanted to come and thank you personally because, yeah, your son died and, you know, the organs went to, you know, donation and I got the heart, you know, so I'm alive because of that. And I don't know, sometimes you sign like a waiver that says, you know, you don't want any, you know, you don't want anybody to know.
The next several decades.
But yeah, sometimes they don't.
In a Sosnovo fish processing plant, the smell of fish guts slowly seeps into her hair and skin, as every single one of her dreams dies, one by one.
You said chippy. I thought you meant like takeout chippy. No, carpenter. Sorry we broke your door. Enjoy this complimentary box of fish and chips. Yeah, no, sorry. I mean a carpenter. Sorry. But they obviously sent out the fucking cheapest carpenter they could find because he didn't fucking put the door back on properly.
The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers.
Whoever gets my liver is lucky, boss. And there is to deal with alcohol in its prime condition.
Years pass in solitude.
Well,
their bodies growing ever more decrepit.
One of the reasons human beings are able to drink alcohol throughout the majority of their life is because the liver is one of the most regenerative organs out of all of them. In fact, if you cut a piece of liver off and you put it in the right conditions, a whole new liver will grow on its own. It's fucking insane. The liver is a fucking amazing tool. And even with alcohol punishment, a liver can still function. Obviously, people get jaundice from drinking too much because their liver can't filter out, you know, toxins and stuff, poisons or whatever you want to call them. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what causes jaundice. But yeah, the liver literally can regenerate itself, like almost entirely. I think actually entirely. I don't think almost. I think entirely it can regenerate itself. No, I know what you meant after you said about the door. Technically, multiple can get it, but other things, as long as it's not severe alcohol damage, it can actually recover. It can still take permanent damage, not from some damages. Human liver is a piece of amazing evolutionary engineering. We're immune to toxins that will kill some animals. Excessive alcohol drinking will cause unfixable damage. I suppose that's what jaundice is, right? Is that, yeah, the liver... the thing is, like, if you continue drinking, you can fuck it up. But if you stopped drinking, I think if you stopped drinking, it would eventually regenerate. I don't know if it's completely, like, full-on scarring. Okay. Without some toxins, life is too... Yeah, we eat spicy foods that are designed to fucking, you know, kill animals, right?
as life leaves their remains between the soil.
Cirrhosis, yeah. You get cirrhosis with it, yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Are filled with regret. In cold, for Yugo as ethnic, it would physically hurt you. You've made the right life choices today, sir.
Yeah, somebody's cooking something. It stinks. Cooking at fucking 20 to 10 at night. If I ever have to have something amputated, I'll ask him if I can keep it and I can cook it up and try. Yeah, because I remember, like, you know, there was a surgeon doing a Q&A, and someone said, you know, like, if you have to remove something, you know, from my body, can I have it? Can I keep it? And she was like, well, yeah, of course, it's yours, you know, like, of course you can keep it. It's yours. It came from you. Like, there is nobody else on this planet that could have it other than you. Like, it's yours. And I was like, I suppose that's one way to look at it. Oh, mate, the cell's still out here on the ice, mate. A bit cold. The alcohol means it was an excessive amount. Yeah, I'm just wondering that if you were, like, I mean, let's ignore the human life cycle. Let's say somebody drunk their entire life and then died. If you took their liver and you put it in the right conditions, with obviously without any work, it wasn't now, you know, it wasn't being used to filter alcohol or anything, you know, would that slowly but surely grow back to being a full-grown liver? It just obviously in the current environment, it's impossible because they keep drinking.
A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away." Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling.
Someone in Denmark did that. They also made a Reddit ask me anything about it. Chocolate, caffeine, helium compounds, ethanol, capsaicin, and salt, avocado compounds. If they had cirrhosis, no, cirrhosis is scar tissue. Doesn't go away, it's permanent. Okay.
Felled electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms.
What if I make them cut up my liver into 3 pieces so it regrows 3 livers in me and to be super immune to everything? Well, there are instances. So there are times where they need to surgically remove part of your body and then let something grow and then put that object back to where it came from, whence it came. Now, the easiest way to keep that object is they sew it to another part of your body. Because it's your body part, it doesn't get attacked by the immune system. It doesn't, you know, cause any abnormal growths or abscesses. It's just in a different place now, but it's your chemical makeup. It's your biochemical makeup. So they store parts of your body in your body because that way they can't lose them or get them confused. So when you go back under the knife, they go back to where it's been put and they cut it open, they take it back and they put it back. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, you can't lose it because it's inside you, right? And plus it's in the perfect environment because that's the fucking environment it came from. So yeah, for some procedures where they have to remove something and let it grow and heal over weeks or months or whatever, they put it somewhere else. Like they put it like things in the back of your leg or the back of your lower back or something. Yeah, it's fucking wild. I think also your chest as well. I think somebody had like some serious burns and their ear was taken off of the side of their head and then sewn onto their chest, and then they had a skin graft and they put the ear back and reconnected the ear canal, and it took like years, but they managed to get, like, because their ear was, I think they were wearing like protective like earmuffs on a building site, and a fucking like some sort of chemical explosion had burnt like a lot of their face, but the ear was okay. But obviously doing a skin graft around the ear would be difficult, so they just took the ear and put it somewhere else, did a skin graft and let it all grow back, and then they put the ear back afterwards. I was like, fascinating procedure.
Feld Electrical.
You
only know them as a small company.
Yeah, allowed them to put the ear back afterwards and have it working with the skin around it. Otherwise, they would have had to do a keyhole for the ear and then sew the flesh onto where the ear is. It would have been, because there's a massive infection risk, unfortunately, with skin grafts.
Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
Particularly birds are vulnerable to pericin found in avocado. Ah, okay. Booking appointments now. Probably somewhere that illegal experiment to find out. China, most likely World War II, Japan. Yeah, and Russia and America, all sorts of scientific experiments going on behind closed doors, unfortunately. Every country has done fucked. Yeah, for sure. It's like the people that were put in prison just vanish. People vanishing in the prison system. It's like, and then there's always like scientific facilities, get found decades after they were shut down, and there's like just pits of skeletons, and it's like, oh my god, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing?
Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin, gutted.
Every country's done fucked up shit. Sweden wouldn't be smart enough to do experiments. Doctors usually drop your organs back into your torso after surgery. They'll shift back to their usual position on their own. So they just drop them in there and just sew them up and just let it sort itself out. Because one of the games I played on VR on the PlayStation was the Surgeon Simulator, and you start off in a hospital with everything nice and... But then you're doing a fucking heart transplant in a fucking ambulance that's like... And the back door opens, and I moved their lungs out of the way, and they hit the floor and rolled out into the fucking street, into the road, and the fucking doors were flapping around, and I was like, oh, buddy, I'm sorry. Buddy, I'm sorry. Your lungs are over there in the fucking drain. Surgeon Simulator was so funny, dude. I fucking love that game. It was like Friend Slot before Friend Slot.
Whistle of the wind.
Wasn't for the Nazi unethical experimentation during World War II, we wouldn't have solutions to many medical problems now. Yeah, there's... I mean, I don't know what you would call it, but there's always been that kind of fringe of morally acceptable research, where people are researching things that require human sacrifice in some way, shape or form. And some sacrifices are a bit more significant than others.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi stands in front of a mirror, fixing his orange bomber jacket. You should be asking him that question.
Yeah, it's not available yet. Okay, let me see if I can go speak to those kids, those pesky kids. I'll see if I can speak to Estelle and those kids about Ruby, because I think they're part of the village as well. The issue is the space. Not to have two levels will work. In science, there is such a thing as ethical sacrifice, I believe. Yeah, I think that, like when something is killing somebody, finding out what it is and doing experiments and stuff, although it's unethical, that person is going to die anyway, and if they die, somebody else might have that issue and then die as well. So it's ethically the right thing to do is to figure out what it is so it doesn't happen to somebody else, right? But yeah, there's all kinds of like code of conduct with medical stuff.
No. 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 No.
Come on, get in. The warm stuff's getting out.
Usually it's where the person or next of kin gets compensated massively and there's a lot of red tape to cross. Yes or no person has to consent. Yeah, I suppose yes, obviously as well as that. I suppose.
Hi again. So, how are things going? And? What happened? Oh man, who is he? What did you think? Really? Huh, interesting. What's he doing in the church? What do you mean? No matter. Is he gonna be a problem?
You just have to do an ethical review application. Yeah. Yeah, obviously during wartime. Yeah, so. Yeah, during wartime.
Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point.
Most of what we can find out about
What
horrible
are we gonna
experiments
do
surrounding
about it?
Belgium is either the occupation of 1940 1945 by that regime, so on Belgians, but not by Belgians, and in the Congo. Yeah, I've heard about stuff in the Congo. And a committee will decide whether or not the experiment is ethical and can continue. Yeah, it's fucking bonkers as well. Like,
you will never catch him.
Like Victorian era surgery. Like the theatre, the reason the surgery is in a theatre is because people used to come and watch. And yeah, I've already told the story about the surgeon with a 300% mortality rate because he fucking killed 2 assistants as well as the patient. But anyway, but yeah, people used to come and watch surgery being conducted, and obviously there was no anesthesia. They just used to hold the patient down while they cut into them in a room full of people that probably had the fucking plague and all sorts of coughs and colds because sanitation was terrible. So yeah, they weren't fucking, yeah, and apparently most people that had surgery died of infection, obviously. But yeah, like imagine like being held down and fucking operated on by people that were just guessing. They had no idea what was going on in there until they cracked you open. They had no idea what was going on. They were just fucking guessing.
So? I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker?
Comments to my donor registration specific donor. Please do as many crazy experiments as possible. If you can make modern Frankenstein from me, that's my dream. I mean, this is the thing. If somebody could revive you as like a Frankenstein's monster, but obviously you're like a fucking cobbled together mass of cadaver parts all sewn together. I don't know, man. That'd be kind of weird. But yeah. Belgium's colonial medicine stuff is the main one. Hospitals nowadays are the dirtiest places you can be, and legit want to get out of them as fast as possible. Well, I think that hospitals are dirty, but they still have. I mean, the areas of the hospital that need to be clean are clean, but the rest of the hospital is full of like disease because it's where sick people go. So like the common areas of a hospital will be very fucking dirty, but the actual operating theatres and stuff are usually pretty clean. But yeah. Doesn't make me physical autism of body parts. Dislike hospitals because my brain associates them with disease and death. Yeah, and this is the thing. I think that, you know, if there is a cough or a cold going around, where are you going to catch it? The doctor's office or the fucking ER, right? And obviously you spend a lot of time in the ER, and yeah, but I would argue that the cleaners in the hospital are going to be doing a reasonably good job. You know, they probably have to be trained to clean the hospital properly. But there'll obviously be areas of the hospital that have to be professionally cleaned.
But she's in there somewhere. Has to be. Have you tried investigating the machines? Anyway, do let us know if you see her.
Logic. Okay, can I improve this by just putting the clothes on? Yeah, we're +2 in logic already. +2 to logic as well. +5 logic now.
large-headed you.
Good morning, Tate. Hi again. So, how are things going?
Convinced you're a smart cop. Shit, okay, so I do have to spend a skill point to do this one. What is this? Maybe everything isn't quite as you've been told. Take a moment to analyse.
As always, we'll be right.
Yeah, I might ignore that for now, to be honest. I might ignore that for now. So is there anyone else I need to ask about the... Yeah, looking for Ruby brought you to the mural that somehow is important. Inspect it thoroughly. Okay. So I wasn't sure if it said that already, but yeah, let's go back to the mural and see. Some of the best healthcare in the world. Well, yeah, we don't anymore. We used to, but we don't anymore. Do ever have some strictest cleaning requirements for some parts of the hospital, even the waiting room, especially in the specific. Yeah. This is the thing. Yeah, hospitals are obviously going to be full of sick people, so there's going to be, you know, disease and stuff everywhere. But they're also going to be cleaned a bit more thoroughly than the average building. I would hazard a guess. Which one of those three is Egg had the fun? Yeah, he was the one on the top right. 2 aunts, my mum, sister, and 4 of my cousins are all in the medical field. And my uncle and 1 cousin work in Novo Nordisk, the medicine company, and my dad's repairs handicap equipment. Another uncle is a physiotherapist. I am the medical field. Now, my aunt by marriage is a general surgeon at the OBGYN, and my cousin, not aunt's daughter, is studying to be a surgeon as well. Reminds me of my dad was occupation, and his dad before him too. Other uncle is a physiotherapist, pretty much. Now the question is, Cure, do you work in the medical field? I am the medical field. I mean, a lab rat.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying,
"Oh, chat, my voice is going."
Electrical, R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away. Somewhere in Martinez, Lieutenant Kitsuragi is consulting his notebook. A sudden draft, indeed. You try to peer in.
Yeah, okay. See, I'm just going to have to go to sleep for this day. I think that's it. I think that's it for this day.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the...
What bad people? No, we're not really supposed to talk to strangers, you know?
Did you know Baldric's father was a nun? Aren't nuns women? Whenever they asked him occupation, he'd say, if someone has something weird happening to them medically in my family, you just call up whatever member is specializing in that field. Yeah, I suppose. It's helpful.
Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall. Wait, what if this is the fishing rod situation all over again? It's not the phasmid. It's not even organic. It's a fire iron. How disappointing. Right? You'll have better luck next time, though. The phasmid, finding it is your destiny.
Mister, what were you doing in my fireplace? Oh, okay. Luby. Raluby. My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or sometimes I can, but then
Uller.
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom? That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside.
Hey, hospitals. My father died there. Baldric's father got run over by a traction engine. He was dead before he got to hospital. God, no. Not the fucking Blackadder quote, man. Blackadder fucking killed me, man.
Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
But, yeah. The ending of Blackadder, oh my God, absolute fucking cinema. they sort of like they go over the top and then they just fade out to nothing. Oh my god, absolute
They
fucking
look
cinema.
Identical.
Absolute cinema.
Bye.
Yeah, so surely I've asked everybody about Ruby. Yeah, I think we need Kim with us. So Clausio's been arrested, so we can't do that. We can't do that because they've been arrested. Jam mystery. Find out the lady driver and where's her lorry. Ah, her lorry. I know where her lorry is. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else we can do. Yeah, let's sleep for the night. I think I can just use this bench to wait for 15 minutes and then we can go to sleep.
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks. Time passes.
Girlfriend recently revealed to me she doesn't know who Robin Williams is, so I'm making her plan to watch all the best Robin Williams movies now, and she won't even know what hit her. Yeah, that man deserves to be known for sure.
The sun draws ever closer to the horizon.
Right, so apologies chat, we've got an air break coming up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get back to the shack and then I'll stand in front of the bed because there's usually some dialogue in the sleep sections. But I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen, and don't worry you guys aren't going to miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you're lurking, you want to follow in secret, please feel free. But yes, there'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. I'll be back in just a moment. Good sir, you eat your servants? No sir, I eat off of them. Why spend good money on tables when you have men standing idle? And don't call me darling. You had so many fucking incredibly clever jokes. Don't call me darling. But yeah, private darling. Oh my god, it was so fucking good, man. I might have to get a box set for me and my dad to watch. But yes, anyway, the ad's going to start in a second. I'll pop you guys over there. I'll be right back. Get wrecked, bozo.
Should have worn a helmet.
You're not wearing a helmet, dude. Come on, man. That's my testicles, please. Ow. Bitches are just coming out of the fucking ground now. Oh, wow. Okay. Thanks, game. So, yes, I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. There's little snakes. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. I'm faster than you. Ow! Fuck off. Piece of shit. Excuse me. So, yes, on Mondays, we're playing through the Metro. Oh, now he's going to go have a look. Oh, I got him right in the Achilles tendon. Ooh. Ouch. What is the aiming in this game? You can get pods that you reuse, because excuse me. No!
Why are you crying?
So, we do a sneaky sneak, but before we do a sneaky sneak, we check and make sure there isn't an ambush, because I know how these games work. Damn it. And then carefully stagger him so it explodes. What? That's what we wanted. Claymores were traps. Yeah, I mean, Claymores count as traps, right? Fuck, so you see what I mean, chat? You see? Can we not attach this one? Ow! That's what I get for fucking around. Fuck around and you find out, chat. Need more replay, but yeah, exactly. Okay. So yeah, it's not that bad. But wasn't there just a guy? I swear there was a guy there looking like suddenly his mate got shot. Am I going blind? Let me just... It still fucking works. But yeah, not a bad view to wake up to, right? Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Sorry, my voice is going, chat. I think I probably should have ended just then, but you know, I'll go for another hour. See how we get on. Right, let me save the game there because you never know what horrors await us once we're asleep.
The bed is comforting. The place feels almost like home now, quiet and dignified around you. A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth come fast. You're falling asleep.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea. Until there's suddenly light.
This respite. You've earned it, brother.
Earned it,
Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget everything you've managed to remember. No, you haven't. You've just been. No, this is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind. As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
You're welcome, Harry boy. You earned it.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold. The world awaits.
Oh, it awaits, Bubba. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Hmm? You come back to be the center of attention. Is that what it is? Huh? Hang on. I haven't quite got you there, have I, Bubba? Excuse me. Oh, I haven't quite got you. What's going on? What's going on? Where's he going? Where's he going? Hmm? What's the matter, Bubba? I thought you wanted to be the baby. No? No time to be the baby? Hmm? No time to be the baby? Hmm? Are you off? No, you're just going to stand next to me. You don't want to be the center of attention. You just want to stand next to me menacingly. Is that it? Hmm? She was blowing my mind often with music artists and movies she doesn't know. Yeah, like some people just like didn't take part in pop culture like at all, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I try to give people a hard time because, like, I'm not like a cinemaphile, but I did, you know, for many years, I would try and watch like 1 or 2 films a week. And yeah, you go through all the classics and then you realize why they're classics and you watch a few video essays, but then I would get onto more art house film and stuff. And I've slowly stopped watching films, which is a shame. I should get back to it. But I stream now, so I use a lot of my time streaming now. But yeah, like every now and again, it's like, you know, Good Will Hunting, you know, Shawshank Redemption. Like these are like, you know, like just kind of like assumed knowledge by this point. They've been referenced in so many other forms of media. It's kind of crazy that people haven't seen them. Like, you've got to watch it. And they're like, why is this such a popular film? Like, because it's fucking kind of perfect. Like, you know, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, you know, Shawshank Redemption, you know, Good Will Hunting. My brain's drawing a blank because I'm trying to access all the fucking classics. But yeah, The Godfather, Part 1, Part 2 and Part 3 are okay, but Part 1 is fucking cinema masterpiece. The composition is just, yeah, along with all the dialogue and the music and everything. You know, there's films that, you know, The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, you know, they're just kind of like very complete, like, items of fiction, you know, works of fiction. And yeah, I think that, like, you've got to watch them at least once in your life, you know? Obviously, more sort of niche stuff that still sort of, you know, got released in the mainstream, but wasn't like a, you know, commercial darling, you know, wasn't like, you know, well received and, you know, has been referenced over and over. It's just a good film. Like, I think the Green Mile is a fucking brilliant film. But yeah, it doesn't get referenced anywhere near as much as I think it should. Men of Honor, I think, is a brilliant film. Doesn't get referenced as much as it should. But yeah. Yeah, Lord of the Rings as well. You know, I think, like, you know, because, I mean, I remember reading The Hobbit, you know, a long time ago. And I wouldn't be able to place it all in order anymore. I remember the important bits that have stuck with me. But yeah, I remember when my flatmate, one of my best friends, Hannah, she was off work for the day. I was horrendously hungover. She was like, I'm going to watch all the Lord of the Rings films back to back. The director's cuts, the extended ones. It's like an entire day. And I was like, fuck it, yeah, let's go for it. So I sat there on the sofa, like barely even conscious, just watching these films. And I was like, fuck, man. Like, the films are like almost as amazing as the book. And I was like, holy shit. Green Mile is the one with the black pianist who's driven around by the Italian guy. No, that's the Green Book. The Green Book is a fucking, that's also a fucking brilliant film. Green Book is a fucking brilliant film. I love that film. Everyone should watch that. No one to make you happy, darling. Why, thank you, sir. Bunch of people get access to the Immortal Shell game. Yes, I didn't apply for the code. Kept getting bad reviews. Yeah, I watched a few people play it, and, you know, hopefully they've learned from the first one. But yeah, magazine that tells the Tommies the truth about the war. Alternative, the greatest work of fiction since vows of fidelity were introduced in the French marriage service. Made her watch Lord of the Rings movie because she never watched those either. She wasn't interested. I made her because she just needs to know all the. Yeah, exactly. It's just for the references. The Green Mile. The Green Mile is a masterpiece too. Yeah, The Green Mile is a story about a very large black man in the 1930s, 1920s, and he has a gift for being able to sense, like, people's memories and history through the sense of touch. So when he touches somebody, he can see what they've seen. But he also, throughout the film, he also develops the ability to take a sickness out of somebody and put it into somebody else. But it's a story about redemption and, you know, judging, like, well, it's a story about how how do I fucking succinctly explain it without going on for 2 hours longer than the film? But yeah, it's about how somebody's being put to death when actually they did nothing wrong, and it's sort of a redemption story. The person in charge of the death row is saying, you know, says to him, "How am I supposed to face God when I killed one of his miracles?" And this guy's like, "You need to understand the power that I have is actually a bit of a curse. You're doing me a kindness. You're setting me free." But the character design, the characters in that film, and like their personalities and everything, The whole of the French guy, Edouard Delacroix, with the mouse and Mouse City and everything, Mr. Jingles. You know, it's such a fucking masterpiece of a film. But it doesn't get referenced as much as I think it should. I think the Green Mile is up there with, you know, Shawshank Redemption and what was it? Oh, I literally said it a fucking minute ago. Fuck's sake, my memory's so bad. Shawshank Redemption and Good Will Hunting and Godfather. I think it's arguably, like, you know, one of the best films I've ever seen. Men of Honor as well. Cuba Gooding Jr. in Men of Honor. Holy fucking shit, dude. What a fucking performance. And De Niro is obviously De Niro.
Calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is.
De Niro is fucking absolutely brilliant as well. Come on, Cookie, I want my 12. Right, so yeah, we need to go to the Feld building, don't we? Well, actually, what we can do is we can go back to Martinet Square and see if the statue has been revived by Idiot Doom Spiral. No, it doesn't look like it yet. But there is a light up there now.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island. It is surrounded by scaffolding that has been haphazardly erected around it.
I'm tired, boss. Yeah, that's the one. Magic healing guys arrested for something. Yeah. You can also heal evil. Absolute masterpiece of a movie. Good Will Hunting, Stabbies. Yeah. Your favorite movie, Fury. Yeah. No. Yeah. I need to watch Fury because like Brad Pitt plays like the commander of a tank crew. I think I need to watch that. I need to watch Jojo Rabbit as well. I haven't watched that one yet.
A matrix of metal tubes and wooden planks jut out at odd
Fury, it's about a tank crew.
A miserable tarpaulin covers up the horse and rider, flapping in the cold coastal air.
Jojo Rabbit's fucked is good, but yeah. No, I've seen. Unfortunately, I keep seeing clips of it because I like film and cinema and stuff. So there's a few like Instagram profiles that I follow, and I keep seeing clips of it, and I know it's going to get massively spoiled for me one of these days. So
displayed as if to mourn your misplaced dreams.
What the fuck is literally just tanks, man? Yeah, it seems like the perfect film for you.
Defiantly to the west, a silver plaque, not a good track record.
Yeah, so okay, so this isn't ready yet. Okay, fuck that off. Ignore crust. I don't even know if you can watch it on. I mean, the thing is, I only have Amazon Prime these days. The Netflix I was using stopped working. But yeah, Amazon Prime for movies is fucking shit, dude. It's just, everything is rent or buy, so it's not even worth having. Other than getting stuff delivered the next day, just the movies thing is so shit. You know, it isn't fucking worth it at all. Right, I don't think there's anyone to ask here. Oh shit, we could have checked if that lorry's accessible now. Sorry. The only time I ever laughed at someone saying a Nazi salute phrase. But yeah, because I think at the beginning, like Brad Pitt's like, we're going to be hunting Nazis. But the thing is, I think he plays a very similar role in Inglourious Basterds. So it's like, I sometimes get the dialogue between the two mixed up. I can't remember. No, so we can't access that lorry. I suppose we're going to have to go to the Feld building then, aren't we? Now that Kim's with us, maybe we can investigate it. Hasn't been a movie more about tanks than Fury. When he says we're going to be hunting Nazis with this. Yeah, so, but there's also a scene. So there's a scene where I think he's got the slick back hair and he's addressing a group of people, but he's got the slick back haircut that he has in Fury. I think he talks about how they're going to be hunting Nazis. In Inglourious Basterds, he goes into the whole thing. Every man owes me a certain amount of scalps a day, and it's like fucking hell, pretty fucking brutal. And that is Inglourious Basterds. I swear, his haircut, it looks like the one out of because he's Lieutenant Lando Raines or Commander Lando Raines in Inglourious Bastards. But I need to watch Fury to see which one I'm thinking of, to be honest. Yeah, the Fell building is there. So yeah, let's go here. Oh, it's the same hair in both movies. Okay, but that's why I'm getting the two confused then. Yeah, there's so many lines like arrivederci, and we heard that deal you made on the telephone. Would you make that deal? I would make that deal. So would I. Damn good deal. Yeah, there's loads of lines from that film. Buongiorno. Completely fucking butchers it so bad. I speak the most Italian. I might have to rewatch that.
Bright mural towers above you, saying, "Feld Electrical R&D. Tomorrow is just a whisper." Suddenly, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle.
Django Unchained is another Tarantino masterpiece.
The wind has died down.
Yeah, yeah, it had several moments where I was like, yeah.
Waves washing the coast.
Who this N-word on that nag? You decrepit old bastard. I expect you to show them every hospitality. Yeah, DiCaprio fucking absolutely smashed it in that one.
In front of you is silent as a
again.
Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning with your
Yeah,
hands
I also kind of
falling
want
to
to
your
rewatch Crazy 8. Is it Crazy 8? I think it's called Crazy 8. But it's interesting because it was Tarantino's take on several characters being confined to one space. Hateful Eight, yeah, sorry. Was it somebody Domergue, the sister Domergue, and Kurt Russell didn't realize the guitar she was playing wasn't a prop, it was the real guitar from some museum, and he smashed it. And the actress's genuine response was like, "You just destroyed like a several $1 million guitar." It's like a one of a kind, you know. It's from like the 1800s or something stupid. I can't remember.
Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least.
1800s. Yeah. She was playing it, and he just picked it up and smashed it.
And then
yeah,
there's the church.
but the museum has now
If I
said
were
that they're
a
never
novice,
ever going to
I would
lend any instruments to the film industry ever again. They're banned for life. I was like, whoops. But yeah, really interesting film because they're all trapped in that cabin, and you've got several different characters, and it kind of reminded. The thing is, I shouldn't do this, but as soon as I realized they were all going to be trapped inside this cabin, I was like, Are they gonna reference 12 Angry Men, which is like a Henry Fonda film from a long, long time ago? But 12 Angry Men, the premise was that you had a jury in a room, and the whole film is set inside this room. There's a scene at the beginning, at the end, on the courtroom steps, the court hall steps. But yeah, the start of the actual film, the real start of the film, is them walking in through the door after the hearing, and they have to deliberate and come up with a verdict. And obviously, it has to be unanimous. It can't be like a percentage of people. Everybody has to agree, guilty or not guilty. And it starts off with the majority of the people in the room saying he's guilty, but then over time, there's one old man that says, no, I don't think he's not guilty. There's loads of references to the outside world, to the rest of the world in the film, but nobody ever leaves the room. Some guy's got a baseball ticket. He wants to go see a baseball match, but then it rains. He gets angry because he wants to leave because he's got a baseball ticket. I need to get out of here to get to the baseball game. But then it rains, so he couldn't go anyway. And it's sort of a weird way of referencing how they have things that pull them away, but they stay in this room. And this old man refuses to say this guy's guilty because he doesn't believe it. And then Henry Fonda backs him up. And then slowly but surely, they win over every single person in the room systematically by talking about the case and everything. And it's genuinely a very interesting watch because it's a film that has arguably only one real scene. There's an establishing scene and a closing scene, but the actual film itself, where everything happens in the middle, is all shot inside one room. And it's really interesting how a story can pan out just purely by, people telling the story and actors and everything. It's all in one room. It's a really interesting framework for a film to operate under. And I thought The Hateful Eight, they were going to do the same thing. And I suppose they did to a certain degree, but there's a few other things that kind of change it a little bit. But yeah, so many accidents can happen during filming. Yeah, the guitar was only worth $40,000, not several million. Oh, I read that it was worth millions because it was like a museum piece. But maybe it was only worth $40,000. Okay, maybe somebody was embellishing the price.
Spiritual. She could be looking for refuge.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, displays. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here.
Not of Warhammer. I mean, it's a priceless piece of history, but the real dollar amount, it was 40,000. Oh, okay, I'll have to double check where I read that it was worth a lot more than that. There's So yeah, once again, an article was lying. They were talking about something that actually happened, but lying about it, which is just, the fucking...
A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap.
Just how the fucking media works these days.
In the corner, dead. No phasmid anywhere.
Yes?
Yeah, I'm really not enjoying how the fucking lighting is really sketchy at the edges. Seems to be this time of day, like really early in the morning. If it was, then it became many in existence. Well, yeah. There's obviously a lot less. There's one less of them now, right? So, Still not there. Please do more funny guy. I'm off. Have a good one, Veldar. Thank you for hanging out, dude. See you next time. Have a lovely rest of your week. Yeah, what the fuck are we supposed to do now? Return to the Feldmuir and consult the wind if you don't know what to do. Other than that, just keep searching the coast. Yeah, this is the thing. Do you know what? I might just fucking load up. Because I didn't even try to increase my shivers before I did it, to be honest. I thought it was just going to give it to us because it's progression.
The once bright
yeah, shivers, isn't it? Right, have I got anything? It helps with shivers. Shivers. Shiver me timbers. One shivers. One shivers. Okay, I'm surprised that simple mind of a Dan can comprehend humour. Dedicating my one brain cell to the task. Singular shared one, we have it right now because everyone else is sleeping, like orange cats. Yeah, like, you know, when someone has two cats that they live with, and they're sort of like, they share a brain cell. Like, what do you mean? And there's one of them just sitting there, like, giving itself a bath, and they pan the camera over, and the other one's like, just staring into space, like shit. Yeah, they do have only one brain cell. Oh, game. Why you gotta fuck me like this, game? Come on.
The once bright mural suddenly.
Game.
The once
in there.
Why single out this one, even though you're sure you succeeded? All is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind is trying to talk.
How do we? She's probably not. And then there's the church.
Or spiritual. She could be looking for refuge.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way. Sector. Then, if we're desperate, we can look.
Walk the coast. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast. A breeze, like a quack. The once bright mural suddenly.
Oh, okay.
The once bright mural suddenly.
Okay. I say it's not fair on the orange cats, so don't compare them to dates.
The once bright mural suddenly.
Oh, game. Come on.
The once bright mural, even though you're trying to, is.
How do we? She's probably. And then.
Or spiritual.
Anyway, we do it the old. Then, if we.
Walk the. An adventure awaits.
Fine. I'll do it the old-fashioned way, game. Save, even though the check really
the
should.
Once bright mural towers above a breeze.
I want to see what it. Because I don't know if we did this before. I want to see what we get.
Mural. Suddenly, there's a sigh carried on the molecules around you. Moving,
Yeah. Did we do this before?
Pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs. And then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to do something more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder? Astral projection. Be open-minded about this.
Teleportation is not a thing. This really has nothing to do with adventure. We are dealing with basic physics here. Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
The rusty ladder leads to the...
Warfare +1.
The rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
do it. Apparently Heather has started blooming now, so I need to find a place with a bunch of heather. Need to photograph it. F1 summer break is finally over. Dutch Grand Prix on Sunday. Ferrari bringing a bigger turbo, and apparently Mercedes have been pushing their engines pretty hard, so there's an engine failure or replacement in the future, apparently, based on rumours. So, Nicky...
It's like magic.
Nicky needs to be squeaky clean.
Your atoms
Otherwise, Lewis is going to hunt him down. Unless this engine upgrade completely fucks it and Lewis loses all the races for the rest of the year.
Okay, well,
but, you know.
That's impressive, but...
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement.
I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person.
No, not like a regular person. Like a phase spider.
Mercedes engines have been braking left and right. Yeah, exactly. Apparently they've been pushing them pretty hard. And therefore, some 10-place grid penalties. But then again, Ferrari might need to replace an engine. You never know. Bigger turbo, bigger explosions. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, brain access the fucking person, Carlos Sainz, the Red Bull ring. Yeah, like his Ferrari just set itself on fire, right? There was a problem with the car and he pulled over. It just caught on fire. And I was like, holy shit, man. Fucking Formula 1 car hasn't caught on fire in ages. Not like visible flames bellowing out of the fucking plenum. I was like,
never
fuck,
mind.
Man.
Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Oh, can't we go up there? is known for their Ferrari is known for their reliability. Not, yeah. Yeah, no, I know. And the Ferrari has been surprisingly reliable this year. Which is, yeah, worrying. Worrying to say the least. Time for it to break. Yeah. Trouble is, they're going to be in a difficult spot because Charles is their golden boy, right? He's the project, right? So I don't think Ferrari are going to let Lewis win over Charles. But at the moment, Charles hasn't put in enough performances to be where Lewis is in the championship. And I genuinely don't know whether Ferrari would just say, right, Lewis is doing something that Carlos and Charles weren't able to do. This could be Ferrari's first championship in decades. Yeah, let it happen. But I also feel that, like, you know, Charles is the golden boy, and therefore, if Lewis is about to win the world championship, they might conveniently fuck it up in some way, in a way that benefits George. Charles, sorry. You know, he was with Mercedes for so long. As soon as I start talking about teammate, I always think Charles. George, Brain, wake up, Brain, please.
Just glass.
Fuck's sake, I know these names. I know these people.
Yes,
can't think straight, dude.
From the time when wires were casting glass.
Or immediately start screwing up the pits. Yeah, strategy. Or because it's Ferrari, they'll get caught cheating. But Lewis doesn't strike me as the sort of person that would cheat, you know. So if they are cheating, I think Lewis won't be aware of it. But
the how was a closely guarded secret. Something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know.
They could cheat behind his back. They could be giving him a car. They could be giving him a car that's non-compliant and not telling him.
The why is easy because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems.
As somebody that's gone up against Ferrari several times in his career, Lewis would know what Ferrari are like. He's not stupid, you know.
The how was a closely the why. Two rusty metal plates that slide apart.
Who's there?
Door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
What do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around and help me get the door open. What do you mean,
who's there? Who's there?
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed.
Just want Lamborghini to enter Formula One and to have a real Ferrari rival.
With the help of the partner,
I mean,
the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Well, I mean, is Lamborghini owned by Audi at the moment? I think Lamborghini is owned by Audi. So technically, because I was about to say, despite Lamborghini being the other hypercar Italian brand, they're not on the same level as Ferrari. Like, Ferrari is like this corporate monster now. Because of Formula One and because of also they make more cars and everything. Could be Audi's second team. Yeah, could you imagine? Like, Red Bull have got Racing Bulls. If Audi had, you know, Lamborghini.
No one dangerous heard that.
But yeah, I've been very impressed. Audi have hit the ground running and they're doing very, very well for a team that's literally just started competing in the sport. Cadillac fucked it, you know.
After you climb up to the roof, there's a maintenance entrance.
Ferrari has Haas, yeah. Unofficially, yeah. Dr. Hahn, welcome in. But yeah, Haas have been struggling like crazy, right? But yeah, could you imagine? Could you imagine Aston Martin continue to struggle? Daddy Stroll decides he's lost too much money and decides to sell it. And then somebody snaps it up. Ferrari, so Audi snap it up as a second team for Lamborghini. And Fernando Alonso is driving a Lamborghini in Formula One. What a fucking sentence to think about. Fucking hell.
At least now we have an exit, so let's get going. It's time to investigate these passages.
mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Some radical or radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago. Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the commoners built against the amphibious landing.
Audi has done so fucking good for their first season. I still want some of their merch. Yeah, for sure. I'd like to think I've come in to the BC announcing his shift from streaming to Formula 1 driver. I don't know, man. I used to race in Gran Turismo a little bit, but yeah. Wait until Max makes his Formula his main focus instead of sim racing. We'll see the real monster come out. I think he's bored of Formula 1, dude. I think he's going to fucking duck out and do something else.
Was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
I think he's done. I think he's done with Formula 1. I think he's won some world championships, which is what his dad always wanted. So now he's like, well, you know, I want my life back. I want to be able to do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah. Because, I mean, Red Bull can't put a car together. And yeah, when stuff like when the car makes a mistake and it makes him look bad, like losing the back end at Silverstone, it's like, yeah, it was such an uncharacteristic crash from him. But also, there have been times where I was like, oh, he's right alongside, he's going to fucking, yeah, and then he just can't make it happen at the corner at the apex. I'm like, that car's not there for him, man. That was a Max Verstappen special. Like, he was bound to force his way through that. But he just didn't, because the car just isn't there for him. It's a shame.
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most
but
people
yeah,
think of
like I say, I think his aggressive driving style, I won't miss it. You know, I'll miss watching him absolutely dance around everybody in the wet, and I'll miss somebody being on the grid that could actually make Lewis think twice. But yeah, other than that,
good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case.
Kimmy, yeah. I think Kimmy's got 3, maybe 4 in him. Genuinely. He's this close already and he's fucking 19. I can see 3, easily 4. But beyond that, who knows? Yeah, Vettel was the same, Max was the same, and they've only got 4.
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Frederick Vesti, the Danish dude that's currently Mercedes reserve driver and their main simulation tester. I want him to get in the car for real. He can do some shit. I think he was mostly asleep when I was mostly asleep when I was 19. Yeah, this is the thing, is like Verstappen and Vettel and now Kimi, they've proven that, yeah, like, you know, the people are getting to Formula 1 quicker, so they're going to have longer careers. So I reckon we're going to see a few more world champions with sort of 4 or 5. But yeah, one final world championship with Ferrari, you know, one final WDC at Ferrari, just to put the final red cherry on the top of Lewis's career cake. And then, yeah, slowly but surely decide to just not compete as much anymore. And then, yeah, I want to see a bunch of young people that I've never heard of before doing absolutely amazing things and making the sport exciting, because if they don't make the sport exciting, Liberty Media are going to keep fucking with it and doing stupid things to try and cook up artificial drama and fucking ruining the racing and making it feel like a farce. Yeah.
It is a game, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp.
Don't think Ferrari has a WC in them, not because of their drivers, because Ferrari management always screw it up. They have been better. I think Lewis over the break between his first season and this season, I think Lewis has basically just pointed out everything they're doing wrong, and I think they've actually started to listen, because they've still made mistakes, but they're not making a critical error every single race. And that's what they were doing with Charles and with the Carlos, is they were making a critical error with both drivers every race, and it was fucking ruining a good race otherwise. So yeah, I think Lewis has managed to get the right race engineer to provide the right amount of information so they can build a working relationship, but also the strategists are now a lot more sort of switched on. They're less hesitant. They fucking make a decision and they fucking go with it. And I think that Lewis Hamilton is the kind of driver where if a strategy call needs to be made and it doesn't quite work out as well as you need it to, Lewis is the kind of driver to make it work and still win. And that's why he's got as many championships as he does, because he can make the best out of a bad situation. He'll come third or fourth. He won't win the race, but he won't be out of the points either. Whereas before, Carlos and Charles were both fucking good racing drivers. They're both really good fucking racing drivers, but the strategy call would completely fuck them up, throw them out into traffic on brand new tyres. They would absolutely eat these new tyres, overtaking all these fucking slower cars, and then have nothing left for the final 10 laps of the race. And I was like, they just kept making critical errors. I was like, oh man.
What do you mean?
But they seem to be better now. Live down the road from where they have the F1 race in Melbourne, always a huge event when it's on. Yeah, no, it's really popular in Melbourne.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. No, but you are the sensitive one. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do. We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
Dennis, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. I'm about to head off. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up stream fairly soon.
It will upset the balance of power in Martinez.
I almost wrapped up at 10, but I thought, let's carry on for a little bit. But yeah, I've got this whole section to do, so...
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
You're right. However corrupt he may be, nothing happens.
It's hard. I print 100 of letters and searched all day for the papers. 8 minutes more.
But
one letter is enough for me.
In this case, we can't afford to be squeaky clean.
Definitely. I think she knows something about the mercenaries, maybe. And she won't be around if the situation explodes. Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Finally got rid of that of my old monitor. One of my sister's friends broke a monitor during moving. So she get it for free. Finally going to be off my dinner table. Yeah, I need to get my desk kind of set up to have another monitor on it.
Body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice.
But yeah, then I'll have a nice desk set up where I can play certain games at a desk off stream.
It's like
and yeah,
1,000 radio stations blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
what I realize is the peak brightness and black levels and the HDR and the overall dynamic range of this screen is probably close, if not slightly better, than the CRT TV I used to play Silent Hill 2 on. And somebody pointed something out to me, is that on an OLED, because of the HDR performance, when you turn the lights off in a room, you only see the pixels that are lit, and that creates this kind of feeling. So I want to replay Silent Hill 2 and 3 on PC, but with this OLED monitor. But I also want to use shader glass to make it look like a CRT TV. It's the next thing I want to test out with this monitor, because I have a feeling that the contrast levels will be as good as, if not slightly better than, a CRT screen. And with shader filter, it will look like and obviously it's the enhanced edition of Silent Hill 2 works perfectly. It's flawless on PC. So yeah, I might do another playthrough of Silent Hill 2. Unfortunately, I can't record it in a way that will, show it off. But yeah.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move.
Oh shit! I don't have any heals.
That'll just make it worse.
Oh shit!
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance, but here we are.
Insurance say they missed 20 years. Now I have to search all my achievements. Oh man, finding old paperwork such a pain in the ass. How many more achieves do you need to 100% after today's stream? So today's stream we haven't popped any trophies, which is a shame. But when I finish this playthrough, this is day 6 out of 8. Once I finish this playthrough, I'll get the hardcore completion playthrough, the no investigation of the body trophy, recruit Kuno to the 41st trophy. When I load up a new game, Kim should be wearing a different jacket, which is a trophy. So that'll be 4, which will mean we are just over 2/3 done. So we've got 30 out of 45. We'll have 35 out of 45. So we'll only have 10 left after that. And they're a bit more specific, but I'll just be loading the game up and doing certain chunks of gameplay.
She says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. Don't think this is a sign of anything other than your heart failing. All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face, like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear.
Excuse me, chat, I'm just screenshot farming.
Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective
Yeah, I should probably have some fucking heal, shouldn't I? I should probably have some stuff to heal with, because I need to do this perfectly. Yeah, I'm gonna, okay, it's 11 o'clock. I'm gonna have to call it there, I'm afraid, because I can't get to bed too late, unfortunately. Let me jump you guys over here. I wanted to do that final section today, but I also desperately need to be getting more sleep. I'm only getting sort of 4 to 5 hours of sleep most nights, occasionally 6 if I'm lucky. But that's not enough because of sleep apnea, and I've got inflammation in my torso, which is then causing stomach acid to go into my esophagus, which is making the sleep apnea worse, which means I then don't sleep. So yeah, I have to call it when I have to call it, I'm afraid, chat. Anyway, let's have a look and see who's on for a raid. YouTube, we can't raid out, so I'll say thank you to YouTube. Thank you to everyone that hangs out on the YouTube. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for watching the videos and everything. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that social media nonsense. But yes, the next stream will be on Saturday. No, Wednesday. I don't know what day it is. My brain's fucked. So next stream will be on Wednesday, 5 p.m. UK time. We'll be continuing on with the last couple of days of this playthrough. Once we finish this playthrough, that's it for this hardcore playthrough. Then we can just start loading up the game and, you know, just doing the chunks of game that are required for the trophies. I've got hundreds of saves, so it should be okay. I just need to load up the day 3 before I go to sleep and then do the certain ideologies, and then we carry on playing the game from that point until we get the trophy. Then I can load up the next one. So we won't do another full playthrough again. Hopefully another 2 or 3 streams and we'll have it. But yeah, it's been one of the more difficult 100% to do. Partially because of the morality of choosing some of the dialogue options is really uncomfortable, but also just because they're quite complicated. You know, some of them are tied to political ideologies and mindsets and stuff that you do several things to get to that point. You have to get a certain thing to a certain point to even unlock the dialogue tree where the trophy even is. But yeah, I'll have to do some working out.